Section 51 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 5, Chapter 8. That year there was indeed a merry midsummer holiday in the Buddenbrook home. At the end of July, Thomas returned to Meng Street and visited his family at the shore several times, like the other business men in the town. Christian had allotted full holidays unto himself, as he complained of an indefinite ache in his left leg. Dr. Grabo did not seem to treat it successfully, and Christian thought of it so much the more. "It is not a pain. One can't call it a pain," he expatiated, rubbing his hand up and down his leg, wrinkling his big nose, and letting his eyes roam about. "It is a sort of ache, a continuous, slight, uneasy ache in the whole leg, and on the left side, the side where the heart is. Strange. I find it strange. What do you think about it, Tom?" "Well, well," said Tom, "you can have a rest and the sea baths." So Christian went down to the shore to tell stories to his fellow guests, and the beach resounded with their laughter. Or he played roulette with Peter Duhlmann, Uncle Justus, Dr. Giesecke, and other Hamburg high-flyers. Consul Buddenbrook went with Tony, as always when they were in Travemünde, to see the old Schwarzkopfs on the front. "Good day, Ma'am Grünlich," said the pilot-captain, and spoke Low German out of pure good feeling. "Well, well, what a long time ago that was! And Morton, he's a doctor in Breslau, and has all the practice in the town, the rascal." Frau Schwarzkopf ran off and made coffee, and they supped in the green veranda, as they used to, only all of them were a good 10 years older, and Morton and little Meta were not there, she having married the magistrate of Hafkrug. And the captain, already white-haired and rather deaf, had retired from his office, and Madame Grünlich was not a goose any more, which did not prevent her from eating a great many slices of bread and honey, for, as she said, honey is a pure nature product. One knows what one is getting. At the beginning of August, the Buddenbrooks, like most of the other families, returned to town. And then came the great moment when, almost at the same time, Pastor Tiburtius from Prussia and the Arnoldsons from Holland arrived for a long visit in Meng Street. It was a very pretty scene when the consul led his bride for the first time into the landscape room and took her to his mother, who received her with outstretched arms. Gerda had grown tall and splendid. She walked with a free and gracious bearing, with her heavy dark red hair, her close-set brown eyes with the blue shadows round them, her large gleaming teeth which showed when she smiled, her straight strong nose and nobly formed mouth. This maiden of 27 years had a strange, aristocratic, haunting beauty. Her face was white, and a little haughty, but she bowed her head as the Frau Consul, with gentle feeling, took it between her hands and kissed the pure, snowy forehead. "Yes, you are welcome to our house and to our family, you dear, beautiful, blessed creature," she said. "You will make him happy. Do I not see already how happy you make him?" And she drew Thomas forward with her other arm to kiss him also. Never, except perhaps in grandfather's time, was there more gay society in the great house, which accommodated its guests with ease. Pastor Tiburtius had modestly chosen a bedchamber in the back building, next the billiard-room, but the rest divided the unoccupied space on the ground floor, next the hall, and in the first story. Gerda, Herr Arnoldson, a quick, clever man at the end of the 50s, with a pointed grey beard and a pleasant impetuosity in every motion. His oldest daughter, an ailing-looking woman, and his son-in-law, an elegant man of the world, who was turned over to Christian for entertainment in the town and at the club. Antonia was overjoyed that Sievert Tiburtius was the only parson in the house. The betrothal of her adored brother rejoiced her heart. Aside from Gerda's being her friend, the choice was a brilliant one, gilding the family name and the firm with such new glory, and the 300,000 mark dowry, and the thought of what the town, and particularly the Hagenstroms, would say to it, put her in a state of prolonged and delightful enchantment. 3 times daily, at least, she passionately embraced her future sister-in-law. "Oh, Gerda," she cried, "I love you. You know I always did love you. I know you can't stand me. You used to hate me. But—" "Why, Tony," said Fräulein Arnoldson, "how could I have hated you? Did you ever do anything to me?" For some reason, however, probably out of mere wantonness and love of talking, Tony asserted stoutly that Gerda had always hated her, while she on her side had always returned the hate with love. She took Thomas aside and told him, "You have done very well, Tom. Oh, heavens, how well you have done! If father could only see this! It is just dreadful that he cannot. Yes, this wipes out a lot of things, not least the affair with that person whose name I do not even like to speak." Which put it into her head to take Gerda into an empty room and tell her, with awful detail, the story of her married life with Bendix Grunlich. Then they talked for hours about boarding-school days and the bedtime gossip, of Armgard von Schilling in Mecklenburg and Eva Evers in Munich. Tony paid little or no attention to Sievert Tiburtius and his betrothed, which troubled them not at all. The lovers sat quietly together, hand in hand, and spoke gently and earnestly of the beautiful future before them. As the year of mourning was not quite over, the 2 betrothals were celebrated only in the family. But Gerda quickly became a celebrity in the town. Her person formed the chief subject of conversation on the Bourse, at the club, at the theatre, and in society. "Tip-top," said the gallants, and clucked their tongues, for that was the latest Hamburg slang for a superior article, whether a brand of claret, a cigar, or a deal. But among the solid, respectable citizens there was much head-shaking. "Something queer about her," they said. "Her hair, her face, the way she dresses, a little too unusual." Sorensen expressed it, "She has a certain something about her." He made a face as if he were on the Bourse and somebody had made him a doubtful proposition. But it was all just like Consul Buddenbrook, a little pretentious, not like his forebears. Everybody knew, not least Benteen the draper, that he ordered his clothes from Hamburg, not only the fine new-fashioned materials for his suits, and he had a great many of them, cloaks, coats, waistcoats, and trousers, but his hats and cravats and linen as well. He changed his shirt every day, sometimes twice a day, and perfumed his handkerchief and his moustache, which he wore cut like Napoleon III. All this was not for the sake of the firm, of course. The house of Johann Buddenbrook did not need that sort of thing, but to gratify his own personal taste for the superfine and aristocratic, or whatever you might call it. And then the quotations from Heine and other poets, which he dropped sometimes in the most practical connections, in business or civic matters. And now his bride. Well, Consul Buddenbrook himself had a certain something about him. All this, of course, with the greatest respect, for the family was highly esteemed, the firm very, very good, and the head of it an able and charming man who loved his city and would still serve her well. It was really a devilishly fine match for him. There was talk of 100,000 thaler down. But, of course, among the ladies there were some who found Gerda silly, which, it will be recalled, was a very severe judgment. But the man who gazed with furious ardour at Thomas Buddenbrook's bride the first time he saw her on the street was Gosh, the broker. "Ah," he said in the club or the ship's company, lifting his glass and screwing up his face absurdly, "what a woman! Hera and Aphrodite, Brunhilde and Melusina, all in one. Oh, how wonderful life is," he would add. And not one of the citizens who sat about with their beer on the hard wooden benches of the old guild house, under the models of sailing vessels and big stuffed fish hanging down from the ceiling, had the least idea what the advent of Gerda Arnoldson meant in the yearning life of Gosh the broker. The little company in Meng Street, not committed, as we have seen, to large entertainments, had the more leisure for intimacy with each other. Sievert Tiburtius, with Clara's hand in his, talked about his parents, his childhood, and his future plans. The Arnoldsons told of their people, who came from Dresden, only one branch of them having been transplanted to Holland. Madame Grunlich asked her brother for the key of the secretary in the landscape room, and brought out the portfolio with the family papers, in which Thomas had already entered the new events. She proudly related the Buddenbrook history from the Rostock tailor on, and when she read out the old festival verses, "Industry and beauty chaste see we linked in marriage band, Venus Anadyomene and cunning Vulcan's busy hand," she looked at Tom and Gerda, and let her tongue play over her lips. Regard for historical veracity also caused her to narrate events connected with a certain person whose name she did not like to mention. On Thursday at 4 o'clock the usual guests came. Uncle Eustace brought his feeble wife, with whom he lived an unhappy existence. The wretched mother continued to scrape together money out of the housekeeping to send to the degenerate and disinherited Jacob in America, while she and her husband subsisted on almost nothing but porridge. The Buddenbrook ladies from Broad Street also came, and their love of truth compelled them to say, as usual, that Erica Grunlich was not growing well, and that she looked more than ever like her wretched father. Also that the consul's bride wore a rather conspicuous coiffure. And Sesame Weichbrot came too, and, standing on her tiptoes, kissed Gerda with her little explosive kiss on the forehead, and said with emotion, "Be happy, my dear child." At table, Herr Arnoldson gave one of his witty and fanciful toasts in honour of the two bridal pairs. While the rest drank their coffee, he played the violin, like a gypsy, passionately, with abandonment, and with what dexterity! Gerda fetched her Stradivarius, and accompanied him in his passages with her sweet cantilena. They performed magnificent duets at the little organ in the landscape room, where once the consul's grandfather had played his simple melodies on the flute. "Sublime!" said Tony, lolling back in her easy-chair. "Oh, heavens, how sublime that is!" And she rolled up her eyes to the ceiling to express her emotions. "You know how it is in life," she went on, weightily. Not everybody is given such a gift. Heaven has unfortunately denied it to me, though I used to pray for it at night. I am a goose, a silly creature. You know, Gerda, I am the elder, and have learned to know life. Let me tell you, you ought to thank your Creator every day on your knees for being such a gifted creature." "Oh, please," said Gerda, with a laugh, showing her beautiful large white teeth. Later they all ate wine jelly and discussed their plans for the near future. At the end of that month or the beginning of September, it was decided, Sivert Tiburtius and the Arnoldsons would go home. Then, directly after Christmas, Clara's wedding would be celebrated with due solemnity in the great hall. The Frau Consul, health permitting, would attend Tom's wedding in Amsterdam, but it must be put off until the beginning of the next year, that there might be a little pause for rest between. It was no use for Thomas to protest. "Please," said the Frau Consul, and laid her hand on his sleeve. "Sivert should have the precedence, I think." The pastor and his bride had decided against a wedding journey. Gerda and Thomas, however, were to take a trip to northern Italy, as far as Florence, and be gone about 2 months. In the meantime, Tony, with the help of the upholsterer Jacobs in Fish Street, was to make ready the charming little house in Broad Street, the property of a bachelor who had moved to Hamburg. The consul was already arranging for its purchase. Oh, Tony would furnish it to the Queen's taste. "It will be perfect," she said. They were all sure it would. Christian looked on while the two bridal pairs held hands, and listened to the talk about weddings and trousseaux and bridal journeys. His nose looked bigger and his legs more crooked than ever. He felt an indefinite sort of pain in the left one, and stared solemnly at them all out of his little round deep-set eyes. Finally, in the accents of Marcellus Stengel, he said to his cousin Clotilde, who sat elderly, dried up, silent, and hungry, at table among the happy throng, "Well, Tilda, let's us get married too. I mean, of course, each one for himself." End of section 51. Section 52 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 5, Chapter 9. Some 6 months later, Consul Buddenbrook returned with his bride from Italy. The March snows lay in Broad Street as the carriage drove up at 5 o'clock before the front door of their simple painted façade. A few children and grown folk had stopped to watch the homecoming pair descend. Frau Antonia Grundlich stood proudly in the doorway, behind her the 2 servant-maids with white caps, bare arms, and thick striped skirts. She had engaged them beforehand for her sister-in-law. Flushed with pleasure and industry, she ran impetuously down the steps. Gerda and Thomas climbed out of the trunk-laden carriage wrapped in their furs, and she drew them into the house in her embrace. "Here you are, you lucky people to have travelled so far in the world. Knowest thou the house, high pillared are its walls? Gerda, you are more beautiful than ever. Here, I must kiss you. No, so, on the mouth. How are you, Tom, old fellow? Yes, I must kiss you too. Marcus says everything has gone well here. Mother is waiting for you at home, but you can first just make yourselves comfortable. Will you have some tea? Or a bath? Everything is ready. You won't complain. Jacobs did his best, and I have done all I could too." They went together into the vestibule, and the servants brought in the luggage with the help of the coachman. Tony said, "The rooms here in the parterre you will probably not need for the present." "For the present," she repeated, running her tongue over her upper lip. "Look, this is pretty." And she opened a door directly next the vestibule. "Simple oak furniture, ivy at the windows. Over there, the other side of the corridor, is another room, a larger one. Here on the right are the kitchen and larder. But let's go up. I will show you everything." They went up the stairs, which were covered with a dark red runner. Above, behind a glass partition, was a narrow corridor which led to the dining-room. This had dark red damask wall-paper, a heavy round table upon which the samovar was steaming, a massive sideboard, and chairs of carved nut-wood with rush seats. Then there was a comfortable sitting-room, upholstered in grey, separated by portieres from a small salon with a bay window and furniture in green-striped rep. A fourth of this whole story was occupied by a large hall with 3 windows. Then they went into the sleeping-room on the right of the corridor. It had flowered hangings and solid mahogany beds. Tony passed on to a small door with open-work carving in the opposite wall, and displayed a winding stair leading from the bedroom to the lower floors, the bathroom, and the servants' quarters. "It is pretty here. I shall stop here," said Gerda, and sank with a deep breath into the reclining chair beside one of the beds. The consul bent over and kissed her forehead. "Tired? I feel like that too. I should like to tidy up a bit." "I'll look after the tea," said Tony Grundlich, "and wait for you in the dining-room." The tea stood steaming in the Meissenware cups when Thomas entered. "Here I am," he said. "Gerda would like to rest a little. She has a headache. Afterward we will go to Meng Street. Well, how is everything, my dear Tony? All right? Mother, Erica, Christian? But now," he went on with his most charming manner, "our warmest thanks, Gerda's too, for all your trouble, you good soul. How pretty you have made everything. Nothing is missing. I only need a few palms for my wife's bay window, and I must look about for some suitable oil paintings. But tell me now, how are you? What have you been doing all this time?" He had drawn up a chair for his sister beside himself, and slowly drank his tea and ate a biscuit as they talked. "Oh, Tom," she answered, "what should I be doing? My life is over." "Nonsense, Tony, you and your life. But it is pretty tiresome, is it?" "Yes, Tom, it is very tiresome. Sometimes I just have to shriek out of sheer boredom. It has been nice to be busy with this house, and you don't know how happy I am at your return. But I am not happy here. God forgive me if that is a sin. I am in the 30s now, but I'm still not quite old enough to make intimate friends with the last of the Himmelsburgers, or the Miss Gerhardts, or any of my mother's black friends that come and consume widows' homes. I don't believe in them, Tom. They are wolves in sheep's clothing, a generation of vipers. We are all weak creatures with sinful hearts, and when they begin to look down on me for a poor worldling, I laugh in their faces. I've always thought that all men are the same, and that we don't need any intercessors between us and God. You know my political beliefs. I think the citizens—" "Then you feel lonely?" Tom asked, to bring her back to her starting point. "But you have Erica." "Yes, Tom, and I love the child with my whole heart, although a certain person did used to declare that I am not fond of children. But you see, I am perfectly frank. I am an honest woman, and speak as I think, without making words." "Which is splendid of you, Tony." "Well, in short, it is sad, but the child reminds me too much of Grunlick. The Buddenbrooks in Broad Street think she is very like him, too. And then, when I see her before me, I always think, you are an old woman with a big daughter, and your life is over. Once, for a few years, you were alive, but now you can grow to be 70 or 80 years old, sitting here and listening to Leah Gerhardt read aloud. That is such an awful thought, Tom, that a lump comes in my throat, because I still feel so young, and still long to see life again. And besides, I don't feel comfortable, not only in the house, but in the town. You know, I haven't been struck blind. I have my eyes in my head, and see how things are. I am not a stupid goose any more. I am a divorced woman, and I am made to feel it. That's certain. Believe me, Tom, it lies like a weight on my heart to know that I have besmirched our name, even if it was not any fault of mine. You can do whatever you will. You can earn money and be the first man in the town, but people will still say, yes, but his sister is a divorced woman. Julken Mullendorf, the Hagenstrom girl, she doesn't speak to me. Oh, well, she is a goose. It is the same with all families, and yet I can't get rid of the hope that I could make it all good again. I am still young. Don't you think I am still rather pretty? Mamma cannot give me very much again, but even what she can give is an acceptable sum of money. Suppose I were to marry again. To confess the truth, Tom, it is my most fervent wish. Then everything would be put right, and the stain wiped out. Oh, if I could only make a match worthy of our name, and set myself up again. Do you think it is entirely out of the question?" "Not in the least, Tony. Heaven forbid. I have always thought of it. But it seems to me that in the first place you must get out a little, have a little change, and brighten up a bit." "Yes, that's it," she cried eagerly. "Now I must tell you a little story." Thomas was well pleased. He leaned back in his chair and smoked his second cigarette. The twilight was coming on. "Well, then, while you were away, I almost took a situation, a position as companion in Liverpool. Would you have thought it was shocking? Oh, I know it would have been undignified, but I was so wildly anxious to get away. The plan came to nothing. I sent my photograph to the lady, and she wrote that she must decline my services because I was too pretty. There was a grown son in the house. "You are too pretty," she wrote. I don't know when I have been so pleased. They both laughed heartily. "But now I have something else in mind," went on Tony. "I have had an invitation from Eva Evers to go to Munich. Her name is Eva Niedenbauer now. Her husband is superintendent of a brewery. Well, she has asked me to visit her, and I think I will take advantage of the invitation. Of course, Erica could not go with me. I would put her in Sesame Weichbrot's pension. She would be well taken care of. Have you any objection?" "Not at all. It is necessary in any case that you should make some new connections." "Yes, that's it," she said gratefully. "But now, Tom, I have been talking the whole time about myself. I am a selfish thing. Now tell me about your affairs. Oh, heavens, how happy you must be!" "Yes, Tony," he said with emphasis. There was a pause. He blew out the smoke across the table and continued. "In the first place, I am very glad to be married and set up an establishment. You know I should not make a good bachelor. It has a side to it that suggests loneliness and also laziness, and I am ambitious, as you know. I don't feel that my career is finished, either in business or, to speak half-jestingly, in politics. And a man gains the confidence of the world better if he is a family man and a father, though I came within an ace of not doing it after all. I am a bit fastidious. For a long time I thought it would not be possible to find the right person, but the sight of Gerda decided me. I felt at once that she was the only one for me, although I know there are people in town who don't care for my taste. She is a wonderful creature. There are few like her in the world. She's nothing like you, Tony, to be sure. You are simpler and more natural, too. My lady sister is simply more temperamental, he continued, suddenly taking a lighter tone. Oh, Gerda has temperament, too. Her playing shows that. But she can sometimes be a little cold. In short, she is not to be measured by the ordinary standards. She is an artist, an individual, a puzzling, fascinating creature. Yes, yes, Tony said. She had given her brother the closest attention. It was nearly dark, and she had not thought of lighting the lamps. The corridor door opened, and there stood before them in the twilight, in a pleated piqué house frock, white as snow, a slender figure. The heavy dark red hair framed her white face, and blue shadows lay about her close-set brown eyes. It was Gerda, mother of future Buddenbrooks. End of section 52. Section 53 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 1. Thomas Buddenbrook took a solitary early breakfast in his pretty dining-room. His wife usually left her room late, as she was subject to headaches and vapours in the morning. The consul went at once to Meng Street, where the offices still were, took his second breakfast with his mother, Christian, and Ida Jungmann in the entresol, and met Gerda only at dinner at 4 in the afternoon. The ground floor of the old house still preserved the life and movement of a great business, but the upper stories were empty and lonely. Little Erica had been received as a boarder by Mademoiselle Weichbrot, and poor Clotilde had moved with her few sticks of furniture into a cheap pension with the widow of a high school teacher, a Frau Dr. Krausemintz. Even Anton had left the house and gone over to the young pair, where he was more needed. When Christian was at the club, the Frau Consul and Ida Jungmann sat at 4 o'clock dinner alone at the round table, in which there was now not a single extra leaf. It looked quite lost in the great spaces of the dining temple, with its images of the gods. The social life of Meng Street had been extinguished with the death of Consul Johann Buddenbrook. Except for the visits of this or that man of God, the Frau Consul saw no guests but the members of her family, who still came on Thursday afternoons. But the first great dinner had already been given by the young pair in Broad Street. Tables were laid in both dining and living-room, and there were a hired cook and waiters and Kistenmacher wines. It began at 5 o'clock, and its sounds and smells were still in the air at 11. All the business and professional men were present, married pairs and bachelors as well, all the tribe of Langhals, Hagenstroms, Huneises, Kistenmachers, Uverdieks, and Mullendorfs. It finished off with whist and music. They talked about it in glowing terms on the Bourse for a whole week. The young Frau Consul certainly knew how to entertain. When she and the consul were alone, in the room lighted by burned-down candles, with the furniture disarranged and the air thick with heavy odours of rich food, wine, cigars, coffee, perfume, and the scent of the flowers from the ladies' toilettes and the table decorations, he pressed her hand and said, "Very good, Gerda. We do not need to be ashamed. This sort of thing is necessary. I have no great fondness for balls and having the young people jumping about here, and besides, there's not room. But we must entertain the settled people. A dinner like that costs a bit more, but it is well spent." "You are right," she had answered, and arranged the laces through which her bosom shimmered like marble. "I much prefer the dinners to the balls myself. A dinner is so soothing. I had been playing this afternoon, and felt a little queer. My brain feels quite dead now. If I were to be struck by lightning, I should not change colour." Next morning, at 11:30, the consul sat down beside his mother at the breakfast table, and she read a letter aloud to him. Munich, April 2nd, 1857. Marienplatz 5. My dear Mother, I must beg your pardon. It is a shame that I have not written before in the 8 days I have been here. My time has been so taken up with all the things there are to see. I'll tell you about them afterwards. Now, I must ask if all the dear ones, you and Tom and Gerda and Erica and Christian and Tilda and Ida, are well. That is the most important thing. Ah, what all I have seen in these days! The Pinakothek and the Glyptothek, and the Hofbräuhaus, and the Court Theatre, and the churches, and quantities of other things. I must tell you of them when I see you, otherwise I should kill myself writing. We have also had a drive in the Isar Valley, and for tomorrow an excursion to the Wurmsee is arranged. So it goes on. Eva is very sweet to me, and her husband, Herr Niederpower, the brewery superintendent, is an agreeable man. We live in a very pretty square in the town, with a fountain in the middle, like ours at home in the market-place, and the house is quite near the town hall. I have never seen such a house. It is painted from top to bottom in all colours. St. George's killing dragons, and old Bavarian princes in full robes and arms. Imagine! Yes, I like Munich extremely. The air is very strengthening to the nerves, and for the moment I am quite in order with my stomach trouble. I enjoy drinking the beer. I drink a good deal, the more so as the water is not very good. But I cannot quite get used to the food. There are too few vegetables and too much flour, for instance, in the sauces, which are pathetic. They have no idea of a proper joint of veal, for the butchers cut everything very badly. And I miss the fish. It is quite mad to be eating so much cucumber and potato salad with the beer. My tummy rebels audibly. Yes, one has to get used to a great deal. It is a real foreign country. The strange currency, the difficulty of understanding the common people. I speak too fast to them, and they seem to talk gibberish to me. And then the Catholicism. I hate it, as you know. I have no respect for it." Here the consul began to laugh, leaning back in the sofa with a piece of bread and herb cheese in his hand. "Yes, Tom, you are laughing," said his mother, and tapped with her middle finger on the table. "But it pleases me very much that she holds fast to the faith of her fathers and shuns the unevangelical gimcrackery. I know that you felt a certain sympathy for the papal church while you were in France and Italy. But that is not religion in you, Tom. It is something else, and I understand what. We must be forbearing, yet, in these things, a frivolous feeling of fascination is very much to be regretted. I pray God that you and your Gerda, for I well know that she does not belong to those firm in the faith, will, in the course of time, feel the necessary seriousness. You will forgive your mother her words, I know. On top of the fountain, she continued reading, there is a Madonna, and sometimes she is crowned with a wreath, and the common people come with rose garlands and kneel down and pray, which looks very pretty, but it is written, go into your chamber. You often see monks here in the street. They look very respectable. But imagine, mamma, yesterday, in Theatiner Street, some high dignitary of the church was driving past me in his coach. Perhaps it was an archbishop, anyhow an elderly man. Well, this gentleman throws me an ogling look out of the window, like a lieutenant of the guard. You know, mother, I've no great opinion of your friends, the ministers and missionaries, but Thierry Trishka was certainly nothing compared to this rakish old prince of the church. Horrors! Interjected the Frau Consul, shocked. That's Tony to the life, said the consul. How is that, Tom? Well, perhaps she just invited him a trifle, to try him, you know. I know Tony, and I am sure the ogling look delighted her hugely, which was probably what the old gentleman wanted. The Frau Consul did not take this up, but continued to read. Day before yesterday the Niederpowers entertained in the evening. It was lovely, though I could not always follow the conversation, and I found the tone sometimes rather questionable. There was a singer there from the court opera who sang songs, and a young artist who asked me to sit for him, which I refused, as I thought it not suitable. I enjoyed myself most with a Herr Permaneder. Would you ever think there could be such a name? He is a hop dealer, a nice, jolly man, in middle life, and a bachelor. I had him at table, and stuck to him, for he was the only Protestant in the party. He is a citizen of Munich, but his family comes from Nuremberg. He assured me that he knew our firm very well by name, and you can imagine how it pleased me, Tom, to hear the respectful tone in which he said that. He asked how many there are of us, and things like that. He asked about Erika, and Grunlich, too. He comes sometimes to the Niederpowers, and is probably going to-morrow to Wormsee with us. Well, adieu, dear mamma. I can write no more. If I live and prosper, as you always say, I shall stop here 3 or 4 weeks more, and when I come back I will tell you more of Munich, for in a letter it is hard to know where to begin. I like it very much, that I must say, though one would have to train a cook to make decent sauces. You see, I am an old woman with my life behind me, and I have nothing more to look forward to on earth. But if, for example, Erika should, if she lives and prospers, marry here, I should have nothing against it. That I must say. Again the consul was obliged to stop eating and lean back in his chair to laugh. She is simply priceless, mother, and when she tries to dissimulate, she is incomparable. She is 1,000 miles away from being able to carry it off. Yes, Tom, said the Frau Consul, she is a good child, and deserves good fortune. And she finished the letter. End of section 53. Section 54 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 2. At the end of April, Frau Grunlich returned home. Another epoch was behind her, and the old existence began again, attending the daily devotions and the Jerusalem evenings, and hearing Leah Gerhardt read aloud. Yet she was obviously in a gay and hopeful mood. Her brother, the consul, fetched her from the station, she had come from Buchan, and drove her through the Holsten gate into the town. He could not resist paying her the old compliment, how, next to Clotilde, she was the prettiest one in the family, and she answered, "Oh, Tom, I hate you, to make fun of an old lady like that." But he was right, nevertheless. Madame Grunleck kept her good looks remarkably. You looked at the thick ash-blonde hair, rolled at the sides, drawn back above the little ears, and fastened on the top of the head with the broad tortoise-shell comb; at the soft expression of her grey-blue eyes, her pretty upper lip, the fine oval and delicate colour of her face, and you thought of 23, perhaps, never of 30. She wore elegant hanging gold earrings, which in a somewhat different form her grandmother had worn before her. A loose bodice of soft dark silk, with satin revers and flat lace epaulettes, gave her pretty bosom an enchanting look of softness and fullness. She was in the best of tempers. On Thursday, when Consul Buddenbrook and the ladies from Broad Street, Consul Kruger, Clotilde, Sesame Weichbrot, and Erika, came to tea, she talked vividly about Munich, the beer, the noodles, the artist who wanted to paint her, and the court coaches had made the greatest impressions. She mentioned Herr Permaneder in passing, and Fifi Buddenbrook let fall a word or two to the effect that such a journey might be very agreeable, but did not seem to have any practical results. Frau Grunleck passed this by with dignity, though she put back her head and tucked in her chin. She fell into the habit now, whenever the vestibule bell rang through the entry, of hurrying to the landing to see who had come. What might that mean? Probably only Ida Jungmann, Tony's governess and year-long confidant, knew that. Ida would say, "Tony, my child, you will see. He'll come." The family was grateful to the returned traveller for her cheering presence, for the atmosphere of the house sadly needed brightening. The relations between the head of the firm and his younger brother had not improved. Indeed, they had grown sadly worse. Their mother, the Frau Consul, followed with anxious misgivings the course of events, and had enough to do to mediate between the two. Her hints to visit the office more regularly were received in absent silence by Christian. He met his brother's remonstrances with a mortified air, making no defence, and for a few days would apply himself with somewhat more zeal to the English correspondence. But there developed more and more in the elder an irritated contempt for the younger brother, not decreased by the fact that Christian received his occasional rebukes without seeming offence, only looking at him with the usual absent disquiet in his eyes. Tom's irritable activity and the condition of his nerves would not let him listen sympathetically or even patiently to Christian's detailed accounts of his increasing symptoms. To his mother or sister he referred to them with disgust as the silly phenomena of an obstinate introspection. The ache, the indefinite ache in Christian's left leg, had yielded by now to treatment, but the trouble in swallowing came on often at table, and there was lately a difficulty in breathing, an asthmatic trouble, which Christian thought for several weeks was consumption. He explained its nature and activity at length to his family, his nose wrinkled up the while. Dr. Grabo was called in. He said the heart and lungs were operating soundly, but the occasional difficulty in breathing was due to muscular sluggishness, and ordered first the use of a fan, and secondly that of a green powder which one burned, inhaling the smoke. Christian used the fan in the office, and to a remonstrance on the part of the chief, answered that in Valparaiso every man in the office was provided with a fan on account of the heat. Johnny Thunderstorm! Good God! But one day, after he had been wriggling about on his chair for some time, nervous and restless, he took his powder out of his pocket, and made such a strong and violent-smelling reek in the room that some of the men began to cough violently, and Herr Marcus grew quite pale. There was an open explosion, a scandal, a dreadful talking-to, which would have led to a break at once, but that the Frau Consul once more covered everything all up, reasoned them out of it, and set things going again. But this was not all. The life Christian led outside the house, mainly with his old schoolmate, Lawyer Giesecke, was observed by the consul with disgust. He was no prig, no spoil-sport. He knew very well that his native town, this port and trading city, where men walked the streets proud of their irreproachable reputation as business men, was by no means of spotless morality. They made up to themselves for the tedious hours spent in their offices by dinners with heavy wines and heavy dishes, and by other things. But the broad mantle of civic respectability concealed this side of their life. Thomas Buddenbrooks' first law was to preserve the dehors, wherein he showed himself not so different from his fellow burghers. Lawyer Giesecke was a member of the professional class, whose habits of life were much like those of the merchants. That he was also a good fellow, anybody could see who looked at him. But, like the other easy men of pleasure in the community, he knew how to avoid trouble by wearing the proper expression and saying the proper thing. And in political and professional matters he had a reputation of irreproachable respectability. His betrothal to Fräulein Hüneus had just been announced, whereby he married a considerable dowry and a place in the best society. He was active in civic affairs, and he had his eye on a seat in the council, even ultimately on the seat of old Burgomaster Uverdick. But his friend, Christian Buddenbrook, the same who could go calmly up to Mademoiselle Meyer de Lagrange, present her his bouquet, and say, "Oh, Fräulein, how beautifully you act," Christian had been developed by character and circumstances into a free liver of the naive and untrammeled type. In affairs of the heart, as in all others, he was disinclined to govern his feelings or to practice discretion for the sake of preserving his dignity. The whole town had laughed over his affair with an obscure actress at the summer theatre. Frau Stutt in Belfounder Street, the same who moved in the best society, told everybody who would listen how Chris had been seen again walking by daylight in the open street with the person from the Tivoli. Even that did not actually offend people. There was too much candid cynicism in the community to permit a display of serious moral disapproval. Christian Buddenbrook, like Consul Peter Duhlmann, whose declining business put him into somewhat the same artless class, was a popular entertainer and indispensable to gentlemen's companions. But neither was taken seriously. In important matters they simply did not count. It was a significant fact that the whole town, the Bourse, the docks, the club, and the street, called them by their first names, Peter and Chris. And enemies, like the Hagenstroms, laughed not only at Chris's stories and jokes, but at Chris himself too. He thought little or nothing of this, If he noticed it, it passed out of his mind again after a momentary disquiet. But his brother, the consul, knew it. Thomas knew that Christian afforded a point of attack to the enemies of the family, and there were already too many such points. The connection with the Uverdiks was distant and would be quite worthless after the burgomaster's death. The Krugers played no role now. They lived retired after the misfortunes with their son. The marriage of the deceased Uncle Gotthold was always unpleasant. The consul's sister was a divorced wife, even if one did not quite give up hope of her remarrying. And his brother was a laughing-stock in the town, a man with whose clownishness industrious men amused their leisure, and then laughed good-naturedly or maliciously. He contracted debts, too, and at the end of the quarter, when he had no more money, would quite openly let Dr. Giesecke pay for him, which was a direct reflection on the firm. Thomas's contemptuous ill will, which Christian bore with quiet indifference, expressed itself in all the trifling situations that come up between members of a family. If the conversation turned upon the Buddenbrook family history, Christian might be in the mood to speak with serious love and admiration of his native town and of his ancestors. It sat rather oddly on him, to be sure, and the consul could not stand it. He would cut short the conversation with some cold remark. He despised his brother so much that he could not even permit him to love where he did. If Christian had uttered the same sentiments in the dialect of Marcellus Stengel, Tom could have borne it better. He had read a book, a historical work, which had made such a strong impression on him that he spoke about it and praised it in the family. Christian would by himself never have found out the book, but he was impressionable and accessible to every influence, so he also read it, found it wonderful, and described his reactions with all possible detail. That book was spoiled for Thomas forever. He spoke of it with cold and critical detachment. He pretended hardly to have read it. He completely gave it over to his brother to admire all by himself. End of section 54. Section 55 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 3. Consul Buddenbrook came from the Harmony, a reading club for men, where he had spent the hour after second breakfast, back into Meng Street. He crossed the yard from behind, entered the side of the garden by the passage which ran between vine-covered walls and connected the back and front courtyards, and called into the kitchen to ask if his brother were at home. They should let him know when he came in. Then he passed through the office, where the men at the desks bent more closely over their work, into the private room. He laid aside his hat and stick, put on his working coat, and sat down in his place by the window, opposite Herr Marcus. Between his pale eyebrows were 2 deep wrinkles. The yellow end of a Russian cigarette roamed from one corner of his mouth to the other. The movements with which he took up paper and writing materials were so short and jerky that Herr Marcus ran his 2 fingers up and down his beard and gave his colleague a long, scrutinizing look. The younger man glanced at him with raised eyebrows. The head was angry. After half an hour, during which nothing was heard but the scratching of pens and the sound of Herr Marcus discreetly clearing his throat, the consul looked over the green half-blind and saw Christian coming down the street. He was smoking. He came from the club, where he had eaten and also played a bit. He wore his hat a little awry on his head, and swung his yellow stick, which had come from over there, and had the bust of a nun for a handle. He was obviously in good health and the best of tempers. He came humming into the office, said, "Good morning, gentlemen," although it was a bright spring afternoon, and took his place to do a bit of work. But the consul got up and, passing him, said, without looking at him, "Oh, may I have a few words with you?" Christian followed him. They walked rather rapidly through the entry. Thomas held his hands behind his back, and Christian involuntarily did the same, turning his big bony hooked nose toward his brother. The red-blond moustache drooped, English fashion, over his mouth. While they went across the court, Thomas said, "We will walk a few steps up and down the garden, my friend." "Good," answered Christian. Then there was a long silence again, while they turned to the left and walked, by the outside way, past the rococo portal, right round the garden, where the buds were beginning to swell. Finally, the consul said, in a loud voice, with a long breath, "I have just been very angry on account of your behavior." "My?" "Yes. I heard in the harmony about a remark of yours that you dropped in the club last evening. It was so obnoxious, so incredibly tactless, that I can find no words. The stupidity called down a sharp snub on you at once. Do you care to recall what it was?" "I know now what you mean. Who told you that?" "What has that to do with it? Duhlmann, in a voice loud enough so that all the people who did not already know the story could laugh at the joke." "Well, Tom, I must say I was ashamed of Hagenstrom." "You were ashamed. You were—" "Listen to me," shouted the consul, stretching out both hands in front of him and shaking them in excitement. "In a company consisting of business as well as professional men, you make the remark, for everybody to hear, that, when one really considers it, every businessman is a swindler. You, a businessman yourself, belonging to a firm that strains every nerve and muscle to preserve its perfect integrity and spotless reputation." "Good heavens, Thomas, it was a joke, although really—" Christian hesitated, wrinkling his nose and stooping a little. In this position he took a few steps. "A joke!" shouted the consul. "I think I can understand a joke, but you see how your joke was understood? For my part, I have the greatest respect for my calling. That was what Hermann Hagenstrom answered you. And there you sat, a good-for-nothing, with no respect for yours." "Tom, you don't know what you're talking about. I assure you he spoiled the whole joke. After everybody laughed, as if they agreed with me, there sat this Hagenstrom and brought out with ridiculous solemnity, 'For my part.' Stupid fool, I was really ashamed for him. I thought about it a long time in bed last night, and I had a quite remarkable feeling. You know how it feels—" Stop chattering, I beg you," interrupted the consul. He trembled with disgust in his whole body. I agree with you that his answer was not in the right key, and that it was tasteless, but that is just the kind of people you pick out to say such things to, if it is necessary to say them at all, and so you lay yourself open to an insolent snub like that. Hagenstrom took the opening to give not only you, but us, a slap. Do you understand what 'for my part' meant? It meant, you may have such ideas going about in your brother's office, Herr Buddenbrook. That's what it meant, you idiot." "Idiot?" said Christian. He looked disturbed and embarrassed. And finally, you belong not to yourself alone. I'm supposed to be indifferent when you make yourself personally ridiculous, and when don't you make yourself personally ridiculous?" Thomas cried. He was pale, and the blue veins stood out on his narrow temples, from which the hair went back in 2 bays. One of his light eyebrows was raised. Even the long, stiff, pointed ends of his moustache looked angry, as he threw his words down at Christian's feet on the gravel with quick sidewise gestures. "You make yourself a laughing-stock with your love affairs, your harlequinades, your diseases, and your remedies." Christian shook his head vehemently and put up a warning finger. "As far as that goes, Tom, you don't understand very well, you know. The thing is, everyone must attend to his own conscience, so to speak. I don't know if you understand that. Grabo has ordered me a salve for the throat muscles. Well, if I don't use it, if I neglect it, I am quite lost and helpless. I am restless and uncertain and worried and upset, and I can't swallow. But if I have been using it, I feel that I have done my duty. I have a good conscience. I am quiet and calm, and can swallow famously. The salve does not do it, you know, but the thing is that an idea like that, you understand, can only be destroyed by another idea, an opposite one. I don't know whether you understand me." Oh, yes," cried the consul, holding his head for a moment with both hands. Do it, but don't talk about it. Don't gabble about it. Leave other people alone with your horrible nuances. You make yourself ridiculous with your absurd chatter from morning to night. I must tell you, and I repeat it, I am not interested in how much you make a fool of yourself personally, but I forbid your compromising the firm in the way you did yesterday evening." Christian did not answer, except to run his hand slowly over his sparse red-brown locks, while his eyes roamed unsteadily and absently, and unrest sat upon his face. Undoubtedly he was still busy with the idea which he had just been expressing. There was a pause. Thomas stalked along with the calmness of despair. "All business men are swindlers, you say," he began afresh. "Good. Are you tired of it? Are you sorry you are a business man? You once got permission from father." "Why, Tom," said Christian reflectively, "I would really rather study. It must be nice to be in the university. One attends when one likes, at one's own free will, sits down and listens, as in the theatre." "As in the theatre? Yes, I think your right place is that of a comedian in a café chantant. I am not joking. I am perfectly convinced that is your secret ideal." Christian did not deny it. He merely gazed aimlessly about. "And you have the cheek to make such a remark when you haven't the slightest notion of work, and spend your days storing up a lot of feelings and sensations and episodes you hear in the theatre, and when you are loafing about God knows where, you take these and pet them and study them and chatter about them shamelessly." "Yes, Tom," said Christian. He was a little depressed, and rubbed his hand again over his head. "That is true. You have expressed it quite correctly. That is the difference between us. You enjoy the theatre yourself, and you had your little affairs too, once on a time, between ourselves. And there was a time when you preferred novels and poetry and all that. But you have always known how to reconcile it with regular work and a serious life. I haven't that. I am quite used up with the other. I have nothing left over for the regular life. I don't know whether you understand." "Oh, so you see that," cried Thomas, standing still and folding his arms on his breast. "You humbly admit that, and still you go on in the same old way. Are you a dog, Christian? A man has some pride, by God. One doesn't live a life that one may not know how to defend oneself. But so you are. That is your character. If you can only see a thing and understand it and describe it— No, my patience is at an end, Christian." And the consul took a quick backward step, and made a gesture with his arms straight out. "It is at an end, I tell you. You draw your pay and stay away from the office. That isn't what irritates me. Go and trifle your life away, as you have been doing, if you choose. But you compromise us, all of us, wherever you are. You are a growth, a fester on the body of our family. You are a disgrace to us here in this town, and if this house were mine, I'd show you the door," he screamed, making a wild sweeping gesture over the garden, the court, and the whole property. He had no more control of himself. A long-stored-up well of hatred poured itself out. "What is the matter with you, Thomas?" said Christian. He was seized with unaccustomed anger, standing there in a position common to bow-legged people, like a question mark, with head, stomach, and knees all prominent. His little deep eyes were wide open and surrounded by red rims down to the cheekbones, as his father's used to be in anger. "How are you speaking to me? What have I done to you? I'll go without being thrown out. Shame on you," he added with downright reproach, accompanying the word with a short snapping motion in front of him, as if he were catching a fly. Strange to say, Thomas did not meet this outburst by more anger. He bent his head and slowly took his way around the garden. It seemed to quiet him, actually to do him good, to have made his brother angry at last, to have pushed him finally to the energy of a protest. "Believe me," he said quietly, putting his hands behind his back again, "this conversation is truly painful to me, but it had to take place. Such scenes in the family are frightful, but we must speak out once for all. Let us talk the thing over quietly, young one. You do not like your present position, it seems?" "No, Tom, you are quite right about that. You see, at first I was very well satisfied. I know I'm better off here than in a stranger's business. But what I want is the independence, I think. I have always envied you when I saw you sit there and work, for it is really no work at all for you. You work not because you must, but as master and head, and let others work for you, and you have the control, make your calculations, and are free. It is quite different." "Good, Christian. Why couldn't you have said that before? You can make yourself free, or freer, if you like. You know father left you, as well as me, an immediate inheritance of 50,000 marks current, and I am ready at any moment to pay out this sum for a reasonable and sound purpose. In Hamburg, or anywhere else you like, there are plenty of safe but limited firms where they could use an increase of capital, and where you could enter as a partner. Let us think the matter over quietly, each by himself, and also speak to mother at a good opportunity. I must get to work, and you could for the present go on with the English correspondence." As they crossed the entry, he added, "What do you say, for instance, to H.C.F. Burmeister and Company in Hamburg? Import and export. I know the man. I am certain he would snap at it." That was in the end of May of the year 1857. At the beginning of June, Christian travelled via Buchen to Hamburg, a heavy loss to the club, the theatre, the Tivoli, and the liberal livers of the town. All the good fellows, among them Dr. Giesecke and Peter Duhlmann, took leave of him at the station, and brought him flowers and cigars, and laughed to split their sides, recalling, no doubt, all the stories Christian had told them. And Lawyer Giesecke, amidst general applause, fastened to Christian's overcoat a great favour made out of gold paper. This favour came from a sort of inn in the neighbourhood of the port, a place of free and easy resort, where a red lantern burned above the door at night, and it was always very lively. The favour was awarded to the departing Chris Buddenbrook for his distinguished services. End of section 55. Section 56 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 4. The outer bell rang, and Frau Grünlich appeared on the landing to look down into the court, a habit she had lately formed. The door was hardly opened below when she started, leaned over still more, and then sprang back, with one hand pressing her handkerchief to her mouth, and the other holding up her gown. She hurried upstairs. On the steps to the second story she met Ida Jungmann, to whom she whispered in a suffocated voice. Ida gave a joyous shriek, and answered with some Polish gibberish. The Frau Consul was sitting in the landscape room, crocheting a shawl or some such article, with 2 large wooden needles. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. The servant came through the hall, knocked on the glass door, and waddled in to bring the Frau Consul a visiting card. She took the card, got out her sewing glasses, and read it. Then she looked again at the girl's red face, then read again, then looked up again at the girl. Finally she said calmly but firmly, "What is this, my dear? What does it mean?" On the card was printed, Ex Napa and Company. The Ex Napa and the and were crossed out with a lead pencil, so that only the company was left. "Oh, Frau Consul," said the maid, "there's a gentleman, but he don't speak German, and he do go on so." "Ask the gentleman in," said the Frau Consul, for she understood now that it was the company who desired admittance. The maid went. Then the glass door was opened again to let in a stocky figure, who remained in the shadowy background of the room for a moment, and said, with a drawling pronunciation, something that sounded as if it might have been, "I have the honour." "Good morning," said the Frau Consul. "Will you not come in?" And she supported herself on the sofa cushion and rose a little, for she did not know yet whether she ought to rise all the way or not. "I take the liberty," replied the gentleman in a pleasant sing-song, while he bowed in the politest manner and took 2 steps forward. Then he stood still again, and looked around as if searching for something, perhaps for a place to put his hat and stick, for he had brought both, the stick being a horn crutch with the top shaped like a claw and a good 1.5 feet long, into the room with him. He was a man of 40 years. Short-legged and chubby, he wore a wide-open coat of brown frieze, and a light-flowered waistcoat which covered the gentle protuberant curve of his stomach, and supported a gold watch-chain with a whole bouquet of charms, made of horn, bone, silver, and coral. His trousers were of an indefinite grey-green colour, and too short. The material must have been extraordinarily stiff, for the edges stood out in a circle around the legs of his short, broad boots. He had a bullet head, untidy hair, and a stubby nose, and the light blonde curly moustache drooping over his mouth made him look like a walrus. By way of contrast, the imperial beard between his chin and his under lip stood out rather bristly. His cheeks were extremely fat and puffy, crowding his eyes into two narrow light blue cracks with wrinkles at the corners. The whole face looked swollen and had a funny expression of fierceness mingled with an almost touching good nature. Directly below his tiny chin a steep line ran into the white neckcloth. His goitrous neck could not have endured a choker. In fact, the whole lower part of his face and his neck, the back of his head, his cheeks and nose, all ran formlessly in together. The whole skin of the face was stretched to an immoderate tightness, and showed a roughness at the ear joinings and the sides of the nose. In one of his short fat white hands the visitor held his stick, in the other his green Tyrolese hat, decorated with a chamois beard. The Frau Consul had taken off her glasses, and was still rising from her sofa-pillow. "What can I do for you?" she asked, politely but pointedly. The gentleman, with a movement of decision, laid his hat and stick on the lid of the harmonium. He rubbed his free hands with satisfaction, and looked at the Frau Consul out of his kindly light blue eyes. "I beg the gracious lady's pardon for the card," he said. "I had no other by me. My name is Permanader, Alois Permanader, from Munich. Perhaps you might have heard my name from your daughter." He said all this in a puzzling dialect, with a rather loud, coarse voice, but there was a confidential gleam from the cracks of his eyes, which seemed to say, "I'm sure we understand each other already." The Frau Consul had now risen entirely, and went forward with her hand outstretched and her head inclined in greeting. "Herr Permanader, is it you? Certainly my daughter has spoken of you. I know how much you contributed to make her visit in Munich pleasant and entertaining. And so some wind has blown you all the way up here?" "That's it, you're just right there," said Herr Permanader. He sat down by the Frau Consul in the armchair which she gracefully indicated to him, and began to rub his short round thighs comfortably with both hands. "I beg your pardon?" asked the Frau Consul. She had not understood a single word of his remark. "You've guessed it, that's the point," answered Herr Permanader as he stopped rubbing his knees. "How nice," said the Frau Consul blankly. She leaned back in her chair with feigned satisfaction, and folded her hands. Actually, she was quite as much at sea as before, and inly wondering if Antonia were really able to follow the windings of the Bavarian tongue. But Herr Permanader, though his appearance hardly led one to expect that he possessed acute sensibilities, saw through her at once. He bent forward, making, God knows why, circles in the air with his hand, and, struggling after clarity, enunciated the words, "The gracious lady is surprised." "Yes, Herr Permanader, yes," she cried with disproportionate joy, for she had really understood him. Perhaps they could manage after all. But now there came a pause. To fill it out, Herr Permanader gave a sort of groan, and followed it up by an exclamation in the broadest of dialect, something that shocked the Frau Consul, because it sounded so like swearing, though it probably wasn't, at least she hoped not. Should she ask him to repeat it? What did you say?" she ventured, turning her light eyes a little away, that he might not see the bewilderment they expressed. Herr Permanader obliged by repeating, with extraordinary loudness and coarseness. Surely it was something about a crucifix. Horrors! "How nice!" she stammered again with desperate finality, and thus this subject also was disposed of. It might be better to talk a little oneself. "May one ask," she went on, "what brings you so far, Herr Permaneder? It is a good long journey from Munich." "A little business," said Herr Permaneder as before, and waved his broad hand in the air. It was really touching, the efforts he made. "A little business, my dear lady, with the brewery at Bockmill." "Oh, yes, you are hop merchants, of course, my dear Herr Permaneder. Noppe and Company, isn't it? I am sure I have heard good things of your firm from my son," said the Frau Consul cordially. Again she felt as if she were almost upon firm ground. Herr Permaneder waved away the compliment. That was nothing to mention. No, the main thing was, he wanted to pay his respects to the Frau Consul and see Frau Grünlich again. That was enough to make the journey repay the trouble it cost. The Frau Consul did not understand it all, but she got the general drift, and was glad. "Oh, thank you," she said, with the utmost heartiness, and again offered him her hand with the palm outstretched. "But we must call my daughter," she added, and stood up and went toward the embroidered bell-pull near the glass door. "Oh, Lord, yes, I'll be glad to see her," cried the hop merchant, and turned his chair and himself toward the door at one and the same time. The Frau Consul said to the servant, "Ask Madame Grünlich to come down, my dear." Then she went back to her sofa, and Herr Permaneder turned himself and his chair around again. "Lord, yes, I'll be glad," he repeated, while he stared at the hangings and the furniture and the great Sèvres inkstand on the secretary. But then he sighed heavily several times over, rubbed his knees, and gave vent to his favourite outlandish phrase. The Frau Consul thought it more discreet not to inquire again into his meaning. Besides, he muttered it under his breath with a sort of groan, though his mood otherwise appeared to be anything but despondent. And now Frau Grünlich appeared. She had made a little toilette, put on a light blouse, and dressed her hair. Her face looked fresher and prettier than ever, and the tip of her tongue played in the corner of her mouth. Scarcely had she entered when Herr Permaneder sprang up and went over to meet her with tremendous enthusiasm. He vibrated all over. He seized both her hands, shook them, and cried, "Well, Frau Grünlich, well, well, grüß Gott! Well, and how's it been going with you? What have you been doing up here? Yes, yes, grüß Gott! Lord, I'm just silly glad to see you. Do you think sometimes of the little old Munich and what a gay time we had? Oh, my, oh, my! And here we are again. Who would have thought it?" Tony, on her side, greeted him with great vivacity, drew up a chair, and began to chat with him about her weeks in Munich. Now the conversation went on without hitches, and the Frau Consul followed it, smiling and nodding encouragingly at Herr Permaneder. She would translate this or that expression into her own tongue, and then lean back into the sofa again, well pleased with her own intelligence. Herr Permaneder had to explain to Frau Antonia, in her turn, the reason of his appearance, but he laid small stress on the little business with the brewery, and it was obviously not the occasion of his visit at all. He asked with interest after the second daughter and the sons of the Frau Consul, and regretted loudly the absence of Clara and Christian, as he had always wanted to get acquainted with the whole family. He said his stay in the town was of indefinite length, but when the Frau Consul said, "I am expecting my son for second breakfast at any moment, Herr Permaneder. Will you give us the pleasure of your company?" he accepted the invitation almost before she gave it, with such alacrity that it was plain he had expected it. The consul came. He had found the breakfast-room empty, and appeared in his office coat, tired and preoccupied, to take a hasty bite. but when he saw the strange guest with the frieze jacket and the fantastic watch-chain, he became all charm. He had heard his name often enough from Frau Antonia, and he threw a quick glance at his sister as he greeted Herr Permaneder in his most fascinating manner. He did not sit down. They went directly down to the entresol, where Mamselle Jungmann had laid the table and set the samovar, a real samovar, a present from Pastor Tiburtius and Clara. "You got it good here," said Herr Permaneder, as he let himself down in his chair and looked at the variety of cold meats on the table. His grammar, now and then, was of the most artless and disarming quality. "It isn't Munich beer, of course, Herr Permaneder, but still it is better than our domestic brew." And the consul poured him a glass of the brown foaming porter, which he was accustomed to drink himself at midday. "Thank you kindly, neighbor," said Herr Permaneder, quite unaware of the outraged look Mamselle Jungmann cast at him. But he drank so moderately of the porter that the Frau Consul had a bottle of red wine brought up, whereat he grew visibly gayer, and began to talk with Frau Grunlich again. He sat, on account of his prominent stomach, well away from the table, with his legs far apart, and one of his arms, with the plump white hand, hanging down over the chair back. He put his round head with its walrus moustache on one side, and blinked out of the cracks of his eyes naively as he listened to Tony's conversation. He looked offensively comfortable. As he had no experience with sprats, she daintily dismembered them for him, commenting the while on life in general. "Oh, heavens, how sad it is, Herr Permaneder, that everything good and lovely in this world is so fleeting," she said, referring to her Munich visit. She laid down her knife and fork a moment, and looked earnestly up at the ceiling. She made charming, if unsuccessful, efforts to speak Bavarian. During the meal there was a knock at the door, and the office boy brought in a telegram. The consul read it, letting the long ends of his moustache run through his fingers. He was plainly preoccupied with the contents of the message, but even as he read it, he asked, in the easiest tone, "Well, how is business, Herr Permaneder?" "That will do," he said immediately to the apprentice, who disappeared. "Oh, well, neighbor," answered Herr Permaneder, turning himself about toward the consul's side, with the awkwardness of a man who has a thick, stiff neck, and letting his other arm hang over the chair back. "There's naught to speak of. It's a fair plague. You see, Munich—" He pronounced the name of his native city in such a way that one could only guess what he meant. "Munich is no commercial town. Everybody wants his peace and quiet, and his beer. Nobody gets dispatches while he's eating, not there. You're a different cut up here. Holy sacrament! Yes, thank you kindly. I'll take another glass. Tough luck, that's what it is, tough luck. My partner, Noppe, wanted to go to Nuremberg, because they have a bourse there and are keen on business, but I won't forsake my Munich. Not me. That would be a fine thing to do. You see, there's no competition, and the export trade is just silly. Even in Russia they'll be beginning soon to plant and build for themselves." Then he suddenly threw the consul a quick, shrewd look, and said, "Oh, well, neighbor, 'tain't so bad as it sounds. Yon's a fair little business. We make money with the joint stock brewery that Niederpower is director of. That was just a small affair, but we've put it on its legs and lent it credit, cash too, 4% on security, and now we can do business at a profit, and we've collared a blame good trade already." Herr Permaneder declined cigars and cigarettes, and asked leave to smoke his pipe. He drew the long horn bowl out of his pocket, enveloped himself in a reek of smoke, and entered upon a business conversation with the consul, which glided into politics, and Bavaria's relations with Prussia, and King Max and the Emperor Napoleon. He garnished his views with disjointed sighs and some perfectly unintelligible Munich phrases. Mamselle Jungmann, out of sheer astonishment, continually forgot to chew, even when she had food in her mouth. She blinked speechlessly at the guest, out of her bright brown eyes, standing her knife and fork perpendicularly on the table and swaying them back and forth. This room had never before beheld Herr Permaneder's like. Never had it been filled by such reeking pipe smoke. Such unpleasantly easy manners were foreign to it. The Frau Consul abode in cordial miscomprehension, after she had made inquiries and received information as to the sufferings of the little Protestant oasis among the Munich papists. Tony seemed to grow somewhat absent and restive in the course of the meal. But the consul was highly entertained, asked his mother to order up another bottle of wine, and cordially invited Herr Permaneder to a visit in Broad Street. His wife would be charmed. A good 3 hours after his arrival, the hop dealer began to show signs of leaving, emptied his glass, knocked out his pipe, called something or other bad luck, and got up. "I have the honour, madame. Good day, Frau Grunle and Herr Consul. Servant, servant." At this Ida Jungmann actually shivered and changed colour. "Good day, Fräulein," he said to her, and he repeated "Good day" at the door. The Frau Consul and her son exchanged a glance. Herr Permaneder had announced his intention of stopping at the modest inn on the Trave, whither he had gone on arrival. The Frau Consul went toward him again. "My daughter's Munich friend," she began, "lives so far away that we shall have no opportunity to repay her hospitality. But if you, my dear sir, would give us the pleasure of your company while you are in town, you would be very welcome." She held her hand out to him, and lo, Herr Permaneder accepted this invitation as blithely as he had the one to dinner. He kissed the hands of both ladies, and a funny sight he was as he did so, fetched his hat and stick from the landscape room, and promised to have his trunk brought at once, and to be on the spot at 4 o'clock, after transacting his business. Then he allowed the consul to convoy him down the stairs. But even at the vestibule door he turned again and shook hands violently. "No offence, neighbour," he said. "Your sister is certainly a great girl, no doubt about it. Good day." And he disappeared, still wagging his head. The consul felt an irresistible drawing to go up again and see the ladies. Ida Jungmann had gone to look after the linen for the guest-room. The Frau Consul still sat at the breakfast table, her light eyes fixed on a spot on the ceiling. She was lightly drumming with her white fingers on the cloth. Tony sat at the window, her arms folded, gazing straight ahead of her with a severe air. Silence reigned. "Well," said Thomas, standing in the door and taking a cigarette out of the box ornamented with the troika. His shoulders shook with laughter. "A pleasant man," commented the Frau Consul innocently. "Quite my opinion." The consul made a quick humorous turn toward Tony, as if he were asking her in the most respectful manner for her opinion as well. She was silent, and looked neither to the right nor to the left. "But I think, Tom, he ought to stop swearing," went on the Frau Consul with mild disapproval. "If I understand him correctly, he kept using the words sacrament and cross." "Oh, that's nothing, mother. He doesn't mean anything by that." "And perhaps a little too easy-mannered, Tom?" "Oh, yes, that is South German," said the consul, breathing the smoke slowly out into the room. He smiled at his mother and stole glances at Tony. His mother saw the glances not at all. "You will come to dinner to-day with Gerda? Please do me the favour, Tom." "Certainly, mother, with the greatest pleasure. To tell the truth, I promise myself much pleasure from this guest, don't you? He is something different from your ministers, in any case." "Everybody to his taste, Tom." "Of course. I must go now. Oh, Tony," he said, the door-handle in his hand, "you have made a great impression on him. No joke. Do you know what he called you down there just now? A great girl. Those were his very words." But here Frau Grünlich turned around and said clearly, "Very good, Tom. You are repeating his words, and I don't know that he would mind, but even so I am not sure it was just the nicest thing to do. But this much I do know, and this much I am going to say, that in this life it does not depend on how things are said and expressed, but on how they are felt and meant in the heart. And if you make fun of Herr Permaneder's language, and find him ridiculous—" "Who? Why, Tony, what an idea! Why are you getting excited?" "Assez," said the Frau Consul, casting an imploring glance at her son. It meant spare her. "Please don't be angry, Tony," he said. "I didn't mean to provoke you. And now I will go and see that somebody from the warehouse brings Herr Permaneder's trunk. Au revoir." End of section 56. Section 57 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 5. Herr Permaneder moved into Meng Street. He ate dinner with Thomas Buddenbrook and his wife the following day, and on the third, a Thursday, he made the acquaintance of Justus Kruger and his wife, the three ladies from Broad Street, who found him frightfully funny. They said frightfully. Sesame Weichbrot, who was rather stern with him, and poor Clotilde and little Erica, to whom he gave a bag of bonbons. The man was invincibly good-humoured. His sighs, in fact, meant nothing, and seemed to arise out of an excess of comfort. He smoked his pipe, talked in his curious dialect, and displayed an inexhaustible power of sitting still. He kept his place long after the meal was finished, in the most easy attitude possible, and smoked, drank, and chatted. His presence gave to the life in the old home a new and strange tone. His very being brought something unharmonious into the room, but he disturbed none of the traditional customs of the house. He was faithful to morning and evening prayers, asked permission to attend one of the Frau Consul's Sunday school classes, and even appeared on a Jerusalem evening in the drawing-room and was presented to the guests, but withdrew affrighted when Leah Gerhardt began to read aloud. He was soon known in the town. They spoke in the great houses about the Buddenbrooks' guest from Bavaria, but neither in the family nor on the Bourse did he make connections, and as it was already the time when people were making ready to go to the shore, the consul refrained from introducing Herr Permaneder into society. But he devoted himself with zeal to the guest, taking time from his business and civic engagements to show him about the town and point out the medieval monuments, churches, gates, fountains, market, town hall, and ship company. He made him acquainted with his own nearest friends on the exchange, and entertained him in every way. His mother took occasion one day to thank him for his self-sacrifice, but he only remarked dryly, "Why, yes, mother, what wouldn't one do?" The Frau Consul left this unanswered. She did not even smile or move her eyelids, but shifted the gaze of her light eyes and changed the subject. She preserved an even, hearty friendliness toward Herr Permaneder, which could hardly be said of her daughter. On the third or fourth day after his arrival, the hop dealer let it be known that he had concluded his business with the local brewery. But a week and a half had passed since then, and he had been present for 2 children's afternoons. On these occasions Frau Grunlick had sat blushing and watching his every motion, casting quick, embarrassed glances at Thomas and the 3 Buddenbrook cousins. She talked hardly at all, sat for long minutes, stiff and speechless, or even got up and left the room. The green blinds in Frau Grunlick's sleeping-room were gently stirred by the mild air of a June night, for the windows were open. It was a large room, with simple furniture covered in grey linen. On the night-table at the side of the high bed several little wicks burned in a glass with oil and water in it, filling the room with faint, even light. Frau Grunlick was in bed. Her pretty head was sunk softly in the lace-edged pillow, and her hands lay folded on the quilted coverlet. But her eyes, too thoughtful to close themselves, slowly followed the movements of a large insect with a long body, which perpetually besieged the glass with a million soundless motions of its wings. Near the bed there was a framed text hanging on the wall, between 2 old copperplate views of the town in the Middle Ages. It said, "Commit your ways unto the Lord." But what good is a text like that when you are lying awake at midnight, and you have to decide for your whole life, and other people's too, whether it shall be yes or no? It was very still. The clock ticked away on the wall, and the only other sound was Mamselle Jungmann's occasional cough. Her room was next to Tony's, divided only by curtains from it. She still had a light. The born and bred Prussian was sitting under the hanging lamp at her extension table, darning stockings for little Erica. The child's deep, peaceful breathing could be heard in the room, for Sesame's pupils were having summer holidays, and Erica was at home again. Frau Grunlick sighed and sat up a little, propping her head on her hand. "Ida," she called softly, "are you still sitting there mending?" "Yes, yes, Tony, my child," Ida answered. "Sleep now. You will be getting up early in the morning, and you won't get enough rest." "All right, Ida. You will wake me at 6 o'clock?" "half-past is early enough, child. The carriage is ordered for 8. Go on sleeping, so you will look fresh and pretty." "Oh, I haven't slept at all yet." "Now, Tony, that is a bad child. Do you want to look all knocked up for the picnic? Drink 7 swallows of water, and then lie down and count 1,000. "Oh, Ida, do come here a minute. I can't sleep, I tell you, and my head aches for thinking. I think I have some fever, and there is something the matter with my tummy again. Or is it because I am anemic? The veins in my temples are all swollen, and they beat so that it hurts. But still there may be too little blood in my head." A chair was pushed back, and Ida Jungmann's lean, vigorous figure, in her unfashionable brown gown, appeared between the portieres. "Now, now, Tony, fever? Let me feel, my child. I'll make you a compress." She went with her long, firm, masculine tread to the chest for a handkerchief, dipped it into the water-basin, and, going back to the bed, laid it on Tony's forehead, stroking her brow a few times with both hands. "Thank you, Ida, that feels good. Oh, please sit down a few minutes, good old Ida. Sit down on the edge of the bed. You see, I keep thinking the whole time about tomorrow. What shall I do? My head is going round and round." Ida sat down beside her, with her needle and the stocking drawn over the darner again in her hand, and bent over them the smooth grey head and the indefatigable bright brown eyes. "Do you think he is going to propose to-morrow?" she asked. "No doubt of it at all. He won't lose this opportunity. It happened with Clara on just such an expedition. I could avoid it, of course. I could keep with the others all the time, and not let him get near me. But then that would settle it. He is leaving day after to-morrow, he said, and he cannot stay any longer if nothing comes of it to-day. It must be decided to-day. But what shall I say, Ida, when he asks me? You've never been married, so of course you know nothing about life, really. But you are a truthful woman, and you have some sense, and you are 42 years old. Do tell me what you think. I do so need advice." Ada Jungmann let the stocking fall into her lap. "Yes, yes, Tony, child, I have thought a great deal about it. But what I think is, there is nothing to advise about. He can't go away without speaking to you and your mamma, and if you didn't want him, you should have sent him away before now." "You are right there, Ida, but I could not do it, I suppose because it is to be. But now I keep thinking, it isn't too late yet. I can still draw back. So I am living here tormenting myself." "Do you like him, Tony? Tell me straight out." "Yes, Ida. It would not be the truth if I should say no. He is not handsome, but that isn't the important thing in this life. He is as good as gold, and couldn't do anything mean, at least he seems so to me. When I think about Grunlich, oh, goodness, he was all the time saying how clever and resourceful he was, and all the time hiding his villainy. Perminator is not in the least like that. You might say that he's too easy-going and takes life too comfortably, and that is a fault, too, because he will never be a millionaire that way. And he really is too much inclined to let things go and muddle along, as they say down there. They're all like that down there, Ida. That is what I mean. In Munich, where he was among his own kind, and everybody spoke and looked as he does, I fairly loved him. He seemed so nice and faithful and comfy, and I noticed it was mutual. But part of that, I dare say, was that he takes me for a rich woman, richer probably than I am, because mother cannot do much more for me, as you know. But I hardly think that will make much difference to him. A great lot of money would not be to his taste. But what was I saying, Ida?" "That is in Munich, Tony. But here—" "Oh, here, Ida. You know how it was already. Up here he was torn right out of his own element, and set against everybody here, and they are all ever so much stiffer, and more dignified and serious. Here I really often blush for him, though it may be unworthy of me. You know, it even happened several times that he said me instead of I. But they say that down there. Even the most cultured people do, and it doesn't hurt anything. It slips out once in a while, and nobody minds. But up here sits mother on one side and Tom on the other, looking at him and lifting their eyebrows, and Uncle Eustace gives a start and fairly snorts, the way the Krugers do, and Fifi Buddenbrook gives her mother a look, or Friederike, or Henrietta, and I feel so mortified I want to run out of the room, and it doesn't seem as if I could marry him." "Oh, childie, it would be Munich that you would live in with him." "You are right, Ida. But the engagement! And if I have to feel the whole time mortified to death before the family, and the Kistenmachers and the Muhlendorfs, because they think he is common. Oh, Grunlich was much more refined, though he was certainly black within, as Herr Stengel would have said. Oh, Ida, my head! do wet the compress again. But it must be so in the end, she went on again, drawing a long breath as the compress went on. For the main point is and remains that I must get married again, and not stick about here any longer as a divorced woman. Ah, Ida, I think so much about the past these days, about the time when Grunlich first appeared, and the scenes he made me. Scandalous, Ida. And then about Travemünde and the Schwarzkopfs. She spoke slowly, and her eyes rested for a while dreamily on a darn in Erica's stocking. And then the betrothal and Eimsbüttel and our house. It was quite elegant, Ida, when I think of my mourning gowns. It would not be like that with Permenader. One gets more modest as life goes on. And Dr. Clausen and the baby and banker Kesselmeyer. And then the end. It was frightful. You can't imagine how frightful it was. And when you have had such dreadful experiences in life. But Permenader would never go in for anything filthy like that. That is the last thing in the world I should expect of him. And we can rely on him, too, in a business way, for I really think he makes a good deal with Nappe at the Niederpower brewery. And when I am his wife, you'll see, Ida, I will take care that he has ambition, and gets ahead, and makes an effort, and is a credit to me and all of us. That, at least, he takes upon himself when he marries a Buddenbrook. She folded her hands under her head and looked at the ceiling. Yes, 10 years ago and more I married Grunlich. 10 years. And here I am at the same place again, saying yes to somebody else. You know, Ida, life is very, very serious. Only the difference is that then it was a great affair, and they all pressed me and tormented me, whereas now they are all perfectly quiet, and take it for granted that I am going to say yes. Of course, you know, Ida, that this engagement to Alois, I say Alois because, of course, it is to be, has nothing very gay or festive about it, and it isn't really a question of my happiness at all. I am making this second marriage with my eyes open to make good the mistake of my first one, as a duty which I owe our name. Mother thinks so, and so does Tom. But, oh dear Tony, if you don't like him, and if he won't make you happy— Ida, I know life, and I am not a little goose any more. I have the use of my senses. I don't say that Mother would actually insist on it. When there is a dispute over something, she usually avoids it and says, assez. But Tom wants it. I know Tom. He thinks anybody who isn't absolutely impossible. For this time it is not a question of a brilliant match, but just one that will make good the other one. That is what he thinks. As soon as Permenader appeared, you may be sure that Tom made all the proper inquiries about his business, and found it was all right, and then, as far as he was concerned, the matter was settled. Tom is a politician. He knows what he wants. Who was it threw Christian out? That is strong language, Ida, but that was really the truth of it. And why? Because he was compromising the firm and the family. And in his eyes I do the same thing, not with words or acts, but by my very existence as a divorced woman. He wants that put an end to, and he's right. I love him none the less for that, nor, I hope, does he me. In all these years I have always longed to be out in the world again. It is so dull here in this house. God punish me if that is a sin, but I am not much more than 30, and I still feel young. People differ about that. You had grey hair at 30, like all your family and that uncle that died at Marienwerder. More and more observations of the same kind followed as the night wore on, and every now and again she would say, "It is to be, after all." But at length she went to sleep, and slept for 5 hours on end, deeply and peacefully. End of section 57. Section 58 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 6. A mist lay over the town. But, or so said Herr Longuet, the liveryman in John Street, as he himself drove the covered char à banc up to the door of the house in Meng Street, the sun will be out before an hour is over, which was most encouraging. The Frau Consul, Antonia, Herr Permenader, Erika, and Ida had breakfast together, and gathered one after another, ready for the expedition, in the great entry, to wait for Gerda and Tom. Frau Grunlich, in a cream-coloured frock with a satin tie, looked her best, despite the loss of sleep the night before. Her doubts and fears seemed to be laid to rest, and her manner was assured, calm, and almost formal, as she talked with their guest and fastened her glove-button. She had regained the tone of the old days, the well-known conviction of her own importance, of the weightiness of her own decisions, the consciousness that once more a day had come when she was to inscribe herself decisively in the family history. All this filled her heart and made it beat higher. She had dreamed of seeing that page in the family papers on which she would write down the fact of her betrothal, the fact that should obliterate and make void the black spot which the page contained. She looked forward to the moment when Tom would appear, and she would greet him with a meaning nod. He came with his wife somewhat tardily, for the young Frau Consul was not used to make such an early toilette. He looked well and happy in his light brown checked suit, the broad brevier of which showed the white waistcoat beneath, and his eyes had a smile in them as he noted Tony's incomparably dignified mien. Gerda, with her slightly exotic, even morbid beauty, which was always in great contrast to her sister-in-law's healthy prettiness, was not in a holiday mood. Probably she had risen too early. The deep lilac background of her frock suited oddly with her dark red hair, and made her skin look whiter and more even-toned than ever, and the bluish shadows deeper and darker in the corners of her close-set brown eyes. She rather coldly offered her mother-in-law her brow to kiss, gave her hand to Herr Permenader with an almost ironical expression on her face, and answered only by a deprecating smile when Tony clapped her hands and cried out in her hearty way, "Oh, Gerda, how lovely you always look!" She had a real distaste for expeditions like today's, especially in summer and most especially on Sunday. She lived in the twilight of her curtained living-rooms, and dreaded the sun, the dust, the crowds of townsfolk in their holiday clothes, the smell of coffee, beer, and tobacco, and above everything else in the world she hated getting hot and upset. When the expedition to Schwartau and the giant bush was arranged, in order to give the Munich guest a glimpse of the surroundings of the old town, Gerda said lightly to her husband, "Dearest, you know how I am made. I only like peace and quiet. I was not meant for change and excitement. You'll let me off, won't you?" She would not have married him if she had not felt sure of his essential agreement with her in these matters. "Oh, heavens, yes, you are right, of course, Gerda. It is mostly imagination that one enjoys oneself on such parties. Still, one goes, because one does not like to seem odd, either to oneself or to the others. Everybody has that kind of vanity, don't you think so? People get the idea that you are solitary or else unhappy, and they have less respect for you. And then there is something else, Gerda dear. We all want to pay a little court to Herr Permaneder. Of course, you see what the situation is. Something is going on. It would be a real pity if it came to nothing. I do not see, my dear friend, why my presence. But no matter. Let it be as you wish. Let us indulge. They went into the street, and the sun actually began at that moment to pierce the morning mist. The bells of St. Mary's were ringing for Sunday, and the twittering of birds filled the air. The coachman took off his hat, and the Frau Consul greeted him with the patriarchal kindness which sometimes put Thomas a little on edge. "Good morning, my friend. Well, get in now, my dears. It is just time for the early service, but to-day we will praise God with full hearts in his own free out-of-doors. Shall we not, Herr Permaneder?" "That's right, Frau Consul." They climbed one after another up the steps through the narrow back door of the wagon, and made themselves comfortable on the cushioned seats, which, doubtless in honour of Herr Permaneder, were striped blue and white, the Bavarian colours. The door slammed, Herr Longuet clucked to the horses and shouted "Gee!" and "Ha!" The strong brown beasts tugged at the harness, and the wagon rolled down Meng Street along the Trave, and out the Holsten Gate, and then to the right along the Schwartau road. Fields, meadows, tree clumps, farmyards. They stared up into the high, thin blue mist above them for the larks they heard singing there. Thomas, smoking his cigarette, looked about keenly, and when they came to the grain, he called Herr Permaneder's attention to its condition. The hop dealer was in a mood of childlike anticipation. He had perched his green hat with the goat's beard on the side of his head, and was balancing his big stick with the horn handle on the palm of his broad white hand, and even on his under lip, a feat which, though he never quite succeeded in accomplishing it, was always greeted with applause from little Erica. He repeated over and over remarks like, "'Twon't be the Zugspitze, but we'll climb a bit and have a little lark. Kind of like a little old spree, hey, Frau Grünle?" Then he began to relate with much liveliness stories of mountain climbing with knapsack and alpenstock, the Frau Consul rewarding him with many an admiring "You don't say." He came, by some train of thought or other, to Christian, and expressed the most lively regret for his absence. He had heard what a jolly chap he was. "He varies," the consul said dryly. "On a party like this he is inimitable, it is true. We shall have crabs to eat, Herr Permaneder," he said in a livelier tone, "crabs and Baltic shrimps. You have had them a few times already at my mother's, but friend Diekmann, the owner of the giant bush, serves especially fine ones, and ginger nuts, the famous ginger nuts of these parts. Has their fame reached even as far as the Isar? Well, you shall try them." 2 or 3 times Frau Grünlich stopped the wagon to pick poppies and cornflowers by the roadside, and each time Herr Permaneder testified to his desire to get out and help her, if it were not for his slight nervousness at climbing in and out of the wagon. Erica rejoiced at every crow she saw, and Ida Jungmann, wearing her mackintosh and carrying her umbrella, as she always did even in the most settled weather, rejoiced with her, like a good governess who shares not only outwardly but inwardly in the childish emotions of her charge. She entered heartily into Erica's pleasure, with her rather loud laugh that sounded like a horse neighing. Gerda, who had not seen her growing grey in the family service, looked at her repeatedly with cold surprise. They were in Oldenburg. The beech groves came in sight. They drove through the village, across the market square with its well, and out again into the country, over the bridge that spanned the little river Au, and finally drew up in front of the one-story inn, the Giant Bush. It stood at the side of a flat open space laid out with lawns and sandy paths and country flower-beds. Beyond it the forest rose gradually like an amphitheatre. Each stage was reached by rude steps formed from the natural rocks and tree roots, and on each one white-painted tables, benches, and chairs stood placed among the trees. The Buddenbrooks were by no means the first guests. A couple of plump maids and a waiter in a greasy dress-coat were hurrying about the square, carrying cold meat, lemonades, milk, and beer up to the tables, even the more remote ones, which were already occupied by several families with children. Herr Diekmann, the landlord, appeared personally in shirt-sleeves and a little yellow embroidered cap to help the guests dismount, and Longuet drove off to unhitch. The Frau Consul said, "My good man, we will take our walk first, and after an hour or so we should like luncheon served up above, but not too high up, say perhaps at the second landing." "You must show what you are made of, Herr Diekmann," added the consul. "We have a guest who is used to good living." "Oh, no such thing," Herr Permaneder protested. "A beer and cheese." But Herr Diekmann could not understand him, and began with great fluency. "Everything we have, Herr Consul. Crabs, shrimps, all sorts of sausages, all sorts of cheese, smoked eel, smoked salmon, smoked sturgeon." "Fine, Diekmann. Give us what you have. And then 6 glasses of milk and a glass of beer, if I'm not mistaken, Herr Permaneder?" "1 beer, 6 milks. Sweet milk, buttermilk, sour milk, clotted milk, Herr Consul?" "Half and half, Herr Diekmann. Sweet milk and buttermilk. In an hour, then." They went across the square. "First, Herr Permaneder, it is our duty to visit the spring," said Thomas. The spring, that is to say, is the source of the Au, and the Au is the tiny little river on which Schwartau lies, and on which in the grey Middle Ages our own town was situated until it burned down. There was probably nothing very permanent about it at that time, and it was rebuilt again on the Trava. But there are painful recollections connected with the Au. When we were schoolboys, we used to pinch each other's arms and say, "What is the name of the river at Schwartau?" Of course, it hurt, and the involuntary answer, "Au," was the right one. "Look," he interrupted himself suddenly, 10 steps from the ascent. "They've got ahead of us." It was the Mullendorfs and the Hagenstroms. There, on the 3rd landing of the wooded terrace, sat the principal members of those affiliated families, at 2 tables shoved close together, eating and talking with the greatest gusto. Old Senator Mullendorf presided, a pallid gentleman with thin, pointed, white mutton chops. He suffered from diabetes. His wife, born Longhals, wielded her lorgnon, and, as usual, her hair stood up untidily all over her head. Her son Augustus was a blond young man with a prosperous exterior, and there was Julie, his wife, born Hagenstrom, little and lively, with great blank black eyes and diamond earrings that were nearly as large. She sat between her brothers, Hermann and Moritz. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom had begun to get very stout with good living. People said he began the day with pâté de foie gras. He wore a full, short, reddish-blond beard, and he had his mother's nose, which came down quite flat on the upper lip. Dr. Moritz was narrow-chested and yellow-skinned, and he talked very gaily, showing pointed teeth with gaps between them. Both brothers had their ladies with them, for the lawyer had married, some years since, a Fräulein Puttwarken from Hamburg, a lady with butter-coloured hair and wonderful cold, regular English features of more than common beauty. Dr. Hagenstrom had not been able to reconcile with his reputation as connoisseur the idea of taking a plain wife. And finally there were the little daughter of Hermann and the little son of Moritz, two white-frocked children, already as good as betrothed to each other, for the Huneeus Hagenstrom money must be kept together, of course. They all sat there eating ham and scrambled eggs. Greetings were exchanged when the Buddenbrook party passed at a little distance the company seated at the table. The Frau Consul bowed confusedly. Thomas lifted his hat, his lips moving in a courteous and conventional greeting, and Gerda inclined her head with formal politeness. But Herr Permaneder, stimulated by the climb, swung his green hat unaffectedly and shouted in a loud, hearty voice, "Hearty good morning to all of you," whereat Frau Senator Muhlendorf made use of her lorgnon. Tony, for her part, flung back her head and tucked in her chin as much as possible, while her shoulders went up ever so slightly, and she greeted the party as if from some remote height, which meant that she stared straight ahead directly over the broad brim of Julie Muhlendorf's elegant hat. Precisely at this moment her decision of the night before became fixed, unalterable resolve. "Thanks be to goodness, Tom, we are not going to eat for another hour. I'd hate to have that Julie watching us. Did you see how she spoke? Hardly at all. I only had a glimpse of her hat, but it looked frightfully bad taste." "Well, as far as that goes, I don't know about the hat, but you were certainly not much more cordial than she was, my love. And don't get irritated. It makes for wrinkles." "Irritated, Tom? Not at all. If these people think they are the first and foremost, why, one can only laugh at them, that's all. What difference is there between this Julie and me, if it comes to that? She only drew a fool instead of a knave for a husband, and if she were in my position now, we should see if she would find another one." "How can you tell that you will find another one?" "A fool, Thomas? Very much better than a knave." "It doesn't have to be either, but it is not a fit subject for discussion." "Quite right. The others are ahead of us. Herr Permaneder is climbing lustily." The shady forest road grew level, and it was not long before they reached the spring, a pretty romantic spot with a wooden bridge over a little ravine, steep cliffs, and overhanging trees with their roots in the air. The Frau Consul had brought a silver collapsible cup, and they scooped up the water from the little stone basin directly under the source, and refreshed themselves with the iron-impregnated spring. And here Herr Permaneder had a slight attack of gallantry, and insisted on Frau Grunlick tasting his cup before presenting it to him. He ran over with friendliness and displayed great tact in chatting with the Frau Consul and Thomas, as well as with Gerda and Tony, and even with little Erika. Gerda, who had up till now been suffering from the heat and a kind of silent and rigid nervousness, began to feel like herself again. They came back to the inn by a shorter way, and sat down at a groaning table on the second of the wooded terraces. And it was Gerda who gave expression in friendly terms to the general regret over Herr Permaneder's early departure, now that they were just becoming a little acquainted and finding less and less difficulty with the language. She was ready to swear that she had heard her friend and sister-in-law, Tony, use several times the most unadulterated Munich dialect. Herr Permaneder forbore to commit himself on the subject of his departure. Instead, he devoted himself, for the time, to the dainties that weighted down the table, dainties such as he seldom saw the other side of the Danube. They sat and consumed the good things at their leisure. What little Erica liked far better than anything else were the serviettes made of tissue paper, much nicer than the big linen ones at home. With the waiter's permission, she put a few in her pocket as a souvenir. When they had finished, they still sat. Herr Permaneder smoked several very black cigars with his beer. Thomas smoked cigarettes, and the whole family chatted a long time with their guest. It was noticeable that Herr Permaneder's leaving was not mentioned again. In fact, the future was left shrouded in darkness. Rather, they turned to memories of the past, or talked of the political events of recent years. Herr Permaneder shook with laughter over some dozens of stories of the late Herr Consul, which his widow related, and then in his turn told about the Munich Revolution, and about Lola Montez, in whom Frau Grünlich displayed an unbounded interest. The hour after luncheon slowly wore on, and little Erica came back laden with daisies, grasses, and ladies' smocks from an expedition with Ida Jungmann, and recalled the fact that the ginger nuts were still to be bought. They started on their walk down to the village, not before the Frau Consul, who was the hostess of the occasion, had paid the bill with a good-sized gold piece. They gave orders at the inn that the wagon should be ready in half an hour, so that there would be time for a rest in town before dinner, and then they rambled slowly down in the dusty sunshine to the handful of cottages that formed the village. After they crossed the bridge, they fell naturally into little groups, in which they continued after that to walk. Mamselle Jungmann, with her long stride in the van, with little Erica jumping tirelessly alongside, hunting for butterflies. Then the Frau Consul, Thomas, and Gerda together, and lastly, at some distance, Frau Grünlich and Herr Permaneder. The first pair made considerable noise, for the child shouted for joy, and Ida joined in with her neighing, good-natured laugh. In the middle, all three were silent, for the dust had driven Gerda into another fit of depression, and the old Frau Consul and her son as well were plunged in thought. The couple behind were quiet too, but their quietness was only apparent, for in reality Toni and her Bavarian guest were conversing in subdued and intimate tones. And what was the subject of their discourse? It was Herr Grünlich. Herr Permaneder had made the pointed remark that little Erica was a dear and pretty child, but that she had not the slightest resemblance to her mother. To which Toni had answered, "She is altogether like her father in looks, and one may say that it is not at all to her disadvantage, for as far as looks go, Grünlich was a gentleman. He had golden yellow whiskers, very uncommon. I never saw anything like them." When Toni visited the Niederpowers in Munich, she had already told Herr Permaneder in considerable detail the story of her first marriage, but now he asked again all the particulars of it, listening with anxiously sympathetic blinks to the details of the bankruptcy. "He was a bad man, Herr Permaneder, or father would never have taken me away from him, of that you may be sure. Life has taught me that not everybody in the world has a good heart. I have learned that, young as I am for a person who, as you might say, has been a widow for 10 years. He was a bad man, and his banker Kesselmeyer was a worse one, and a silly puppy into the bargain. I won't say that I consider myself an angel and perfectly free from all blame. Don't misunderstand me. Grünlich neglected me, and even when he was with me, he just sat and read the paper. And he deceived me, and kept me in Eimsbüttel, because he was afraid if I went to town I would find out the mess he was in. But I am a weak woman, and I have my faults too, and I've no doubt I did not always go the right way to work. I know I gave him cause to worry and complain over my extravagance and silliness and my new dressing-gowns. But it is only fair to say one thing. I was just a child when I was married, a perfect goose, a silly little thing. Just imagine, only a short time before I was engaged, I didn't even so much as know that the Confederation decrees concerning the universities and the press had been renewed 4 years before, and fine decrees they were, too. Ah me, Herr Permaneder. The sad thing is that one lives but once. One can't begin life over again, and one would know so much better the second time. She was silent. She looked down at the road, but she was very intent on the reply Herr Permaneder would make, for she had not unskilfully left him an opening, it being only a step to the idea that, even though it was impossible to begin life anew, yet a new and better married life was not out of the question. Herr Permaneder let the chance slip, and confined himself to laying the blame on Herr Grunlick with such violence that his very chin-whiskers bristled. "Silly ass! If I had the fool here, I'd give it to him. What a swine!" "Fie, Herr Permaneder! No, you really mustn't. We must forgive and forget. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Ask mother. Heaven forbid! I don't know where Grunlick is, nor what state his affairs are in, but I wish him the best of fortune, even though he doesn't deserve it." They had reached the village, and stood before the little house which was at the same time the bakery. They had stopped walking, almost without knowing it, and were hardly aware that Ida, Erika, the Frau Consul, Thomas, and Gerda had disappeared through the funny, tiny little door, so low that they had to stoop to enter. They were absorbed in their conversation, though it had not got beyond these trifling preliminaries. They stood by a hedge with a long, narrow flower-bed beneath it, in which some mignonette was growing. Frau Grunlick, rather hot, bent her head and poked industriously with her parasol in the black loam. Herr Permaneder stood close to her, now and then assisting her excavations with his walking-stick. His little green hat with the tuft of goat's beard had slid back on his forehead. He was stooping over the bed too, but his small, bulging, pale blue eyes, quite blank and even a little reddish, gazed up at her with a mixture of devotion, distress, and expectancy. It was odd to see how his very moustache, drooping down over his mouth, took the same expression. "Likely now," he ventured, "likely now you've taken a silly fright, and are too damned scared of marriage ever to try it again, eh, Frau Grunlick?" How clumsy, thought she. Must I say yes to that? Aloud she answered, "Well, dear Herr Permaneder, I must confess that it would be hard for me to yield anybody my consent for life. For life has taught me, you see, what a serious step that is. One needs to be sure that the man in question is a thoroughly noble, good, kind soul." And now he actually ventured the question whether she could consider him such a man, to which she answered, "Yes, Herr Permaneder, I do." Upon which there followed the few short murmured words which clinched the betrothal, and gave Herr Permaneder the assurance that he might speak to Thomas and the Frau Consul when they reached home. When the other members of the party came forth, laden with bags of ginger-nuts, Thomas let his eye rove discreetly over the heads of the two standing outside, for they were embarrassed to the last degree. Herr Permanator simply made no effort to conceal the fact, but Tony was hiding her embarrassment under a well-nigh majestic dignity. They hurried back to the wagon, for the sky had clouded over, and some drops began to fall. Tony was right. Her brother had, soon after Herr Permanator appeared, made proper inquiries as to his situation in life. He learned that Ex Nappe and Company did a thoroughly sound, if somewhat restricted business, operating with the joint stock brewery managed by Herr Niederpower as director. It showed a nice little income, Herr Permanator's share of which, with the help of Tony's 17,000, would suffice for a comfortable, if modest, life. The Frau Consul heard the news, and there was a long and particular conversation among her, Herr Permanator, Antonia, and Thomas, in the landscape room that very evening, and everything was arranged. It was decided that little Erika should go to Munich too, this being her mother's wish, to which her betrothed warmly agreed. 2 days later the hop dealer left for home. "Napa will be raising the deuce if I don't," he said. But in July Frau Grünlich was again in his native town, accompanied by Tom and Gerda. They were to spend 4 or 5 weeks at Bad Kreuth, while the Frau Consul with Erika and Ida were on the Baltic coast. While in Munich, the four had time to see the house in Kaufinger Street, which Herr Permanator was about to buy. It was in the neighbourhood of the Niederpowers, a perfectly remarkable old house, a large part of which Herr Permanator thought to let. It had a steep, ladder-like pair of stairs which ran without a turning from the front door straight up to the first floor, where a corridor led on each side back to the front rooms. Tony went home the middle of August to devote herself to her trousseau. She had considerable left from her earlier equipment, but new purchases were necessary to complete it. One day several things arrived from Hamburg, among them a morning gown, this time not trimmed with velvet, but with bands of cloth instead. Herr Permanator returned to Meng Street well on in the autumn. They thought best to delay no longer. As for the wedding festivities, they went off just as Tony expected and desired, no great fuss being made over them. "Let us leave out the formalities," said the consul. "You are married again, and it is simply as if you always had been." Only a few announcements were sent. Madame Grünlich saw to it that Julie Mullendorf, born Hagenstrom, received one, and there was no wedding journey. Herr Permanator objected to making such a fuss, and Tony, just back from the summer trip, found even the journey to Munich too long. The wedding took place not in the hall this time, but in the church of St. Mary's, in the presence of the family only. Tony wore the orange blossom, which replaced the myrtle, with great dignity, and Dr. Cooling preached on moderation with as strong language as ever, but in a weaker voice. Christian came from Hamburg, very elegantly dressed, looking a little ailing, but very lively. He said his business with Burmeister was tip-top, thought that he and Tilda would probably get married up there, that is to say, each one for himself, of course, and came very late to the wedding from the visit he paid at the club. Uncle Justus was much moved by the occasion, and with his usual lavishness presented the newly wedded pair with a beautiful heavy silver épergne. He and his wife practically starved themselves at home, for the weak woman was still paying the disinherited and outcast Jacob's debts with the housekeeping money. Jacob was rumoured to be in Paris at present. The Buddenbrook ladies from Broad Street made the remark, "Well, Let's hope it will last this time. The unpleasant part of this lay in the doubt whether they really hoped it. Sesame Weichbrot stood on her tiptoes, kissed her pupil, now Frau Permaneder, explosively on the forehead, and said with her most pronounced vowels, "Be happy, you good child." End of section 58. Section 59 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 7. In the morning at 8 o'clock, Consul Buddenbrook, so soon as he had left his bed, stolen through the little door and down the winding stair into the bathroom, taken a bath, and put on his nightshirt again, Consul Buddenbrook, we say, began to busy himself with public affairs. For then Herr Wenzel, barber and member of the Assembly, appeared, with his intelligent face and his red hands, his razors and other tools, and the basin of warm water which he had fetched from the kitchen, and the consul sat in a reclining chair and leaned his head back, and Herr Wenzel began to make a lather. And there ensued, almost always, a conversation that began with the weather and how you had slept the night before, went on to politics in the great world, thence to domestic affairs in the city itself, and closed in an intimate and familiar key on business and family matters. All this prolonged very much the process in hand, for every time the consul said anything, Herr Wenzel had to stop shaving. "Hope you slept well, Herr Consul?" "Yes, thanks, Wenzel. Is it fine today?" "Frost and a bit of snow, Herr Consul. In front of St. James's the boys have made another slide, more than 10 yards long. I nearly sat down when I came from the burgomaster's. The young wretches!" "Seen the papers?" "The Advertiser and the Hamburg News, yes. Nothing in them but the Orsini bombs. Horrible. It happened on the way to the opera. Oh, they must be a fine lot over there." "Oh, it doesn't signify much, I should think. It has nothing to do with the people, and the only effect will be that the police will be doubled, and there will be twice as much interference with the press. He's on his guard. Yes, it must be a perpetual strain, for he has to introduce new projects all the time to keep himself in power. But I respect him all the same. At all events, he can't be a fool, with his traditions, and I was very much impressed with the cheap bread affair. There is no doubt he does a great deal for the people." "Yes, Herr Kistenmacher says so too." "Stefan, we were talking about it yesterday." "It looks bad for Friedrich Wilhelm of Prussia. Things won't last much longer as they are. They say already that the prince will be made regent in time." "It will be interesting to see what happens then. He has already shown that he has liberal ideas, and does not feel his brother's secret disgust for the Constitution. It is just the chagrin that upsets him, poor man." "What is the news from Copenhagen?" "Nothing new, Herr Consul. They simply won't. The Confederation has declared that a united government for Holstein and Lauenburg is illegal. They won't have it at any price." "Yes, it is unheard of, Wenzel. They dare the Bundestag to put it into operation. And if it were a little more lively. Ah, these Danes! Careful with that chapped place, Wenzel. There's our direct line Hamburg Railway, too. That has cost some diplomatic battles, and will cost more before they get the concession from Copenhagen." "Yes, Herr Consul. The stupid thing is that the Altona Kiel Railway Company is against it, and in fact all Holstein is. Dr. Uverdiek, the burgomaster, was saying so just now. They're dreadfully afraid of Kiel prospering much. Of course, Wenzel. A new connection between the North Sea and the Baltic. You'll see the Kiel-Altona line will keep on intriguing. They are in a position to build a rival railway. East Holstein, Neumünster, Neustadt. Yes, that is quite on the cards. But we must not let ourselves be bullied, and we must have a direct route to Hamburg. Herr Consul must take the matter up himself. Certainly, so far as my powers go, and wherever I have any influence. I am interested in the development of our railways. It is a tradition with us from 1851 on. My father was a director of the Buchen line, which is probably the reason why I was elected so young. I'm only 33 years old, and my services so far have been very inconsiderable. Oh, Herr Consul, how can the Herr Consul say that after his speech in the Assembly? Yes, that made an impression, and I've certainly shown my good will, at least. I can only be grateful that my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather prepared the way for me, and that I inherited so much of the respect and confidence they received from the town. For without it, I could not move as I am now able to. For instance, after 48 and the beginning of this decade, what did my father not do towards the reform of our postal service? Think how he urged in the Assembly the union of the Hamburg diligences with the postal service, and how in 1850 he forced the Senate by continuous pressure to join the German-Austrian postal union. If we have cheap letter postage now, and stamps, and book post, and letter boxes, and telegraphic connection with Hamburg and Travemünde, he is not the last one to be grateful to. Why, if he and a few other people had not kept at the Senate continually, we should most likely still be behind the Danish and the Turn and Taxis postal service. So, when I have an opinion nowadays on these subjects, people listen to me. The Herr Consul is speaking God's truth. About the Hamburg line, Dr. Uverdiek was saying to me only 3 days ago, when we get where we can buy a suitable site for the station in Hamburg, we will send Consul Buddenbrooks to help transact the business, for in such dealings he is better than most lawyers. Those were his very words. Well, that is very flattering to me, Wenzel. Just put a little more lather on my chin, will you? It wants a bit more cleaning up. Yes, the truth is, we mustn't let the grass grow under our feet. I am saying nothing against Uverdiek, but he is getting on. If I were burgomaster, I'd make things move a little faster. I can't tell you how pleased I am that they are installing gas for the street lighting, and the miserable old oil lamps are disappearing. I admit I had a little something to do with that change. Oh, how much there is to do! Times are changing, Wenzel, and we have many responsibilities toward the new age. When I think back to my boyhood, you know better than I do what the town looked like then. The streets without sidewalks, grass growing a foot high between the paving stones, and the houses with porticos and benches sticking out into the streets, and our buildings from the time of the Middle Ages spoilt with clumsy additions, and all tumbling down because, while individuals had money and nobody went hungry, the town had none at all, and just muddled along, as my brother-in-law calls it, without ever thinking of repairs. That was a happy and comfortable generation. When my grandfather's crony, the good Jean-Jacques Hofstede, strolled about the town and translated improper little French poems. They had to end, those good old times. They have changed, and they will have to change still more. Then the population was 37,000. Now it is 50, you know, and the whole character of the place is altering. There's so much building, and the suburbs are spreading out, and we are able to have good streets and restore the old monuments out of our great period. Yet even all that is merely superficial. The most important matter is still outstanding, my dear Wenzel. I mean, of course, the caterum censeo of my dear father, the customs union. We must join, Wenzel. There should be no longer any question about it, and you must all help me to fight for it. As a businessman, believe me, I am better informed than the diplomats, and the fear that we should lose independence and freedom of action is simply laughable in this case. The Mecklenburg and Schleswig-Holstein inland would take us in, which is the more desirable for the reason that we do not control the northern trade quite to the extent that we once did. That's enough. Please give me the towel, Wenzel," concluded the consul. Then the market price of rye, which stood at 55 thaler and showed disquieting signs of falling still further, was talked about, and perhaps there was a mention of some event or other in the town, and then Herr Wenzel vanished by the basement route and emptied the lather out of his shiny basin onto the pavement in the street. And the consul mounted the winding stair into the bedroom, and found Gerda awake, and kissed her on the forehead. Then he dressed. These little morning sessions with the lively barber formed the introduction to busy days, full to running over with thinking, talking, writing, reckoning, doing business, going about in the town. Thanks to his travel, his interests, and his knowledge of affairs, Thomas Buddenbrook's mind was the least provincial in the district, and he was certainly the first to realize the limitations of his lot. The lively interest in public affairs which the years of the Revolution had brought in was suffering throughout the whole country from a period of prostration and arrest, and that field was too sterile to occupy a vigorous talent. But Thomas Buddenbrook possessed the spirit to take to himself that wise old saying that all human achievement is of a merely symbolic value, and thus to devote all that he had of capacity, enthusiasm, energy, and strength of will to the service of the community, as well as to the service of his own name and firm. He stood in the front rank of his small society, and was seriously ambitious to give his city greatness and power within her sphere, though he had the intellect, too, to smile at himself for the ambition, even while he cherished it. He ate his breakfast, served by Anton, and went to the office in Meng Street, where he remained about an hour, writing 2 or 3 pressing letters and telegrams, giving this or that instruction, imparting to the wheels of industry a small push, and then leaving them to revolve under the cautious eye of Herr Marcus. He went to assemblies and committee meetings, visited the Bourse, which was held under the Gothic arcades in the market square, inspected dockyards and warehouses, talked with the captains of the ships he owned, and transacted much and various business all day long until evening, interrupted only by the hasty luncheon with his mother and dinner with Gerda, after which he took a half-hour's rest on the sofa with his cigarette and the newspaper. Customs, rates, construction, railways, posts, almonry, all this, as well as his own business, occupied him, and even in matters customarily left to professionals, he acquired insight and judgment, especially in finance, where he early showed himself extremely gifted. He was careful not to neglect the social side. True, he was not always punctual, and usually appeared at the very last minute, when the carriage waited below and his wife sat in full toilette. "I'm sorry, Gerda," he would say. "I was detained. and he would dash upstairs to don his evening clothes. But when he arrived at a dinner, a ball, or an evening company, he showed lively interest and ranked as a charming causeur. And in entertaining, he and his wife were not behind the other rich houses. In kitchen and cellar everything was tip-top, and he himself was considered a most courteous and tactful host, whose toasts were wittier than the common run. His quiet evenings he spent at home with Gerda alone, smoking, listening to her music, or reading with her some book of her selection. Thus his labours enforced success. His consequence grew in the town, and the firm had excellent years, despite the sums drawn out to settle Christian and to pay Tony's second dowry. And yet there were troubles, which had at times the power to lame his courage for hours, weaken his elasticity, and depress his mood. There was Christian in Hamburg. His partner, Herr Burmeister, had died quite suddenly of an apoplectic stroke in the spring of the year 1858. His heirs drew their money out of the business, and the consul strongly advised Christian against trying to continue it with his own means, for he knew how difficult it is to carry on a business already established on definite lines, if the working capital be suddenly diminished. But Christian insisted upon the continuation of his independence. He took over the assets and the liabilities of H.C.F. Burmeister and Company, and trouble was to be looked for. Then there was the consul's sister, Clara, in Riga. Her marriage with Pastor Tiburtius had remained unblessed with children. But then, as Clara Buddenbrooks, she had never wanted children, and probably had very little talent for motherhood. Now her husband wrote that her health left much to be desired. The severe headaches, from which she had suffered even as a girl, were now recurring periodically to an almost unbearable extent. That was disquieting. And even here at home there was another source of worry, for as yet there was no certainty whatever that the family name would live. Gerda treated the subject with sovereign indifference, which came very near to being repugnance. Thomas concealed his anxiety. But the old Frau Consul took the matter in hand and consulted Grabo. "Doctor, just between ourselves, something is bound to happen some time, isn't it? A little mountain air at Kreuth, a little seashore at Glücksberg or Travemünde, but they don't seem to work. What do you advise?" Dr. Grabo's pleasant old prescription, a nourishing diet, a little pigeon, a slice of French bread, didn't seem strong enough either to fit the case. He ordered Pyrmont and Schlangenbad. Those were 3 worries. And Tony? Poor Tony. End of section 59. Section 60 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 8. She wrote, "And when I say croquettes, she doesn't understand me, because here they're called meaties. And when she says broccoli, how could any Christian know that she means cauliflower? When I say baked potatoes, she screams 'how' at me until I remember to say roast potatoes, which is what they call them here. How means what did you say? And she is the second one I've had. I sent away the first one, named Katie, because she was so impertinent, or at least I thought she was. I'm getting to see now that I may have been mistaken, for I'm never quite sure whether people here mean to be rude or friendly. This one's name is Babette. She has a very pleasing exterior, with something southern, the way some of them have here, black hair and eyes, and teeth that anyone might envy. She is willing, too, and I am teaching her how to make some of our home dishes. Yesterday we had sorrel and currants, but I wish I hadn't, for Perminator objected so much to the sorrel, he picked the currants out with a fork, that he would not speak to me the whole afternoon, but just growled, and I can tell you, mother, that life is not so easy. Alas, it was not only the sorrel and the meaties that were embittering Tony's life. Before the honeymoon was over, she had had a blow so unforeseen, so unexpected, so incomprehensible, that it took away all her joy in life. She could not get over it. And here it was. Not until after the Perminator couple had been some weeks in Munich had Consul Buddenbrook liquidated the sum fixed by his father's will as his sister's second marriage portion. That sum, translated into gulden, had at last safely reached Herr Perminator's hands, and Herr Perminator had invested it securely and not unprofitably. But then what he had said, quite unblushingly and without embarrassment, to his wife, was this. "Tonarel," he called her Tonarel, "Tonarel, that's good enough for me. What do we want of more? I've been working my hide off all my days. Now I'd like to sit down and have a little peace and quiet. Damned if I wouldn't. Let's rent the parterre and the second floor, and still we'll have a good house, where we can sit and eat our bit of pig's meat without screwing ourselves up and putting on so much lug. And in the evening I can go to the Hofbräuhaus. I'm no swell. I don't care about scraping money together. I want my comfort. I quit to-morrow and go into private life." "Perminator!" she had cried, and for the first time she had spoken his name with that peculiar throaty sound which her voice always had when she uttered the name of Grünlich. "Oh, shut up, don't take on," was all he answered. There had followed, thus early in their life together, a quarrel, serious and violent enough to endanger the happiness of any marriage. He came off victorious. Her passionate resistance was shattered upon his urgent longing for peace and quiet. It ended in Herr Perminator's withdrawing the capital he had in the hop business, so that now Herr Noppe, in his turn, could strike the "and company" off his card. After which Tony's husband, like most of the friends whom he met around the table in the Hofbräuhaus, to play cards and drink his regular 3 liters of beer, limited his activities to the raising of rents in his capacity of landlord, and to an undisturbed cutting of coupons. The Frau Consul was notified quite simply of this fact, but Frau Perminator's distress was evident in the letters which she wrote to her brother. Poor Tony! Her worst fears were more than realized. She had always known that Herr Perminator possessed none of that resourcefulness of which her first husband had had so much, but that he would so entirely confound the expectations she had expressed to Mamselle Jungmann on the eve of her betrothal, that he would so completely fail to recognize the duties he had taken upon himself when he married a Buddenbrook, that she had never dreamed. But these feelings must be overcome, and her family at home saw from her letters how she resigned herself. She lived on, rather monotonously, with her husband and Erica, who went to school. She attended to her housekeeping, kept up friendly relations with the people who rented the parterre and the first story, and with the Niederpower family in Marienplatz, and she wrote now and then of going to the theatre with her friend Eva. Herr Permenator did not care for the theatre, and it came out that he had grown to more than 40 years of age in his beloved Munich without ever having seen the inside of the Pinakothek. Time passed, but Toni could feel no longer any true happiness in her new life since the day when Herr Permenator received her dowry and settled himself down to enjoy his ease. Hope was no more. She would never be able to write home to announce new ventures and new successes. Just as life was now, free from cares, it was true, but so limited, so lamentably unrefined, just so it would remain until the end. It weighed upon her. It was plain from her letters that this very lowness of tone was making it harder for her to adapt herself to the South German surroundings. In small matters, of course, things grew easier. She learned to make herself understood by the servants and errand boys, to say meaties instead of croquettes, and to set no more fruit soup before her husband after the one he had called a sickening mess. But in general she remained a stranger in her new home, and she never ceased to taste the bitterness of the knowledge that to be born a Buddenbrook was not to enjoy any particular prestige in her adopted home. She once related in a letter the story of how she met in the street a mason's apprentice, carrying a mug of beer in one hand and holding a large white radish by its tail in the other, who, waving his beer, said jovially, "Neighbor, can ye tell us the time?" She made a joke of it in the telling, yet even so a strong undercurrent of irritation betrayed itself. You might be quite certain that she threw back her head and vouchsafed to the poor man neither answer nor glance in his direction. But it was not alone this lack of formality and absence of distinctions that made her feel strange and unsympathetic. She did not live deeply, it is true, into the life or affairs of her new home, but she breathed the Munich air, the air of a great city, full of artists and citizens who habitually did nothing, an air with something about it a little demoralizing, which she sometimes found it hard to take good-humoredly. The days passed, and then it seemed that there was, after all, a joy in store, in fact, the very one which was longed for in vain in Broad Street and Meng Street. For, not long after the new year of 1859, Toni felt certain that she was again to become a mother. The joy of it trembled in her letters, which were full of the old childish gaiety and sense of importance. The Frau Consul, who, with the exception of the summer holiday, confined her journeyings more and more to the Baltic coast, lamented that she could not be with her daughter at this time. Tom and Gerda made plans to go to the christening, and Tony's head was full of giving them an elegant reception. Alas, poor Tony! The visit which took place was sad indeed, and the christening, Tony had cherished visions of a ravishing little feast with flowers, sweetmeats, and chocolate, never took place at all. The child, a little girl, only entered into life for a tiny quarter of an hour. Then, though the doctor did his best to set the pathetic little mechanism going, it faded out of being. Consul Buddenbrook and his wife arrived in Munich to find Toni herself not out of danger. She was far more ill than before, and a nervous weakness from which she had already suffered prevented her from taking any nourishment at all for several days. Then she began to eat, and on their departure the Buddenbrooks felt reassured as far as her health was concerned. But in other ways there was much reason for anxiety, for it had been all too plain, especially to the consul's observant eye, that not even their common loss would suffice to bring husband and wife together again. There was nothing against Herr Permenader's good heart. He was truly shaken by the death of the child. Big tears rolled down out of his bulging eyes upon his puffy cheeks and on into his frizzled beard. Many times he sighed deeply and gave vent to his favorite expression. But, after all, Tony felt that his peace and quiet had not suffered any long interruption. After a few evenings, he sought the Hofbräuhaus for consolation, and was soon, as he always said, muddling along again in his old good-natured, comfortable, grumbling way, with the easy fatalism natural to him. But from now on Tony's letters never lost their hopeless, even complaining tone. "Oh, mother," she wrote, "why do I have to bear everything like this? First Grünlich and the bankruptcy, and then Permenader going out of business, and then the baby. How have I deserved all these misfortunes?" When the consul read these outpourings, he could never quite forego a little smile, for, notwithstanding all the real pain they showed, he heard an undertone of almost comic pride, and he knew that Tony Buddenbrook, as Madame Grünlich or as Madame Permenader, was and would remain a child. She bore all her mature experiences almost with a child's unbelief in their reality, yet with a child's seriousness, a child's self-importance, and above all, with a child's power to throw them off at will. She could not understand how she had deserved her misfortunes, for even while she mocked at her mother's piety, she herself was so full of it that she fervently believed in justice and righteousness on this earth. Poor Tony! The death of her second child was neither the last nor the hardest blow that fell upon her. As the year 1859 drew to a close, something frightful indeed happened. End of section 60. Section 61 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 9. It was a day toward the end of November, a cold autumn day with a hazy sky. It looked almost as if there would be snow, and a mist was rising, pierced through every now and then by the sun. It was one of those days, common in a seaport town, when a sharp northeast wind whistled round the massive church corners, and influenzas were to be had cheap. Consul Buddenbrook entered the breakfast-room toward midday, to find his mother, with her spectacles on her nose, bent over a paper on the table. "Tom," she said, and she looked at him holding the paper with both hands as if she hesitated to show it to him. "Don't be startled, but it is not very good news. I don't understand. It is from Berlin. Something must have happened." "Give it to me, please," he said shortly. He lost color, and the muscles stood out on his temples as he clenched his teeth. His gesture as he stretched out his hand was so full of decision that it was as if he said aloud, "Just tell me quickly, don't prepare me for it." He read the lines still standing. One of his light eyebrows went up, and he drew the long ends of his moustache through his fingers. It was a telegram, and it said, "Don't be frightened. Am coming at once with Erica. All is over. Your unhappy Antonia." "At once, at once," he said with irritation, looking at the Frau Consul and giving his head a quick shake. "What does she mean by at once?" "That is just a way of putting it, Tom. It doesn't mean anything particular. She means by the next train, or something like that." "And from Berlin? What is she doing in Berlin? How did she get to Berlin?" "I don't know, Tom. I don't understand it. The dispatch only came 10 minutes ago. But something must have happened, and we must just wait to see what it is. God in his mercy will turn it all to good. Sit down, my son, and eat your luncheon." He took his chair, and mechanically he poured out a glass of porter. "All is over?" he repeated. And then, "Antonia? How childish!" He ate and drank in silence. After a while the Frau Consul ventured to say, "It must be something about Perminator, don't you think, Tom?" He shrugged his shoulders without looking up. As he went away, he said, with his hand on the doorknob, "Well, we must wait and see. As she is not likely to burst into the house in the middle of the night, she will probably reach here some time tomorrow. You will let me know, won't you?" The Frau Consul waited from hour to hour. She had slept very badly, and in the night she rang for Ida Jungmann, who now slept in the back room of the entresol. She had Ida make her some eau sucrée, and she sat up in bed for a long time and embroidered. And now the forenoon passed in nervous expectancy. When the consul came to second breakfast, he said that Tony could not arrive before the 3:33 train from Buchan. At that hour the Frau Consul seated herself in the landscape room and tried to read out of a book with a black leather cover decorated with a gold palm leaf. It was a day like its predecessor. Cold, mist, wind. The stove crackled away behind its wrought-iron screen. The old lady trembled and looked out of the window whenever she heard a wagon. At 4 o'clock, when she had stopped watching and almost stopped thinking about her daughter, there was a stir below in the house. She hastily turned toward the window and wiped away the damp with her handkerchief. Yes, a carriage had stopped below, and someone was coming up the steps. She grasped the arms of her chair with both hands to rise. But then she thought better of it, and sank back. She only turned her head as her daughter entered, and her face wore an almost defensive expression. Tony burst impetuously into the room. Erica remained outside at the glass door, with her hand in Ida Jungmann's. Frau Perminator wore a fur wrap and a large felt hat with a veil. She looked very pale and ailing, and her upper lip trembled as it used to when the little Tony was about to weep. Her eyes were red. She raised her arms and let them drop, and then she fell on her knees at her mother's side, burying her face in the folds of her gown and sobbing bitterly. It was as though she had rushed straight hither from Munich all in one breath, and now lay there, having gained the goal of her headlong flight, exhausted but safe. The Frau Consul sat a moment quite still. "Tony," she said then, with gentle remonstrance. She drew the long hat-pins out of Frau Perminator's hat and laid it on the window-seat. Then she stroked gently and soothingly her daughter's thick ash-blonde hair. "What is it, my child? What has happened?" But she saw that patience was her only weapon, for it was long before her question drew out any reply. "Mother," uttered Frau Permaneder, "mamma." But that was all. The Frau Consul looked toward the glass door, and, still embracing her daughter, stretched out her hand to her grandchild, who stood there shyly with her finger to her mouth. "Come, child, come here and say how do you do. You have grown so big, and you look so strong and well, for which God be thanked. How old are you now, Erica?" 13, grandmamma." "Good gracious, a young lady." She kissed the little maiden over Tony's head, and told her, "Go up with Eden now. We shall soon have dinner. Just now mamma and I want to talk." They were alone. "Now, my dear Tony, can you not stop crying? When God sends us a heavy trial, we must bear it with composure. Take your cross upon you, we are told. Would you like to go up first and rest a little and refresh yourself, and then come down to me again? Our good Jungmann has your room ready. Thanks for your telegram. Of course it shocked us a good deal." She stopped, for Tony's voice came, all trembling and smothered, out of the folds of her gown. "He is a wicked man, a wicked man. Oh, he is—" Frau Permaneder seemed not able to get away from this dreadful phrase. It possessed her altogether. She buried her face deeper and deeper in the Frau Consul's lap, and clenched her fist beside the Frau Consul's chair. "Do you mean your husband, my child?" asked the old lady, after a pause. "It ought not to be possible for me to have such a thought in my mind, I know, but you leave me nothing else to think, Tony. Has Herr Permaneder done you an injury? Are you making a complaint of him?" "Babette," Frau Permaneder brought out. "Babette." "Babette?" repeated the Frau Consul, inquiringly. Then she leaned back in her chair, and her pale eyes wandered toward the window. She understood now. There was a pause, broken by Tony's gradually decreasing sobs. "Tony," said the Frau Consul after a little space, "I see now that there has been an injury done you, that you have cause to complain. But was it necessary to give the sense of injury such violent expression? Was it necessary to travel here from Munich with Erica, and to make it appear, for other people will not be so sensible as we are, that you have left him permanently, that you will not go back to him?" "But I won't go back to him, never!" cried Frau Permaneder, and she lifted up her head with a jerk and looked at her mother wildly with tear-stained eyes, and then buried her face again. The Frau Consul affected not to have heard. "But now," she went on in a louder key, slowly nodding her head from one side to the other, "now that you are here, I am glad you are, for you can unburden your heart and tell me everything, and then we shall see how we can put things right by taking thought and by mutual forbearance and affection." "Never!" Tony said again. "Never!" And then she told her story. It was not all intelligible, for she spoke into the folds of her mother's stuff gown, and broke into her own narrative with explosions of passionate anger. But what had happened was somewhat as follows. On the night of the 24th of the month, Madame Permaneder had gone to sleep very late, having been disturbed during the day by the nervous digestive trouble to which she was subject. She had been awakened about midnight out of a light slumber by a confused and continuous noise outside on the landing, a half-suppressed, mysterious noise, in which one distinguished the creaking of the stairs, a sort of giggling cough, smothered protesting words, and mixed with these the most singular snarling sounds. But there was no doubt whence they proceeded. Frau Permaneder had hardly, with her sleepy senses, taken them in before she interpreted them as well, in such a way that she felt the blood leave her cheeks and rush to her heart, which contracted and then went on beating with heavy, oppressed pulsations. For a long, dreadful minute she lay among the pillows as if stunned, as if paralyzed. Then, as the shameless disturbance did not stop, she had, with trembling hands, kindled a light, had left her bed, thrilling with horror, repulsion, and despair, had opened the door and hurried out onto the landing in her slippers, the light in her hand, to the top of the ladder that went straight up from the house door to the first story. And there, on the upper steps, in all its actuality, was indeed the very scene she had pictured in her mind's eye as she listened to the compromising noises. It was an unseemly and indecent scuffle, a sort of wrestling match between Babette the cook and Herr Permaneder. The girl must have been busied late about the house, for she had her bunch of keys and her candle in her hand as she swayed back and forth in the effort to fend her master off. He, with his hat on the back of his head, held her round the body and kept making essays, now and then successfully, to press his face with its great walrus moustache against hers. As Antonia appeared, Babette exclaimed something that sounded like, "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!" And "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!" echoed Herr Permaneder likewise, as he let go. Almost in the same second the girl vanished, and there was Herr Permaneder left standing before his wife, with drooping head, drooping arms, drooping moustaches too, and all he could get out was some idiotic remark like, "Holy Cross, what a mess!" When he ventured to lift his eyes, she was no longer there. She was in the bedchamber, half sitting, half lying on the bed, repeating over and over again with frantic sobbing, "Shame, shame!" He leaned rather flabbily in the doorway, and jerked his shoulder in her direction. Had he been closer, the gesture would have been a nudge in the ribs. "Hey, Toadmerle, don't be a fool, you know. Say, you know Franz, the Ramso Franz? He had his name day today, and we're all half-seas over." Strong alcoholic fumes pervaded the room as he spoke, and they brought Frau Permaneder's excitement to a climax. She sobbed no more. She was no longer weak and faint. Carried away by frenzy, incapable of measuring her words, she poured out her disgust, her abhorrence, her complete and utter contempt and loathing of him and all his ways. Herr Permaneder did not take it meekly. His head was hot, for he had treated his friend Franz not only to many beers, but to champagne wine as well. He answered, and answered wildly. The quarrel reached a height far greater than the one that had signalized Herr Permaneder's retirement into private life, and it ended in Frau Antonia gathering her clothes together and withdrawing into the living-room for the night. And at the end he had flung at her a word which she would not repeat, a word that should never pass her lips, a word This was the major content of the confession which Frau Permaneder had sobbed into the folds of her mother's gown. But the word that in that fearful night had sunk into her very depths, no, she would not repeat it. No, she would not, she asseverated, although her mother had not in the least pressed her to do so, but only nodded her head, slowly, almost imperceptibly, as she looked down on Tony's lovely ash-blonde hair. "Yes, yes," she said, "this is very sad, Tony, and I understand it all, my dear little one, because I am not only your mamma, but I am a woman like you as well. I see now how fully your grief is justified, and how completely your husband, in a moment of weakness, forgot what he owed to you, and—" "In a moment!" cried Tony. She sprang up. She made 2 steps backward, and feverishly dried her eyes. "A moment, mamma! He forgot what he owed to me and to our name? He never knew it from the very beginning. A man that quietly sits down with his wife's dowry, a man without ambition or energy or will-power, a man that has some kind of thick soup made out of hops in his veins instead of blood, and I verily believe he has, and to let himself down to such common doings as this with Babette, and when I reproached him with his good-for-nothingness, to answer with a word and arrived once more at the word she would not repeat. Quite suddenly she took a step forward and said in a completely altered, a quieter, milder, interested tone, "How perfectly sweet! Where did you get that, mamma?" She motioned with her chin toward a little receptacle, a charming basket-work stand woven out of reeds and decorated with ribbon bows in which the Frau Consul kept her fancy work. "I bought it some time ago," answered the old lady. "I needed it." "Very smart," Tony said, looking at it with her head on one side. The Frau Consul looked at it too, but without seeing it, for she was in deep thought. "Now, my dear daughter," she said at last, putting out her hand again, "however things are, you are here, and welcome 100 times to your old home. We can talk everything over when we are calmer. Take your things off in your room, and make yourself comfortable. Ida," she called into the dining-room, lifting her voice, "lay a place for Madame Permaneder, and one for Erica, my dear." End of section 61. Section 62 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 10. Tony returned to her bedchamber after dinner. During the meal her mother had told her that Thomas was aware of her expected arrival, and she did not seem particularly anxious to meet him. The consul came at 6 o'clock. He went into the landscape room and had a long talk with his mother. "How is she?" he asked. "How does she seem?" "Oh, Tom, I'm afraid she's very determined. She's terribly wrought up. And this word, if I only knew what it was he said." "I will go up and see her." "Yes, do, Tom, but knock softly so as not to startle her, and be very calm, will you? Her nerves are upset. That is the trouble she has with her digestion. She has eaten nothing. Do talk quietly with her." He went up quickly, skipping a step in his usual way. He was thinking and twisting the ends of his moustache, but as he knocked his face cleared. He was resolved to handle the situation as long as possible with humour. A suffering voice said, "Come in," and he opened the door, to find Frau Permaneder lying on the bed, fully dressed. The bed curtains were flung back, the down quilt was underneath her back, and a medicine bottle stood on the night table. She turned round a little and propped her head on her hand, looking at him with her pouting smile. He made a deep bow and spread out his hands in a solemn gesture. "Well, dear lady, to what are we indebted for the honour of a visit from this personage, from the royal city of—" "Oh, give me a kiss, Tom," she said, sat up to offer him her cheek, and then sank back again. "Well, how are you, my dear boy? Quite unchanged, I see, since I saw you in Munich." "You can't tell much about it with the blinds down, my dear. And you ought not to steal my thunder like that either. It is more suitable for me to say." He held her hand in his, and at the same time drew up a chair beside the bed, "as I so often have, that you and 'Tilda—" "Oh, for shame, Tom! How is 'Tilda?" "Well, of course, Madame Krause-Mintz sees she doesn't starve, which doesn't prevent her eating for the week ahead when she comes here on Thursday." She laughed very heartily, as she had not for a long time back, in fact. Then she broke off with a sigh, and asked, "And how is business?" "Oh, we get on. Mustn't complain." "Thank goodness, here everything is as it should be. Oh, Tom, I don't feel much like chatting pleasantly about trifles." "Pity. One should preserve one's sense of humour, quand même." "All that is at an end, Tom. You know all?" "You know all," he repeated. He dropped her hand and pushed back his chair. "Goodness gracious, how that sounds! All! What all lies in that all? My love and grief I gave thee, eh? No, listen." She was silent. She swept him with an astonished and deeply offended glance. "Yes, I expected that look," he said, "for without that look you would not be here. But, dear Tony, let me take the thing as much too lightly as you take it too seriously. You will see we shall complement each other very nicely." "Too seriously, Thomas? I take it too seriously?" "Yes. For heaven's sake, don't let's make a tragedy of it. Let us take it in a lower key, not with 'all is at an end' and 'your unhappy Antonia.' Don't misunderstand me, Tony. You well know that no one can be gladder than I that you have come. I have long wished you would come to us on a visit by yourself, without your husband, so that we could be en famille together once more. But to come now, like this, my dear child, I beg your pardon, but it was foolish. Yes, let me finish. Permaneder has certainly behaved very badly, as I will give him to understand pretty clearly. Don't be afraid of that." "As to how he has behaved himself, Thomas," she interrupted him, raising herself up to lay a hand upon her breast, "so far as that goes, I have already given him to understand that, and not only given him to understand, I can tell you, I am convinced that further discussion with that man is entirely out of place." And she let herself fall back again and looked sternly and fixedly at the ceiling. He bowed, as if under the weight of her words, and kept on looking down at his knee, and smiling. "Well, then, I won't send him a stiff letter. It is just as you say. In the end, it is, after all, your affair, and it is quite enough if you put him in his place. It is your duty as his wife. After all, there are some extenuating circumstances. There was a birthday celebration, and he came home a little bit exalted, so to speak, and was guilty of a false step, an unseemly blunder." "Thomas," said she, "I do not understand you. I do not understand your tone. You, a man with your principles! But you did not see him. You did not see how drunk he looked. He looked ridiculous enough, I'm sure. But that is it, Tony. You will not see how comic it was, but probably that is the fault of your bad digestion. You caught your husband in a moment of weakness, and you have seen him make himself look ridiculous. But that ought not to outrage you to such an extent. It ought to amuse you a little, perhaps, but bring you closer together as human beings. I will say that I don't mean you could have just let it pass with a laugh and said nothing about it. Not at all. You left home. That was a demonstration of a rather extreme kind, perhaps, a bit too severe, but, after all, he deserved it. I imagine he is feeling pretty down in the mouth. I only mean that you must get to take the thing differently, not so insulted, a little more politic point of view. We are just between ourselves. Let me tell you something, Tony. In any marriage, the important thing is on which side the moral ascendancy lies. Understand? Your husband has laid himself open, there's no doubt of that. He compromised himself and made a laughable spectacle. Laughable, precisely because what he did was actually so harmless, so impossible to take seriously. But, after all, his dignity is impaired, and the moral advantage has passed over to you. If you know how to use it wisely, your happiness is assured. If you go back, say in a couple of weeks, certainly I must insist on keeping you for ourselves as long as that. If you go back to Munich in a couple of weeks, you will see— I will not go back to Munich, Thomas. I beg your pardon, he asked, putting his hand to his ear and screwing up his face as he bent forward. She was lying on her back with her head sunk in the pillow, so that her chin stood out with an effect of severity. "Never," she said, and she gave a long, audible outward breath, and cleared her throat, also at length and deliberately. It was like a dry cough, which had of late become almost a habit with her, and had probably to do with her digestive trouble. There followed a pause. "Tony," he said suddenly, getting up and slapping his hand on the arm of his chair, "you aren't going to make a scandal." She gave a side glance and saw him all pale, with the muscles standing out on his temples. Her position was no longer tenable. She bestirred herself and, to hide the fear she really felt of him, grew angry in her turn. She sat up quickly and put her feet to the floor. With glowing cheeks and a frowning brow, making hasty motions of the head and hands, she began. "Scandal, Thomas! You want to tell me not to make a scandal when I have been insulted and people spit in my face? Is that worthy of a brother, you will permit me to ask? Circumspection, tact, they are very well in their place, but there are limits, Tom. I know just as much of life as you do, and I tell you there is a point where the care for appearances leaves off, and cowardice begins. I am astonished that such a stupid goose as I am have to tell you this. Yes, I am a stupid goose, and I should not be surprised if Perminator never loved me at all, for I am an ugly old woman, very likely, and Babette is certainly prettier than I am. But did that give him a right to forget the respect he owed to my family and my upbringing and all my feelings? You did not see the way he forgot himself, Tom, and since you did not see it, you cannot understand, for I can never tell you how disgusting he was. You did not hear the word that he called after me, your sister, when I took my things and went out of the room to sleep on the sofa in the living-room, but I heard it, and it was a word Oh, it was that word, let me tell you, Thomas, that caused me to spend the whole night packing my trunk, to wake Erica early in the morning and to leave the place, rather than to remain in the neighbourhood of a man who could utter such words. and to such a man, as I said before, I will never, never return, not so long as I have any self-respect, or care in the least what becomes of me in my life on this earth. And will you now have the goodness to tell me what this cursed word was? Yes or no? Never, Thomas. Never would I permit that word to cross my lips. I know too well what I owe to you and to myself within these walls. Then it's no use talking with you. That may easily be. I am sure I do not want to discuss it any further. What do you expect to do? Get a divorce? Yes, Tom, such is my firm determination. I feel that I owe it to myself, my child, and my family. That is all nonsense, of course, he said in a dispassionate tone. He turned on his heel and moved away as if his words had settled the matter. It takes two to make a divorce, my child. Do you think Perminator will just say yes and thank you kindly? The idea is absurd. Oh, you can leave that to me, she said, quite undismayed. You mean he will refuse on account of the 17,000 marks current. But Grunlich wasn't willing either, and they made him. There are ways and means, I'm sure. I'll go to Dr. Giesecke. He is Christian's friend, and he will help me. Oh, yes, of course, I know it was not the same thing then. It was incapacity of the husband to provide for his family. You see, I know my way about in these affairs. Dear me, you act as if this were the first time in my life that I got a divorce. But even so, Tom, perhaps there is nothing that applies to this case. Perhaps it is impossible. You may be right. But it is all the same. My resolve is fixed. Let him keep the money. There are higher things in life. He will never see me again, either way. She coughed again. She had left the bed and seated herself in an easy-chair, resting one elbow on its arm. Her chin was so deeply buried in her hand that her 4 bent fingers clutched her underlip. She sat with her body turned to the right, staring with red, excited eyes out of the window. The consul walked up and down, sighed, shook his head, shrugged his shoulders. He paused in front of her, fairly wringing his hands. "You are a child, Tony, a child," said he in a discouraged, almost pleading tone. "Every word you have spoken is the most utter childish nonsense. Will you make an effort now, if I beg you, to think about the thing for just 1 minute, like a grown woman? Don't you see that you are acting as if something very serious and dreadful had happened to you, as if your husband had cruelly betrayed you and heaped insults on you before all the world? Do try to realize that nothing of the sort has happened. Not a single soul in the world knows anything about that silly affair that happened at the top of your staircase in Cowfinger Street. Your dignity and ours will suffer no slightest diminution if you go calmly and composedly back to Perminator, of course with your nose in the air. But, on the other hand, if you don't go back, if you give this nonsense so much importance as to make a scandal out of it, then you will be wounding our dignity indeed." She jerked her chin out of her hand and stared him in the face. "That's enough, Thomas Buddenbrook. Be quiet now. It's my turn. Listen. So you think there is no shame and no scandal so long as people don't get to hear it? Ah, no. The shame that gnaws at us secretly and eats away our self-respect, that is far, far worse. Are we Buddenbrooks the sort of people to be satisfied if everything looks tip-top, as you say here, on the outside, no matter how much mortification we have to choke down inside our 4 walls? I cannot help feeling astonished at you, Tom. Think of our father, and how he would act today, and then judge as he would. No, no. Clean and open dealings must be the rule. Why, you can open your books any day for all the world to see, and say, here they are, look at them. We should all of us be just the same. I know how God has made me. I am not afraid. Let Julken Mullendorf pass me in the street and not speak if she wants to. Let Fifi Buddenbrooks sit here on Thursday afternoons and shake all over with spite, and say, well, that is the second time, but of course both times the men were to blame. I feel so far above all that now, Thomas, farther than I can tell you. I know I have done what I thought was right. But if I am to be so afraid of Julken Mullendorf and Fifi Buddenbrook as to swallow down all sorts of insults, and let myself be cursed out in a drunken dialect that isn't even grammar, to stop with a man in a town where I have to get used to that kind of language, and the kind of scenes I saw that night at the top of the stairs, where I have to forget my origin and my upbringing and everything that I am, and learn to disown it altogether in order to act as if I were satisfied and happy, that is what I call undignified. That is what I call scandalous, I tell you." She broke off, buried her chin once more in her hand, and stared out of the window. He stood before her, his weight on one leg, his hands in his trousers pockets. His eyes rested on her, unseeing, for he was in deep thought, and slowly moving his head from side to side. "Tony," he said, "you're telling the truth. I knew it all along, but you betrayed yourself just now. It is not the man at all. It is the place. It isn't this other idiotic business. It is the whole thing altogether. You couldn't get used to it. Tell the truth." "Thomas," she cried, "it is the truth." She sprang up as she spoke, and pointed straight into his face with her outstretched hand. Her own face was red. She stood there in a warlike pose, one hand grasping the chair, gesticulating with the other, and made a long, agitated, passionate speech that welled up in a resistless tide. The consul stared at her, amazed. Scarcely would she pause to draw breath, when new words would come gushing and bubbling forth. Yes, she found words for everything. She gave full expression to all the accumulated disgust of her Munich years. Unassorted, confused, she poured it all out. One thing after another, she kept nothing back. It was like the bursting of a dam, an assertion of desperate integrity, something elemental, a force of nature that brooked no restraint. "It is the truth," she cried. "Say it again, Thomas. Oh, I can tell you plainly, I am no stupid goose any longer. I know what I have to expect. I don't faint away at my time of life to hear that dirty work goes on now and then. I've known people like Thierry Truschka, and I was married to Bendix Grunlich, and I know the dissipated creatures there are here in this town. I am no country innocent, I tell you. And the affair with Babette wouldn't have made me go off the handle like that, just by itself. No, Thomas, the thing was that it filled the cup to overflowing. And that didn't take much, for it was full already, and had been for a long time, a long time. It would have taken very little to make it run over. And then this happened. The knowledge that I could not depend on Perminator even in that way, that put the top on everything. It knocked the bottom out of the cask. It brought to a head all at once my intention to get away from Munich, that had been slowly growing in my mind a long time before that, Tom. For I cannot live down there. I swear it before God and all his heavenly hosts. How wretched I have been, Thomas, you can never know. When you were there on a visit, I concealed everything, for I am a tactful woman, and do not burden others with my complainings, nor wear my heart on my sleeve on a weekday. I have always been rather reserved, but I have suffered, Tom, suffered with my entire being, with my whole personality, so to speak, like a plant, a flower that has been transplanted into a foreign soil, if I may make such a comparison. You will probably find it a most unsuitable one, for I am really an ugly old woman, but I could not be planted in a more foreign soil than that, and I would just as lief go and live in Turkey. Oh, we should never be transplanted, we northern folk. We should stick to the shore of our own bay. We can only really thrive upon our native soil. You all used to laugh at my taste for the nobility. Yes, in these years I have often thought of what somebody said to me once in times gone by, a very clever man. Your sympathies are with the nobility, he said. Shall I tell you why? Because you yourself belong to the nobility. Your father is a great gentleman, and you are a princess. A gulf lies between you and the rest of us who do not belong to the governing classes. Yes, Tom, we feel like the nobility, and we realize the difference. We should never try to live where we are not known, where no one understands our worth, for we shall have nothing but chagrin and be laughed at for our arrogance. Yes, they all found me ridiculously arrogant. They did not say so, but I felt it every minute, and that made me suffer too. Do you think I feel arrogant, Tom? In a place where they eat cake with a knife, and the very princes speak bad grammar, and if a gentleman picks up a lady's fan, it is supposed to be a love affair? Get used to it? To people without dignity, morals, energy, ambition, self-respect, or good manners, lazy and frivolous, stupid and shallow at the same time? No, never, never, as long as I am a Buddenbrook and your sister. Eva Evers managed it, but Eva is not a Buddenbrook, and she has a husband that amounts to something. It was different with me. You think back, Tom, from the very beginning. I come from a home where people work and get things accomplished and have a purpose in life. And I go down there to Perminator, and he sits himself down with my dowry. Oh, that was genuine enough, that was characteristic, but it was the only good thing there was about it. And then I was going to have a baby. That would have made everything up to me. And what happens? It dies. I don't blame Perminator for that, of course. I don't mean that. God forbid. He did everything he could, and he didn't go to the cafe for several days. But after all, it belonged to the same thing. It made me no happier, as you can well believe. But I didn't give in, and I didn't grumble. I was alone, and misunderstood, and pointed at for being arrogant. But I said to myself, you yielded him your consent for life. He is lumpy and lazy, and he caused you a cruel disappointment, but his heart is pure, and he means well. And then I had to bear the sight of him in that last unspeakable minute. And I said to myself, he understands you no better and respects you no more and no less than the others do, and he calls you names that one of our workmen up here wouldn't throw at a dog. I knew then that nothing bound me to him any more, and that it was an indignity for me to stay. When I was driving from the station this afternoon, I passed Nielsen, the porter, and he took off his hat and made me a deep bow, and I bowed back to him, not arrogantly, not a bit. I waved my hand just the way father used to. And here I am. You can do what you like. You can harness up all your work-horses, but you can never drag me back to Munich again. And tomorrow I go to Giesecke. Thus she spoke, and, finishing, sank back exhausted in her chair, and stared again out of the window. Tom was alarmed, shaken, stupefied. He stood before her and found no words. He raised his arms up shoulder high, drawing a long breath. Then he let them fall against his thighs. "Well, that's an end of it," he said. His voice was calm, and he turned and went toward the door. Her face wore now the same expression, the same half-pouting, half-injured smile as when he entered. "Tom," she said, with a rising inflection, "are you vexed with me?" He held the oval door-knob in one hand and made a gesture of weary protest with the other. "Oh, no, not at all." She put out her hand and tipped her head on one side. "Come here, Tom. Your poor sister has had a hard time. Life is hard on her. She has much to bear. And at this minute she has nobody in all the world." He came back. He took her hand, but wearily, indifferently, not looking at her face. Suddenly her lip began to quiver. "You must go on alone now," she said. "There's nothing good to be looked for from Christian, and I am finished, failed, gone to pieces. I can do no more. I am a poor, useless woman, dependent on you all for my living. I could never have dreamed, Tom, that I should be no help to you at all. Now you stand quite alone, and upon you it depends to keep up the honor and dignity of the family. May God help you in the task." Two large, clear, childish tears rolled down over her cheeks, which were beginning to show, very faintly, the first signs of age. End of section 62. Section 63 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 6, Chapter 11. Tony lost no time. She went resolutely about her affair. In the hope of quieting her, of bringing her slowly to a different frame of mind, the consul said but little. He asked only one thing, that she should be very quiet and stop entirely in the house, and Erica as well. Perhaps it would blow over. The town did not need to know. The family Thursday afternoon was put off on some pretext. But on the very next day she wrote to Dr. Giesecke and summoned him to Meng Street. She received him alone in the middle corridor room on the first floor, where a fire was laid, and she had arranged a heavy table with ink and writing materials and a quantity of foolscap paper from the office. They sat down in two easy chairs. "Dr. Giesecke," said Tony. She folded her arms, flung back her head, and looked at the ceiling while she spoke. "You are a man of experience, both professionally and personally. I can speak openly with you." And thereupon she revealed to him the whole story about Babette and what had happened in her sleeping chamber. Dr. Giesecke regretted being obliged to explain to her that neither the affair on the stairs, nor the insult she had undoubtedly received, the precise nature of which she hesitated to divulge, was sufficient ground for a divorce. "Very good," she said. "Thank you." And then, at her request, he gave an exposition of the existing legal grounds for divorce, and an even longer discourse after it, which had for its subject matter the law touching dowry rights. She listened with open mind and strained attention, and then, with cordial thanks, dismissed Dr. Giesecke for the time being. She went downstairs and demanded audience of her brother in his private office. "Thomas," she said, "please write to the man at once. I do not like to mention his name. As far as the money goes, I am perfectly informed on that subject. Let him speak. Me he shall never see again, whatever he decides. If he agrees to a divorce, we will ask him to give an accounting and restore my dose. If he refuses, we need not be discouraged, for, as you probably know, Permanader's right to my dose is, legally speaking, a property right. We grant that. But on the other hand, thank goodness, I have certain material rights on my side. The consul walked up and down with his hands behind his back, his shoulders twitching nervously. Tony's face, as she uttered the word dose, was too unutterably self-satisfied. He had no time. Heaven knew he had no time. Let her have patience and wait and bethink herself 100 times. His nearest duty was a journey to Hamburg. Indeed, he must go the very next day, for the purpose of a personal interview with Christian. Christian had written for help, for money which would have to come out of the Frau Consul's inheritance. His business was in frightful condition. He was in constant difficulties. Yet he seemed to amuse himself royally, and went everywhere, to theatres, restaurants, and concert halls. To judge from the debts now coming to light, which he had been able to pile up on the credit of his family name, he had been living far, far beyond his means, and they knew in Meng Street and at the club, yes, the whole town knew, who was responsible. It was a certain female, a certain Aline Poufogel, who lived alone with her 2 pretty children. Christian was not the only Hamburg businessman who possessed her favors and spent money on her. In short, Tony's intentions in the matter of her divorce were not the only dark spot in the consul's sky, and the journey to Hamburg was pressing. Besides, it was altogether likely that they would hear from Herr Permanader. The consul went to Hamburg, and came back angry and depressed. No word had come from Munich, and he felt obliged to take the first step. He wrote rather coldly, with curt condescension, to this effect: Antonia, during her life with Permanader, had been subjected to great disappointments that would not be denied. Without going into detail, it was evident that she could never find happiness in this marriage. Her wish that it should be dissolved must be justified to the mind of any reasonable person, and her determination not to return to Munich was entirely unshakable. And he put the question as to what were Herr Permanader's feelings in view of the facts which he had just stated. There were more days of suspense, and then came Herr Permanader's reply. He answered as no one had expected him to answer, not Dr. Giesecke, nor the Frau Consul, nor Thomas, nor Antonia herself. He agreed, quite simply, to a divorce. He wrote that he deeply regretted what had happened, but that he respected Antonia's wishes, as he saw that he and she had never hit it off. If it were true that she had suffered during those years through him, he begged her to forget and forgive. As he would probably never see her and Erica again, he sent them both his hearty good wishes for all happiness on this earth, and he signed himself Alois Permanader. In a postscript, he offered to make immediate restitution of the dowry. He had enough without it to lead a life free from care. He did not require to have notice given, for business there was none to wind up. The house belonged to him, and the money was ready any time. Tony felt a slight twinge of shame, and was almost inclined, for the first time, to admit that Herr Permanader's indifference to money matters might have something good about it. Now it was Dr. Giesecke's turn again. He communicated with the husband, and a plea of mutual incompatibility was set up as ground for the divorce. The hearing began. Tony's second divorce case. She talked about it night and day, and the consul lost his temper several times. Tony was in no state to share his feelings. She was entirely taken up with words like tangibilities, improvabilities, accessions, productivity, dowry rights, and the like, which she used in season and out of season with marvellous fluency, her shoulders slightly raised. One point in Dr. Giesecke's long disquisitions had made a great impression on her. It had to do with treasure found in any piece of property that had constituted part of a dowry, which was to be regarded as a component part of the dowry, to be liquidated if the marriage came to an end. About this treasure, which was of course non-existent, she talked to every soul she knew, Ida Jungmann, Uncle Eustace, poor Clotilde, the Broad Street Buddenbrooks, and they, when they heard how matters stood, just folded their hands in their laps and looked at each other in speechless joy that this satisfaction too had been vouchsafed them. Teresa Weichbrot was told of it. Erica had gone to stay at the pension again, and Madame Kettelson too, though this last, for more than one reason, understood not a single word. Then came the day when the divorce was pronounced, when the last formalities were gone through, and Tony asked Thomas for the family papers, and set down this last event with her own hand. Yes, it was done. All that remained was to get used to it. She did it gallantly. She bore with unscathed dignity the tiny dagger thrusts of the ladies from Broad Street. She met the Hagenstroms and Muhlendorfs on the street, and looked with chilling indifference straight over their heads, and she quite gave up going into society, the more easily that it had for some years past forsaken her mother's house for her brother's. She had her own immediate family, the Frau Consul, Tom, and Gerda. She had Ida Jungmann and her motherly friend Sesame Weichbrot, and she had Erica, upon whose future she probably built her own last secret hopes, and upon whose aristocratic upbringing she expended much care and thought. Thus she lived, and thus time went on. Later, in some way that was never quite clear, there came to certain members of the family knowledge of that word, the desperate word which had escaped from Herr Permenader on that never-to-be-forgotten night. What was it, then, that he had said? "Go to the devil, you filthy, sprat-eating slut!" And thus Tony Buddenbrook's second marriage came to an end. End of section 63. Section 64 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain, read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 1. A christening in Broad Street. Everything is there that was dreamed of by Madame Permenader in the days of her expectancy. In the dining-room, the maid-servant, moving noiselessly so as not to disturb the services in the next room, is filling the cups with steaming hot chocolate and whipped cream. There are quantities of cups crowded together on the great round tray with the gilded shell-shaped handles, and Anton the butler is cutting a towering layer cake into slices, and Mamselle Jungmann is arranging flowers and sweets in silver dessert dishes, with her head on one side and both little fingers stuck out. Soon the company will have seated themselves in the salon and sitting-room, and all these delicacies will be handed round. It is to be hoped they will hold out, since it is the whole family which has gathered here, in the broader, if not quite in the broadest, sense of the word. For it is, through the Overdyks, connected distantly with the Kistenmakers, and through them with the Muhlendorfs, and so on. One simply must draw the line somewhere. But the Overdyks are represented, and indeed by no less a personage than the head of the family, the venerable Dr. Caspar Overdyk, reigning burgomaster, more than 80 years old. He came in a carriage and mounted the steps, leaning on his staff and Thomas Buddenbrooks' arm. His presence enhances the dignity of the occasion, and beyond a question this occasion is worthy of every dignity. For within, in the salon, there is a flower-decked small table, serving as an altar, with a young priest in black vestments and a stiff snowy ruff like a millstone round his neck, reciting the service, and there is a great strapping, particularly well-nourished person, richly arrayed in red and gold, bearing upon her billowing arms a small something, half smothered in laces and satin bows, an heir, a first-born son, a Buddenbrook. Do we really grasp the meaning of the fact? Can we realize the thrill of that first whisper, that first little hint that travelled from Broad Street to Mengstrasse? Or Frau Permaneder's speechless ecstasy as she embraced her mother, her brother, and, very gently, her sister-in-law? And now, with the spring of the year 1861, he has come. He, the heir of so many hopes, whom they have expected for so many years, talked of him, longed for him, prayed to God, and tormented Dr. Grabo for him. At length he has come, and looks most unimposing. His tiny hands play among the gilt trimmings of his nurse's waist. His head, in a lace cap trimmed with pale blue ribbons, lies sidewise on the pillow, turned heedlessly away from the preacher. He stares out into the room, at all his relatives, with an old, knowing look. Those eyes, under their long lashed lids, blend the light blue of the father's and the brown of the mother's iris into a pale, indefinite, changeful golden brown. But bluish shadows lie in the deep corners on both sides of the nose, and these give the little face, which is hardly yet a face at all, an aged look, not suited to its 4 weeks of existence. But, please God, they mean nothing, for has not his mother the same? And she is in perfectly good health. And anyhow, he lives and is a son, which was the cause, 4 weeks ago, for great rejoicing. He lives, and it might have been otherwise. The consul will never forget the grip of good Dr. Grabo's hand as he said to him 4 weeks ago, when he could leave the mother and child, "Give thanks to God, my dear friend, there wasn't much to spare." The consul has not dared to ask his meaning. He put from him in horror the thought that his son, this tiny creature yearned for in vain so many years, had slipped into the world without breath to cry out, almost, like Antonia's second daughter. But he knows that that hour, 4 weeks ago, was a desperate one for mother and child, and he bends tenderly over Gerda, who reclines in an easy chair in front of him, next his mother, her feet in patent leather shoes crossed before her on a velvet cushion. How pale she still is, and how strangely lovely in her pallor, with that heavy dark red hair and those mysterious eyes that rest upon the preacher in half-veiled mockery. Herr Andreas Prinksheim, Pastor Marianus, succeeded thus young to the headship of St. Mary's after old Cooling's sudden death. He holds his chin in the air and his hands prayerfully folded beneath it. He has short, curly, blond hair and a smooth-shaven, bony face, with a somewhat theatrical range of expression, from fanatical zeal to an exalted serenity. He comes from Franconia, where he has been for some years serving a small Lutheran community among Catholics, and his effort after a clear and moving delivery has resulted in exaggerated mannerisms, an R rolled upon his front teeth, and long, obscure, or crudely accented vowel sounds. He gives thanks to God in a voice now low and soft, now loud and swelling, and the family listen. Frau Perminator, clothed in a dignity that hides her pride and her delight. Erika Grunlich, now almost 15 years old, a blooming young girl with a long braid and her father's rosy skin, and Christian, who has arrived that morning, and sits letting his deep-set eyes rove from side to side all over the room. Pastor Tiburtius and his wife have not shrunk from the long journey, but have come from Riga to be present at the ceremony. The ends of Sievert Tiburtius's long, thin whiskers are parted over his shoulders, and his small grey eyes now and then open wider and wider, most unexpectedly, and grow larger and more prominent till they almost jump out of his head. Clara's gaze is dark and solemn and severe, and she sometimes lifts her hand to a head that always seems to ache. But they have brought a splendid present to the Buddenbrooks, a huge brown bear stuffed in a standing position. A relative of the pastor's shot him somewhere in the heart of Russia, and now he stands below in the vestibule with a card tray between his paws. The Krugers have their son Jürgen visiting them. He is a post-office official in Rostock, a quiet, simply dressed man. Where Jakob is, nobody knows but his mother, who was an Overdyk. She, poor weak woman, secretly sells the household silver to send money to the disinherited son. And the ladies Buddenbrook are there, deeply rejoiced over the happy family event, which does not prevent Fifi from remarking that the child looks rather unhealthy, a view which the Frau Consul Bornstuving, and likewise Friederike and Henrietta, feel bound to endorse. But poor Clotilde, lean, grey, resigned, and hungry, is moved by the words of Pastor Pringsheim and the prospect of layer cake and chocolate. The guests not belonging to the family are Herr Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus and Sesame Weichbrot. Now the pastor turns to the godparents and instructs them in their duty. Justus Kruger is one. Consul Buddenbrook refused at first to ask him. "Why invite the old man to commit a piece of folly?" he says. "He has frightful scenes with his wife every day over Jacob. Their little property is slowly melting away. Out of pure worry he is even beginning to be careless in his dress. But you know what will happen. If we ask him, he will send the child a heavy gold service and refuse to be thanked for it." But when Uncle Justus heard who was to be asked in his place, Stefan Kistenmacher had been mentioned, he was so enormously piqued that they had to ask him after all. The gold mug he presented was, to Thomas's great relief, not exaggeratedly heavy. And the second godfather? It is this dignified old gentleman with the snow-white hair, high neckband, and soft black broadcloth coat with the red handkerchief sticking out of the back pocket, sitting here, bent over his stick, in the most comfortable armchair in the house. It is, of course, Burgomaster Dr. Overdyk. It is a great event, a triumph. Good heavens, how could it have come about? He is hardly even a relative. The Buddenbrooks must have dragged the old man in by the hair. In fact, it is rather a feat, a little intrigue planned by the consul and Madame Permaneder. At first it was merely a joke, born of the great relief of knowing that mother and child were safe. "A boy, Tony!" cried the consul. "He ought to have the burgomaster for godfather." But she took it up in earnest, whereupon he considered the matter seriously and agreed to make a trial. They hid behind Uncle Eustace, and got him to send his wife to her sister-in-law, the wife of Uverdick the lumber dealer. She accepted the task of preparing the old father-in-law. Then Thomas Buddenbrook made a visit to the head of the state and paid his respects, and the thing was done. Now the nurse lifts up the child's cap, and the pastor cautiously sprinkles 2 or 3 drops out of the gilt-lined silver basin in front of him upon the few hairs of little Buddenbrook, as he slowly and impressively names the names with which he is baptizing him. Justus Johann Caspar. Follows a short prayer, and then the relatives file by to bestow a kiss upon the brow of the unconcerned little creature. Teresa Weichbrot comes last, to whom the nurse has to stoop with her burden, in return for which Sesame gives him 2 kisses that go off with small explosions, and says between them, "You good child." 3 minutes later the guests have disposed themselves in salon and living-room, and the sweets are passed. Even Pastor Prinksheim, the toes of his broad shiny boots showing under his black vestments, sits and sips the cool whipped cream off his hot chocolate, chatting easily the while, and wearing his serene expression, which is most effective by way of contrast with his sermon. His manner says, as plainly as words, "See how I can lay aside the priest and become the jolly ordinary guest." He is a versatile, an accommodating sort of man. To the Frau Consul he speaks rather unctuously; to Thomas and Gerda, like a man of the world; and with Frau Permaneder he is downright jocose, making jokes and gesturing fluently. Now and then, whenever he thinks of it, he folds his hands in his lap, tips back his head, glooms his brows, and makes a long face. When he laughs, he draws the air in through his teeth in little jerks. Suddenly there is a stir in the corridor. The servants are heard laughing, and in the doorway appears a singular figure come to offer congratulations. It is Grobleben. Grobleben, from whose thin nose, no matter what the time of year, there ever hangs a drop which never falls. Grobleben is a workman in one of the consul's granaries, and he has an extra job, too, at the house, as boots. Every morning early he appears in Broad Street, takes the boots from before the door, and cleans them below in the court. At family feasts he always appears in holiday attire, presents flowers, and makes a speech in a whining, unctuous voice, with the drop pendant from his nose. For this he always gets a piece of money, but that is not why he does it. He wears a black coat, an old one of the consul's, greased leather top boots, and a blue woolen scarf round his neck. In his wizened red hand he holds a bunch of pale-coloured roses, which are a little past their best, and slowly shed their petals on the carpet. He blinks with his small red eyes, but apparently sees nothing. He stands still in the doorway, with his flowers held out in front of him, and begins straightway to speak. The old Frau Consul nods to him encouragingly, and makes soothing little noises. The consul regards him with one eyebrow lifted, and some of the family, Frau Permaneder, for instance, put their handkerchiefs to their mouths. I be a poor man, your honour and ladies and gentlemen, but I've a feeling heart, and the happiness of my master comes home to me, it do, seein's he's always been so good to me, and so I've come, your honour and ladies and gentlemen, to congratulate the Herr Consul and the Frau Consul and the whole respected family from a full heart, and that the child may prosper, for that they desire from God and man. For such a master as Consul Buddenbrook there aren't so many. He's a noble gentleman, and our Lord will reward him for all. Splendid, Grobleben. That was a beautiful speech. Thank you very much, Grobleben. Who are the roses for? But Grobleben has not nearly done. He strains his whining voice and drowns the consul out. And I say, the Lord will reward him and the whole respected family, and when his time has come to stand before his throne, for stand we all must, rich and poor, and one'll have a fine polished hardwood coffin, and t'other an old box, yet all on us must come to Mother Earth at the last. Yes, we must all come to her at the last, to Mother Earth, to Mother... Oh, come, Grobleben, this isn't a funeral, it's a christening. Get along with your Mother Earth. These be a few flowers, concludes Grobleben. Thank you, Grobleben, thank you. This is too much. What did you pay for them, man? But I haven't heard such a speech as that for a long time. Wait a minute. Here, go out and give yourself a treat in honour of the day. And the consul puts his hand on the old man's shoulder and gives him a thaler. Here, my good man, says the Frau Consul, and I hope you love our blessed Lord. I be loving him from my heart, Frau Consul, that's the holy truth. And Grobleben gets another thaler from her, and a third from Frau Perminator, and retires with a bow and a scrape, taking the roses with him by mistake, except for those already fallen on the carpet. The burgomaster takes his leave now, and the consul accompanies him down to his carriage. This is the signal for the party to break up, for Gerda Buddenbrook must rest. The old Frau Consul, Tony, Erika, and Mamselle Jungmann are the last to go. Well, Ida, says the consul, I have been thinking it over. You took care of us all, and when little Johann gets a bit older, he still has the monthly nurse now, and after that he will still need a day nurse, I suppose. But will you be willing to move over to us when the time comes? Yes, indeed, Herr Consul, if your wife is satisfied. Gerda is content to have it so, and thus it is settled. In the act of leaving, however, and already at the door, Frau Perminator turns. She comes back to her brother and kisses him on both cheeks, and says, "It has been a lovely day, Tom. I am happier than I have been for years. We Buddenbrooks aren't quite at the last gasp yet, thank God, and whoever thinks we are is mightily mistaken. Now that we have little Johann, it is so beautiful that he is christened Johann. It looks to me as if quite a new day will dawn for us all." End of section 64. Section 65 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 2. Christian Buddenbrook, proprietor of the firm of H.C.F. Burmeister and Company of Hamburg, came into his brother's living room, holding in his hand his modish grey hat and his walking-stick with the nun's bust. Tom and Gerda sat reading together. It was 9:30 on the evening of the christening day. "Good evening," said Christian. "Oh, Thomas, I must speak with you at once. Please excuse me, Gerda. It is urgent, Thomas." They went into the dark dining-room, where the consul lighted a gas-jet on the wall, and looked at his brother. He expected nothing good. Except for the first greeting, he had had no opportunity to speak with Christian, but he had looked at him during the service, and noted that he seemed unusually serious, and even more restless than common. In the course of Pastor Prinksheim's discourse, he had left the room for several minutes. Thomas had not written him since the day in Hamburg when he had paid over into his brother's hands an advance of 10,000 marks current on his inheritance, to settle his indebtedness. "Just go on as you are going," he had said, "and you'll soon run through all your money. As far as I am concerned, I hope you will cross my path very little in future. You have put my friendship to too hard a test in these 3 years." Why was he here now? Something must be driving him. "Well?" asked the consul. "I'm done," Christian said. He let himself down sidewise on one of the high-backed chairs around the dining-table, and held his hat and stick between his thin knees. "May I ask what it is you are done with, and what brings you to me?" said the consul. He remained standing. "I'm done," repeated Christian, shaking his head from side to side with frightful earnestness, and letting his little round eyes stray restlessly back and forth. He was now 33 years old, but he looked much older. His reddish-blond hair had grown so thin that nearly all the cranium was bare. His cheeks were sunken, the cheek-bones protruded sharply, and between them, naked, fleshless, and gaunt, stood the huge hooked nose. "If it were only this," he went on, and ran his hand down the whole of his left side, very close but not touching it. "It isn't a pain, you know. It is a misery, a continuous, indefinite ache. Dr. Drugemüller in Hamburg tells me that my nerves on this side are all too short. Imagine, on my whole left side, my nerves aren't long enough. Sometimes I think I shall surely have a stroke here on this side, a permanent paralysis. You have no idea. I never go to sleep properly. My heart doesn't beat, and I start up suddenly in a perfectly terrible fright. That happens not once, but 10 times before I get to sleep. I don't know if you know what it is. I'll tell you about it more precisely. It is—" "Not now," the consul said coldly. "Am I to understand that you have come here to tell me this? I suppose not." "No, Thomas, if it were only that, but it is not that alone. It is the business. I can't go on with it." "Your affairs are in confusion again?" The consul did not start, he did not raise his voice. He asked the question quite calmly, and looked sidewise at his brother, with a cold, weary glance. "No, Thomas, for, to tell you the truth, it is all the same now. I never really was in order, even with the 10,000, as you know yourself. They only saved me from putting up the shutters at once. The thing is, I had more losses at once, in coffee, and with the failure in Antwerp, that's the truth. So then I didn't do any more business. I just sat still. But one has to live, so now there are notes and other debts. 5,000 thaler. You don't know the hole I'm in. And on top of everything else, this agony." "Oh, so you just sat still, did you?" cried the consul, beside himself. His self-control was gone now. "You let the wagon stick in the mud and went off to enjoy yourself. You think I don't know the kind of life you've been living? Theatres and circus and clubs and women." "You mean Aline. Yes, Thomas, you have very little understanding for that sort of thing, and it's my misfortune, perhaps, that I have so much. You are right when you say it has cost me too much. and it will cost me a goodish bit more, for I'll tell you something just here between two brothers. The third child, the little girl 6 months old, she is my child." "You fool, you!" "Don't say that, Thomas. You should be just, even if you are angry, to her, and why shouldn't it be my child? And as for Aline, she isn't in the least worthless, and you ought not to say she is. She is not at all promiscuous. She broke with Consul Holm on my account, and he has much more money than I have. That's how decent she is. No, Thomas, you simply can't understand what a splendid creature she is. And healthy. She is as healthy—" He repeated the word and held up one hand before his face with the fingers crooked, in the same gesture as when he used to tell about Maria and the depravity of London. "You should see her teeth when she laughs. I've never found any other teeth to compare with them, not in Valparaiso or London or anywhere else in the world. I'll never forget the evening I first met her in the oyster room at Ulick. She was living with Consul Holm then. Well, I told her a story or two and was a bit friendly, and when I went home with her afterwards, well, Thomas, that's a different sort of feeling from the one you have when you do a good stroke of business. But you don't like to hear about such things, I can see that already. And anyhow, it's over with. I'm saying good-bye to her, though I shall keep in touch with her on account of the child. I'll pay up everything I owe in Hamburg and shut up shop. I can't go on. I've talked with mother, and she is willing to give me the 5,000 thaler to start with, so that I can put things in order. And I hope you will agree to it, for it is much better to say quite simply that Christian Buddenbrook is winding up his business and going abroad, than for me to make a failure. You think so too, don't you? I intend to go to London again, Thomas, and take a position. It isn't good for me to be independent. I can see that more and more. The responsibility. Whereas, in a situation, one just goes home, quite carefree, at the end of the day. And I liked living in London. Do you object?" During this exposition the consul had turned his back on his brother, and stood with his hands in his pockets, describing figures on the floor with his foot. "Very good. Go to London," he said, shortly, and without turning more than half-way toward his brother, he passed into the living-room. But Christian followed him. He went up to Gerda, who sat there alone, reading, and put out his hand. "Good night, Gerda. Well, Gerda, I'm off for London. Yes, it's remarkable how one gets tossed about hither and yon. Now it's again into the unknown, into a great city, you know, where one meets an adventure at every third step, and sees so much of life. Strange. Do you know the feeling? One gets it here, sort of in the pit of the stomach. It's very odd." End of section 65. Section 66 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 3. James Muhlendorf, the oldest of the merchant senators, died in a grotesque and horrible way. The instinct of self-preservation became very weak in this diabetic old man, and in the last years of his life he fell a victim to a passion for cakes and pastries. Dr. Grabeau, as the Muhlendorf family physician, had protested energetically, and the distressed relatives employed gentle constraint to keep the head of the family from committing suicide with sweet bake-stuffs. But the old senator, mental wreck as he was, rented a room somewhere in some convenient street, like Little Groping Alley or Anglesvick, or Behind the Wall, a little hole of a room whither he could secretly betake himself to consume sweets. And there they found his lifeless body, the mouth still full of half-masticated cake, the crumbs upon his coat and upon the wretched table. A mortal stroke had supervened, and put a stop to slow dissolution. The horrid details of the death were kept as much as possible from the family, but they flew about the town, and were discussed at length on the Bourse, in the club, and at the Harmony, in all the business offices, in the Assembly of Burgesses, likewise at all the balls, dinners, and evening parties, for the death occurred in February of the year 62, and the season was in full swing. Even the Frau Consul's friends talked about it on the Jerusalem evenings, in the pauses of Leah Gerhardt's reading aloud. The little Sunday school children discussed it in awesome whispers as they crossed the Buddenbrook entry, and Herr Stutt in Belfounder Street went into ample detail over it with his wife, who moved in the highest circles. But interest could not long remain concentrated upon the past, and even with the first rumour of the old man's death, the great question had at once sprung up. Who was to succeed him? What suspense, what subterranean activity? A stranger, intent on the sights of the medieval town, would have noticed nothing. But beneath the surface there was unimaginable bustle and commotion, as one firm and unassailable honest conviction after another was exploded, and slowly, slowly the while, divergent views approached each other. Passions are stirred, ambition and vanity wrestle together in silence. Dead and buried hopes spring once more to life, and again are blasted. Old Kurtz, the merchant in Baker's Alley, who gets 3 or 4 votes at every election, will sit quaking at home on the fatal day, and listen to the shouting, but he will not be elected this time either. He will continue to take his walks abroad, displaying outwardly his usual mingling of civic pride and self-satisfaction, but he will bear down with him into the grave the secret chagrin of never having been elected senator. James Mullendorf's death was discussed at the Buddenbrook Thursday dinner-table, and Frau Permaneder, after the proper expressions of sympathy, began to let her tongue play upon her upper lip and look across artfully at her brother. The Buddenbrook ladies marked the look. They exchanged piercing glances, and with one accord shut their eyes and their lips tightly together. The consul had, for a second, responded to the sly smile his sister gave him, and then given the talk another turn. He knew that the thought which Tony hugged to her breast in secret was being spoken in the street. Names were suggested and rejected. Others came up and were sifted out. Henning Kurtz in Baker's Alley was too old. They needed new blood. Consul Huneeus, the lumber dealer, whose millions would have weighted the scale heavily in his favor, was constitutionally ineligible, as his brother already sat in the Senate. Consul Eduard Kistenmacher, the wine dealer, and Consul Hermann Hagenstrom were names that kept their places on the list, but from the very first was heard the name of Thomas Buddenbrook, and as election day approached, it grew constantly plainer that he and Hermann Hagenstrom were the favoured candidates. Hermann Hagenstrom had his admirers and hangers-on, there was no doubt of that. His zeal in public affairs, the spectacular rise of the firm of Strunk and Hagenstrom, the showy house the consul kept, the luxurious life he led, the pâté de foie gras he ate for breakfast, all these could not fail to make an impression. This large, rather over-stout man, with the short, full, reddish beard, and the snub nose coming down flat on his upper lip, this man whose grandfather nobody knew, not even himself, and whose father had made himself socially impossible by a rich but doubtful marriage, this man had become a brother-in-law of the Huneauses and the Mullendorfs, had ranged his name alongside those of the 5 or 6 reigning families in the town, and was undeniably a remarkable and a respected figure. The novel, and therewith the attractive element in his personality, that which singled him out for a leading position in the eyes of many, was its liberal and tolerant strain. His light, large way of making money and spending it again differed fundamentally from the patient, persistent toil and the inherited principles of his fellow merchants. This man stood on his own feet, free from the fetters of tradition and ancestral piety, and all the old ways were foreign to him. His house was not one of the ancient patrician mansions built with senseless waste of space in tall white galleries mounting above a stone-paved ground floor. His home on Sand Street, the southern extension of Broad Street, was a modern dwelling, not conforming to any set style of architecture, with a simple painted façade, but furnished inside with every luxury and planned with the cleverest economy of space. Recently, on the occasion of one of his large evening parties, he had invited a prima donna from the government theatre to sing after dinner to his guests, among them his witty, art-loving brother, and had paid her an enormous fee for her services. Hermann Hagenstrom was not the man to vote in the assembly for the application of large sums of money to preserve and restore the town's medieval monuments, but it was a fact that he was the first, absolutely the first man in town to light his house and his offices with gas. Yes, if Consul Hagenstrom could be said to represent any tradition whatever, it was the free, progressive, tolerant, unprejudiced habit of thought which he had inherited from his father, old Hinrich, and on this was based all the admiration people undoubtedly felt for him. Thomas Buddenbrooks' prestige was of a different kind. People honored in him not only his own personality, but the personalities of his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather as well. Quite apart from his own business and public achievement, he was the representative of 100 years of honorable tradition. And the easy, charming way, indeed, with which he carried the family standard made no small part of his success. What distinguished him, even among his professional fellow-citizens, was an unusual degree of formal culture, which, wherever he went, aroused both wonder and respect in about equal degrees. On Thursdays at the Buddenbrooks, the coming election received only brief and passing comment in the presence of the consul. Whenever it was mentioned, the old Frau Consul discreetly averted her light eyes. But Frau Permenader, now and then, could not refrain from displaying her astonishing knowledge of the Constitution. She had gone very thoroughly into the decrees touching the election of a member of the Senate, precisely as once she thoroughly informed herself on the laws governing divorce. She talked about voting chambers, ballots, and electors. She weighed all the possible eventualities. She could recite verbatim and glibly the oath taken by the voters. She spoke of the free and frank discussion which the Constitution ordains must be held over each name upon the list of candidates, and vivaciously wished she might be present when Hermann Hagenstrom's character was being pulled to pieces. A moment later she leaned over and began to count the prune pits on her brother's dessert plate. tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor, finishing triumphantly with senator when she came to the last pit. But after dinner she could not hold in any longer. She took her brother's arm and drew him into the bow window. "Oh, Tom, Tom, suppose you are really elected. If our coat of arms is put up in the Senate chamber at the town hall, I shall just die of joy. I know I shall. I shall fall dead at the news, you'll see." "Now, Tony dear, have a little self-control, a little dignity, I beg of you. You are not usually lacking in dignity. Am I going around like Henning Kurtz? We amount to something even without the senator. And I hope you won't die, whichever way it turns out." And the agitations, the consultations, the struggles of opinion took their course. Consul Peter Duhlmann, the rake with a business now entirely ruined, which existed only in name, and the 27-year-old daughter whose inheritance he was eating up, played his part by attending 2 dinners, one given by Thomas Buddenbrook and the other by Hermann Hagenstrom, and both times addressing his host, in his loud resounding voice, as Senator. But Sigismund Gosch, old Gosch the broker, went about like a raging lion and engaged to throttle anybody out of hand who wasn't minded to vote for Consul Buddenbrook. "Consul Buddenbrook, gentlemen, there's a man for you. I stood at his father's side in '48, when with a word he tamed the unleashed fury of the mob. His father and his father's father before him would have been senator were there any justice on this earth." But at bottom it was not so much Consul Buddenbrook himself whose personality fired Gosch's soul to its innermost depths. It was rather the young Frau Consul, Gerda Arnoldson. Not that the broker had ever exchanged a word with her. He did not belong to her circle of wealthy merchant families, nor sit at their tables, nor pay visits to them. But, as we have seen, Gerda Buddenbrook had but to arrive in the town to be singled out by the roving fancy of the sinister broker, ever on the lookout for the unusual. With unerring instinct, he divined that this figure was calculated to add content to his unsatisfied existence, and he made himself the slave of one who had scarcely ever heard his name. Since then he encompassed in his reveries this nervous, exceedingly reserved lady, to whom he had not even been presented. He lifted his Jesuit hat to her on the street, to her great surprise, and treated her to a pantomime of cringing treachery, gloating over her the while in his thoughts, as a tiger might over his trainer. This dull existence would afford him no chance of committing atrocities for this woman's sake. Ah, if it only would, with what devilish indifference would he answer for them! Its stupid conventions prevented him from raising her, by deeds of blood and horror, to an imperial throne. And thus nothing was left but for him to go to the town hall and cast his vote in favor of her furiously respected husband, and perhaps one day to dedicate to her his forthcoming translation of Lope de Vega. End of section 66. Section 67 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 4. Every vacant seat in the Senate must, according to the Constitution, be filled within 4 weeks. 3 of them have passed, and this is Election Day, a day of thaw at the end of February. It is about 1 o'clock, and people are thronging into Broad Street. They are thronging before the Town Hall, with its ornamental glazed brick facade, its pointed towers and turrets mounting toward a whitish-grey sky, its covered steps supported on outstanding columns, its pointed arcades through which there is a glimpse of the market-place and the fountain. The crowd stands steadfastly in the dirty slush that melts beneath their feet. They look into each other's faces and then straight ahead again and crane their necks. For beyond that portal, in the council room, in 14 armchairs arranged in a semicircle, sit the electors, who have been chosen from the Senate and the Assembly and await the proposals of the voting chambers. The affair has spun itself out. It appears that the debate in the chambers will not die down. The struggle is so bitter that up to now not one single unanimous choice has been put before the council. Otherwise the burgomaster would at once announce an election. Extraordinary. Rumors, nobody knows whence, nobody knows how, come from within the building and circulate in the street. Perhaps Herr Kaspersen, the elder of the two beadles, who always refers to himself as a servant of the state, is standing inside there and telling what he hears out of the corner of his mouth, through his shut teeth, with his eyes turned the other way. The story goes that proposals have been laid before the sitting, but that each of the 3 chambers has turned in a different name, namely Hagenstrom, Kistenmacher, and Buddenbrook. A secret ballot must now be taken, with ballot papers. It is to be hoped that it will show a clear plurality. For people without overshoes are suffering and stamping their feet to warm them. The waiting crowd is made up of all sorts and conditions. There are seafaring characters with bare tattooed necks and their hands in the pockets of their sailor trousers, green porters with their incomparably respectable countenances and their blouses and knee-breeches of black glazed calico, drivers who have clambered down from their wagons of piled-up sacks and stand, whip in hand, to wait for the decision, servant maids in neckerchiefs, aprons, and thick-striped petticoats with little white caps perched on the backs of their heads, and market baskets hanging on their bare arms. Fish and vegetable women with their flat straw baskets, even a couple of pretty farm girls with Dutch caps, short skirts, and long flowing sleeves coming out from their gaily embroidered stay bodies. Mingled among these, burghers, shopkeepers who have come out hatless from neighbouring shops to exchange their views, sprucely dressed young men who are apprentices in the business of their fathers or their fathers' friends, and schoolboys with satchels and bundles of books. 2 labourers with bristling sailor beards stand chewing their tobacco. Behind them is an excited lady, craning her neck this way and that to get a glimpse of the town hall between their powerful shoulders. She wears a long evening cloak trimmed with brown fur, which she holds together from the inside with both hands. Her face is well covered with a thick brown veil. She shifts her feet about in the melting snow. "God, Kurt's bain't getting it this time nother, be he?" says the one labourer to the other. "No, ye muttonhead, 'tis certain he bain't. There's no more talk o' him. The votin's between Hagenstrom, Buddenbrook, and Kistenmacher. 'Tis all about they now. 'Tis whether which one of the 3 be ahead of the others, eh?" "So 'tis, yes, they do say so." "Then I'm minded they be choosing Hagenstrom." "Yes, Marty, so they'll be choosing Hagenstrom? You can tell that to your grandmother." And therewith he spits his tobacco juice on the ground, close to his own feet, the crowd being too dense to admit of a trajectory. He takes hold of his trousers in both hands and pulls them up higher under his belt, and goes on. Hagenstrom, he's a great pig. He be so fat he can't breathe through his own nose. If so be it's all over with Kurtz, then I'm for Buddenbrook. 'Tis a very shrewd chap. So 'tis, so 'tis. But Hagenstrom, he's got the money. That bain't the question. 'Tis no matter of riches. Then this Buddenbrook, he be so devilish fine, with his cuffs and his silk tie and his sticking-out moustaches. Hast seen him walk? He hops along like a bird. Ye ninny, that bain't the question, no more'n th'other. They say his sister have put away 2 men already. The lady in the fur cloak trembles visibly. That sort of thing. What do we know about it? Likely the consul he couldn't help it hisself. The lady in the veil thinks to herself, he couldn't indeed, thank God for that, and presses her hands together inside her cloak. And then, adds the Buddenbrook partisan, didn't the burgomaster his own self stand godfather to his son? Can't ye tell something by that? Yes, can't you indeed, thinks the lady. Thank heaven, that did do some good. She starts. A fresh rumour from the town hall, running zigzag through the crowd, has reached her ears. The balloting, it seems, has not been decisive. Eduard Kistenmacher, indeed, has received fewer votes than the other 2 candidates, and his name has been dropped. But the struggle goes on between Buddenbrook and Hagenstrom. A sapient citizen remarks that if the voting continues to be even, it will be necessary to appoint 5 arbitrators. A voice down in front at the entrance steps shouts suddenly, Heine Seehas is selected. Hurrah for Heine Seehas! Heine Seehas, be it known, is an habitual drunkard who peddles hot bread on a little wagon through the streets. Everybody roars with laughter and stands on tiptoe to see the wag who is responsible for the joke. The lady in the veil is seized with a nervous giggle, her shoulders shake for a moment, and then give a shrug which expresses as plainly as words, is this the time for tomfoolery like that? She collects herself again and stares with intensity between the 2 labourers at the town hall. But almost at the same moment her hands slip from her cloak so that it opens in front. Her figure relaxes, her shoulders droop. She stands there entirely crushed. Hagenstrom. The word seems to have come from nobody knows where, down from the sky or up from the earth. It is everywhere at once. There is no contradiction. So it is decided. Hagenstrom. Hagenstrom it is, then. One may as well go home. The lady in the veil might have known. It was ever thus. She will go home. She feels the tears rising in her throat. This state of things has lasted a second or 2, when there occurs a shouting and a backward jostling of the throng. It runs through the whole assemblage, as those in front press back those behind, and at the same time something red appears in the doorway. It is the coats of the beadles, Kaspersen and Uhlefeld. They are in full dress uniform, with white riding breeches, 3-cornered hats, yellow gauntlet gloves, and short dress swords. They appear side by side and make their way through the crowd, which falls back before them. They move like fate, silent, resolved, inexorable, not looking to right or left, with gaze directed toward the ground. They take, according to instructions, the route marked out by the election, and it is not in the direction of Sand Street. They have turned to the right. They are going down Broad Street. The lady in the veil cannot believe her eyes. However, all about her, people are seeing just what she sees. They are pushing on after the beadles, and saying to each other, "It isn't Hagenstrom, it's Buddenbrook." and a group of gentlemen emerge from the portal in excited conversation, and hurry with rapid steps down Broad Street to be the first to offer congratulations. Then the lady holds her cloak together and runs for it. She runs indeed as seldom lady runs. Her veil blows up, revealing her flushed face, no matter for that, and one of her furred galoshes keeps flapping open in the sloppy snow and hindering her frightfully, yet she outruns them all. She gains the house at the corner of Baker Street. She rings the alarm bell at the vestibule door. Fire, murder, thieves. She shouts at the maid who opens, "They're coming, Katrine, they're coming," takes the stairs and storms into the living room. Her brother himself sits there, certainly a little pale. He puts down his paper and makes a gesture almost as if to ward her off, but she puts her arms about him and repeats, "They're coming, Tom, they're coming. You are the man, and Hermann Hagenstrom is out." That was Friday. On the following day, Senator Buddenbrook stood in the council hall in the seat of the deceased James Muhlendorf, and, in the presence of the city fathers there assembled and the delegation of burgesses, he took the oath. "I will conscientiously perform the duties of my office, strive with all my power for the good of the state, faithfully obey the Constitution, honorably pursue the public weal, and, in the discharge of my office, regard neither my own advantage nor that of my relatives and friends. I will support the laws of the state and do justice on all alike, whether rich or poor. In all things where secrecy is needful, I will not speak, and especially will I not reveal what is given me to keep silent. So help me God." End of section 67. Section 68 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 5. Our desires and our performance are conditioned by certain needs of our nervous systems, which are very hard to define in words. What people called Thomas Buddenbrook's vanity, his care for his personal appearance, his extravagant dressing, was at bottom not vanity, but something else entirely. It was, originally, no more than the effort of a man of action to be certain, from head to toe, of the adequacy and correctness of his bearing. But the demands made by himself and by others upon his talents and his capacities were constantly increased. He was overwhelmed by public and private affairs. When the Senate sat to appoint its committees, one of the main departments, the administration of the taxes, fell to his lot. But tolls, railways, and other administrative business claimed his time as well, and he presided at hundreds of committees that called into play all the capacities he possessed. He had to summon every ounce of his flexibility, his foresight, his power to charm, in order not to wound the sensibilities of his elders, to defer constantly to them, and yet to keep the reins in his own hands. If his so-called vanity notably increased at the same time, if he felt a greater and greater need to refresh himself bodily, to renew himself, to change his clothing several times a day, all this meant simply that Thomas Buddenbrook, though he was barely 37 years old, was losing his elasticity, was wearing himself out fast. When good Dr. Grabo begged him to relax a little, he answered, "Oh, my dear doctor, I haven't reached that point yet," by which he meant that he still had an interminable deal of work to do before he arrived at the goal and could settle back to enjoy himself. The truth was, he hardly believed himself in such a condition. yet it drove him on, it left him no peace. Even when he seemed to rest, as he sat with the paper after dinner, 1,000 ideas whirled about in his brain, while the veins stood out on his temples, and he twisted the ends of his moustaches with a certain still intensity of passion. He concentrated with equal violence whether the subject of his thought was a business manoeuvre, a public speech, or a decision to renew his entire stock of body linen, in order to be sure that he had enough, for a while at least. If such wholesale buying afforded him passing relief and satisfaction, he could indulge himself in it without scruple, for his business at this time was as brilliant as ever it had been in his grandfather's day. The repute of the firm grew, not only in the town, but round about, and throughout the whole community he continued to be held in ever greater regard. His talents were admitted on all hands, with admiration or envy, as the case might be, while he himself wrestled ceaselessly, at times despairingly, to evolve an order and method of work which should enable him to overtake the flights of his own restless imagination. Thus, when, in the summer of 1863, Senator Buddenbrook went about with his mind full of plans for the building of a great new house, it was not arrogance which impelled him. He was driven by his own inability to be quiet, which his fellow burghers would have been right in ascribing to his vanity, for it was another manifestation of the same thing. To make a new home and a radical change in his outward life, to pack up, to reinstall himself afresh, to weed out all the accumulations of bygone years and set aside everything old or superfluous. All this, even in imagination, gave him feelings of freshness, newness, spotlessness, stimulation, all of which he must have craved indeed, for he attacked the plan with great enthusiasm, and already had his eye on a suitable location. There was a property of considerable extent at the lower end of Fisher's Lane. The house, grey with age, in bad repair, was offered for sale on the death of its owner, an ancient spinster, the relic of a forgotten family who had dwelt there alone. On this piece of land the senator thought to build his house, and he surveyed it with a speculative eye when he passed the spot on his way to the harbour. The neighbourhood was pleasant enough, good burgher houses, the most modest among them being the narrow little façade opposite, with a small flower shop on the ground floor. He threw himself into the affair. He made a rough estimate of the expense involved, and though the sum he fixed provisionally was by no means a small one, he felt he could compass it without undue effort. But then he would suddenly have the thought that the whole thing was a senseless folly, and confess to himself that his present house had plenty of room for himself, his wife, their child, and their servants. But the half-conscious cravings were stronger, and in the desire to have them strengthened and justified from outside, he first revealed his plan to his sister. "Well, Tony, what do you say to it? The whole house is a sort of bandbox, isn't it? And the winding stair is really a joke. It isn't quite the thing, is it? And now that you've had me made senator, in a word, don't you think I owe it to myself?" Ah, in the eyes of Madame Perminator, what was there he did not owe to himself? She was full of practical enthusiasm. She crossed her arms on her breast and walked up and down with her shoulders raised and her head in the air. "Of course you do, Tom. Goodness gracious, yes. What possible objection could there be? And when you have married an Arnoldson with 100,000 thaler to boot. I'm very proud to be the first you've told it to. It was lovely of you. And if you do it, Tom, why, you must do it well. That's what I say. It must be grand." Well, yes, I agree with you. I'm willing to spend something on it. I'll have Vogt, and we'll go over the plans together. Vogt has a great deal of taste." The second opinion which Thomas called in was Gerda's. She praised the idea unreservedly. The confusion of moving would not be pleasant, but the prospect of a large music-room with good acoustic properties impressed her most happily. As for the old Frau Consul, she was quite prepared to think of the new house as a logical consequence of all the other blessings which had fallen to her lot, and to give thanks to God, therefore, accordingly. Since the birth of the heir and the recent election, she gave freer expression to her motherly pride, and had a way of saying, "My son, the senator," which the Broad Street Buddenbrooks found most offensive. These aging spinsters felt that all too little shadow set off the sunshine through which Thomas's outward life ran its brilliant course. It was no great consolation, at the Thursday family gatherings, to pour contempt on poor, good-natured Clotilde. As for Christian, through the good offices of Mr. Richardson, his former chief, had found a situation in London, whence he had lately telegraphed a fantastic desire to marry Fräulein Pufvogel, an idea upon which his mother had firmly set her foot. Christian now belonged quite simply to Jakob Kruger's class, and was, as it were, a dead issue. They consoled themselves, to some extent, with the little weaknesses of the old Frau Consul and Frau Permaneder. They would bring the conversation round to the subject of coiffures. The Frau Consul was capable of saying, in the blandest way, that she always wore her hair very simply, whereas it was plain to anyone gifted by God with intelligence, and certainly to the Mrs. Buddenbrook, that the immutable red-blonde hair under the old lady's cap could no longer by any stretch be called her hair. Still more gratifying was it to get Cousin Tony started on the subject of those nefarious persons who had formerly had an influence on her life. Thierry Trischka, Grünlich, Permaneder, Hagenstrom. Tony, when she was egged on to it, would utter these names into the air like so many little trumpetings of disgust, with her shoulders well up. They had a sweet sound in the ears of the daughters of Uncle Gotthold. They could not dissimulate, and they would accept no responsibility for omitting to say that little Johann was frightfully slow about learning to walk and talk. They were really quite right. It was an admitted fact that Hanno, this was the nickname adopted by the Frau Senator for her son, at a time when he was able to call all the members of his family by name with fair correctness, was incapable of pronouncing the names Friederika, Henrietta, and Fifi so that anyone could understand what he said. And at 15 months he had not taken a single step alone. The Misses Buddenbrook, shaking their heads pessimistically, declared that the child would be halt and tongue-tied to the end of his days. They later admitted the error of their gloomy prophecy, but nobody in fact denied that Hanno was a little backward. His early infancy was a struggle for life, and his family was in constant anxiety. At birth he had been too feeble to cry out, and soon after the christening a 3-day attack of cholera infantum was almost enough to still forever the little heart set pumping in the first place with such difficulty. But he survived, and good Dr. Grabo did his best, by the most painstaking care and nourishment, to strengthen him for the difficult period of teething. the first tiny white point had barely pricked through the gum, when the child was attacked by convulsions, which repeated themselves with greater and greater violence, until again the worst was to be feared. Once more the old doctor speechlessly pressed the parent's hands. The child lay in profound exhaustion, and the vacant look in the shadowy eyes indicated an affection of the brain. The end seemed almost to be wished for. But Hanno regained some little strength, consciousness returned, and though the crisis which he had survived greatly hindered his progress in walking and talking, there was no longer any immediate danger to be feared. The child was slender of limb, and rather tall for his age. His hair, pale brown and very soft, began to grow rapidly, and fell waving over the shoulders of his full pinafore-like frocks. The family likenesses were abundantly clear, even now. From the first he possessed the Buddenbrook hand, broad, a little too short, but finely articulated, and his nose was precisely the nose of his father and great-grandfather, though the nostrils would probably remain more delicate. But the whole lower part of his face, longish and narrow, was neither Buddenbrook nor Kruger, but from the mother's side of the house. This was true of the mouth in particular, which, when closed, began very early to wear an anxious, woe-begone expression, that later matched the look of his strange gold-brown, blue-shadowed eyes. So he began to live, brooded over by his father's reserved tenderness, clothed and nurtured under his mother's watchful eye, prayed over by Aunt Antonia, presented with tops and hobby-horses by the Frau Consul and Uncle Justus, and when his charming little perambulator appeared on the streets, it was looked after with interest and expectation. Madame Descaux, the stately nurse, had attended the child up to now, but it had been settled that when they moved into the new house, not she, but Ida Jungmann should move in with them, and the latter's place with the old Frau Consul be filled by somebody else. Senator Buddenbrook carried out his plans. He had no difficulty in obtaining title to the property in Fisher's Lane. The Broad Street house was turned over to Gosh the broker, who dramatically declared himself prepared to assume the task of disposing of it. Stefan Kistenmacher, who had a growing family, and, with his brother Eduard, made good money in the wine business, bought it at once. Herr Vogt undertook the new building, and soon there was a clean plan to unroll before the eyes of the family on Thursday afternoons, when they could, in fancy, see the façade already before them. An imposing brick façade, with sandstone caryatides supporting the bow window, and a flat roof, of which Clotilde remarked, in her pleasant drawl, that one might drink afternoon coffee there. The senator planned to transfer the business offices to his new building, which would of course leave empty the ground floor of the house in Meng Street. But here also things turned out well, for it appeared that the City Fire Insurance Company wanted to rent the rooms by the month for their offices, which was quickly arranged. Autumn came, and the grey walls crumbled to heaps of rubbish, and Thomas Buddenbrook's new house rose above its roomy cellars, while winter set in and slowly waned again. In all the town there was no pleasanter topic of conversation. It was tip-top, it was the finest dwelling-house far and wide. But it must cost like the deuce. The old consul would never have spent money so recklessly. Thus the neighbours, the middle-class dwellers in the gabled houses, looking out at the workmen on the scaffoldings, enjoying the sight of the rising walls, and speculating on the date of the carpenter's feast. It came at length, and was celebrated with due circumstance. Up on the flat-topped roof an old master mason made the festal speech, and flung the champagne bottle over his shoulder, while the tremendous wreath, woven of roses, green garlands, and gay-coloured leaves, swayed between standards heavily in the breeze. The workmen's feast was held at a neighbouring inn, at long tables, with beer, sandwiches, and cigars, and Senator Buddenbrook and his wife and his little son on Madame Descaux's arm walked through the narrow space between the tables, and bowed his thanks at the cheers they gave him. When they got outside, they put little Hanno back into his carriage, and Thomas and Gerda crossed the road to have another look at the red façade with the white caryatides. They stood before the flower shop, with the narrow door and the poor little show window, in which only a few pots of onions stood on a green glass slab. Everson, the proprietor, a blond giant of a man in a woolen jacket, was in the doorway, with his wife. She was of a quite different build, slender and delicate, with a dark, southern-looking face. She held a 4 or 5-year-old boy by one hand, while with the other she was pushing a little carriage back and forth, in which a younger child lay asleep, and she was plainly expecting a third blessing. Everson made a low, awkward bow. His wife, continuing to push the little carriage back and forth, looked calmly and observantly at the Frau Senator, with her narrow black eyes, as the lady approached them on her husband's arm. Thomas paused and pointed with his walking-stick at the great garland far above them. "You did a good job, Everson," said he. "No, Herr Senator, that's the wife's work. She's the one for these affairs." "Oh," said the senator, raised his head with a little jerk, and gave, for a second, a clear, friendly look straight into Frau Everson's face. Then, without adding a word, he courteously waved his hand, and they moved on their way. End of section 68. Section 69 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 6. One Sunday at the beginning of July, Senator Buddenbrook had moved some 4 weeks before. Frau Perminator appeared at her brother's house toward evening. She crossed the cool ground floor, paved with flags and decorated with reliefs by Thorvaldsen, whence there was a door leading into the bureau. She rang at the vestibule door. It could be opened from the kitchen by pressing on a rubber bulb, and entered the spacious lobby, where, at the foot of the steps, stood the bear presented by Tubertius and Clara. Here she learned from Anton that the senator was still at work. "Very good, Anton," she said. "I will go to him." Yet she did not go at once into the office, but passed the door that led into it and stood at the bottom of the splendid staircase, which, as far as the first story, had a cast-iron balustrade, but at the distance of the second story became a wide pillared balcony in white and gold, with a great gilt chandelier hanging down from the skylight's dizzy height. "Very elegant," said Frau Perminator softly, in a tone of great satisfaction, gazing up into this spacious magnificence. To her it meant, quite simply, the power, the brilliance, and the triumph of the Buddenbrook family. But now it occurred to her that she was not, in fact, come upon a very cheerful errand, and she slowly turned away and passed through the door into the office. Thomas sat there quite alone in his place by the window, writing a letter. He glanced up, raised an eyebrow, and put out his hand to his sister. "Evening, Tony. What's the good word?" "Oh, nothing very good, Tom." "Oh, your staircase! It's just too splendid. Why are you sitting here writing in the dark?" It was a pressing letter. "Well, nothing very good, eh? Come out into the garden a little. It is pleasanter out there." As they crossed the entry, a violin adagio came trillingly down from the story above. "Listen," said Tony, and paused a moment. "Gerda is playing. How heavenly! What a woman! She isn't a woman, she's a fairy. How is Hanno, Tom?" "Just having his supper with young Mann. Too bad he is so slow about walking." "Oh, that will come, Tom, that will come. Are you pleased with Ida?" "Why not?" They crossed the flags at the back, leaving the kitchen on the right, went through a glass door and up 2 steps into the lovely scented flower garden. "Well?" the senator asked. It was warm and still. The fragrance from the neat beds and borders hung in the evening air, and the fountain, surrounded by tall, pale purple iris, sent its stream gently plashing heavenward, where the first stars began to gleam. In the background, an open flight of steps flanked by low obelisks led up to a gravelled terrace, with an open wooden pavilion, a closed marquee, and some garden chairs. On the left hand was the property wall between them and the next garden. On the right, the side wall of the next house was covered with a wooden trellis intended for climbing plants. There were a few currant and gooseberry bushes at the sides of the terrace steps, but there was only one tree, a large gnarled walnut, by the left-hand wall. "The thing is this," answered Frau Permaneder, with some hesitation, as the brother and sister began to pace the gravel path of the forepart of the garden. "Tiburtius has written." "Clara?" questioned Thomas. "Please don't make a long story of it." "Yes, Tom. She is in bed. She is very bad. The doctor is afraid of tuberculosis, of the brain. I can hardly speak the words. Here is the letter Tiburtius wrote me, and enclosed another for mother, which we are to give her when we have prepared her a little. It tells the same story. And there is this second enclosure to mother from Clara herself, written in pencil in a shaky hand. And Tiburtius wrote that she herself said that this was the last she should write, for it seems the sad thing is she makes no effort to live. She was always longing for heaven," finished Frau Permaneder, and wiped her eyes. The senator walked at her side, his hands behind his back, his head bowed. "You are so quiet, Tom, but you are right. What is there to say? Just now, too, when Christian lies ill in Hamburg." For this was, in fact, the state of things. Christian's misery in the left side had increased so much of late that it had become actual pain, severe enough to make him forget all smaller woes. He was quite helpless, and had written to his mother, from London, that he was coming home, for her to take care of him. He quit his situation in London, and started off, but at Hamburg had been obliged to take to his bed. The doctor diagnosed his ailment as rheumatism of the joints, and he had been removed from his hotel to a hospital. Any further journey was for the time impossible. There he lay, and dictated to his attendant letters that betrayed extreme depression. "Yes," said the senator quietly, "it seems as if one thing just followed on another." She put her arm for an instant across his shoulders. "But you mustn't give way, Tom. This is no time for you to be downhearted. You need all your courage." "Yes, God knows I need it." "What do you mean, Tom? Tell me, why were you so quiet Thursday afternoon at dinner, if I may ask?" "Oh, business, my child. I had to sell no very small quantity of grain, not very advantageously, or rather, I had to sell a large quantity, very much at a loss." "Well, that happens, Tom. You sell at a loss to-day, and to-morrow you make it good again. To get discouraged over a thing of that kind—" "Wrong, Tony," he said, and shook his head. "My courage does not go down to zero because I've had a piece of bad luck. It's the other way on. I believe in that, and events show it." "But what is the matter with it, then?" she asked, surprised and alarmed. "One would think you have enough to make you happy, Tom. Clara is alive, and with God's help she will get better. And as for everything else, here we are walking about in your own garden, and it all smells so sweet. And yonder is your house, a dream of a house. Hermann Hagenstrom's is a dog kennel beside it. And you have done all that." "Yes, it is almost too beautiful, Tony. I'll tell you, it is too new. It jars on me a little. Perhaps that is what is the matter with me. It may be responsible for the bad mood that comes over me and spoils everything. I looked forward immensely to all this, but the anticipation was the best part of it. It always is. Everything gets done too slowly. So when it is finished, the pleasure is already gone." "The pleasure is gone, Tom? At your age?" "A man is as young or as old as he feels, and when one gets one's wish too late, or works too hard for it, it comes already weighted with all sorts of small vexatious drawbacks, with all the dust of reality upon it, that one did not reckon with in fancy. It is so irritating, so irritating." "Oh, yes. But what do you mean by 'as old as you feel'?" "Why, Tony, it is a mood, certainly. It may pass. But just now I feel older than I am. I have business cares. And at the directors' meeting of the Buchan Railway yesterday, Consul Hagenstrom simply talked me down, refuted my contentions, nearly made me appear ridiculous. I feel that could not have happened to me before. It is as though something had begun to slip, as though I haven't the firm grip I had on events. What is success? It is an inner, an indescribable force, resourcefulness, power of vision, a consciousness that I am, by my mere existence, exerting pressure on the movement of life about me. It is my belief in the adaptability of life to my own ends. Fortune and success lie with ourselves. We must hold them firmly, deep within us, for as soon as something begins to slip, to relax, to get tired within us, then everything without us will rebel and struggle to withdraw from our influence. One thing follows another, blow after blow, and the man is finished. Often and often in these days I have thought of a Turkish proverb. It says, 'When the house is finished, death comes.' It doesn't need to be death, but the decline, the falling off, the beginning of the end. You know, Tony," he went on in a still lower voice, putting his arm underneath his sister's, "when Hanno was christened, you said, 'It looks as if quite a new life would dawn for us all.' I can still hear you say it. And I thought then that you were right, for I was elected senator, and was fortunate in my business, and this house seemed to spring up out of the ground. But the senator and this house are superficial after all. I know from life and from history something you have not thought of. Often the outward and visible material signs and symbols of happiness and success only show themselves when the process of decline has already set in. The outer manifestations take time, like the light of that star up there, which may in reality be already quenched, when it looks to us to be shining its brightest. He ceased to speak, and they walked for a while in silence, while the fountain gently murmured, and a whispering sounded from the top of the walnut tree. Then Frau Permenater breathed such a heavy sigh that it sounded like a sob. "How sadly you talk, Tom. You never spoke so sadly before, but it is good to speak out, and it will help you to put all that kind of thoughts out of your mind." "Yes, Tony, I must try to do that, I know, as well as I can. And now give me the enclosures from Clara and the pastor. It will be best, won't it, for me to take over the matter and speak tomorrow morning with mother? Poor mother! If it is really tuberculosis, one may as well give up hope. End of section 69. Section 70 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 7. "You don't even ask me? You go right over my head?" "I have done as I had to do." "You have acted like a distracted person, in a perfectly unreasonable way." "Reason is not the highest thing on earth." "Please, don't make phrases. The question is one of the most ordinary justice, which you have most astonishingly ignored." "Let me suggest to you, my son, that you yourself are ignoring the duty and respect which you owe to your mother." "And I answer you, my dear mother, by telling you that I have never for a moment forgotten the respect I owe you, but that my attributes as a son became void when I took my father's place as head of the family and of the firm." "I desire you to be silent, Thomas." "No, I will not be silent, so long as you fail to realize the extent of your own weakness and folly." "I have a right to dispose of my own property as I choose." "Within the limits of justice and reason." "I could never have believed you would have the heart to wound me like this." "And I could never have believed that my own mother would slap me in the face." "Tom! Why, Tom!" Frau Permenater's anguished voice got itself a hearing at last. She sat at the window of the landscape room, wringing her hands, while her brother paced up and down in a state of high excitement, and the Frau Consul, beside herself with angry grief, sat on the sofa, leaning with one hand on its upholstered arm, while the other struck the table to emphasize her words. All three wore mourning for Clara, who was no longer of this earth, and all three were pale and excited. What was going on? Something amazing, something dreadful, something at which the very actors in the scene themselves stood aghast and incredulous. A quarrel, an embittered disagreement between mother and son. It was a sultry August afternoon. Only 10 days after the senator had gently prepared his mother and given her the letters from Clara and Tiburtius, the blow fell, and he had the harder task of breaking to the old lady the news of death itself. He travelled to Riga for the funeral, and returned with his brother-in-law, who spent a few days with the family of his deceased wife, and also visited Christian in the hospital at Hamburg. And now, 2 days after the pastor had departed for home, the Frau Consul, with obvious hesitation, made a certain revelation to her son. 127,500 marks current?" cried he, and shook his clasped hands in front of him. If it were the dowry even, if he wanted to keep the 80,000 marks, though considering there's no heir, even that, but to promise him Clara's whole inheritance, right over my head, without saying aye, yes, or no. Thomas, for our blessed Lord's sake, do me some sort of justice at least. Could I act otherwise? Tell me, could I? She who has been taken from us, and is now with God, she wrote me from her deathbed, with faltering hand, a pencilled letter. Mother, she wrote, we shall see each other no more on this earth, and these are, I know, my dying words to you. With my last conscious thoughts, I appeal to you for my husband. God gave us no children, but when you follow me, let what would have been mine if I had lived go to him to enjoy during his lifetime. Mother, it is my last request, my dying prayer. You will not refuse it. No, Thomas, I did not refuse it. I could not. I sent a dispatch to her, and she died in peace. The Frau Consul wept violently. And you never told me a syllable. Everybody conceals things from me, and acts without my authority, repeated the senator. Yes, Thomas, I have kept silent, for I felt I must fulfill the last wish of my dying child, and I knew you would have tried to prevent me. Yes, by God, I would have. You would have had no right to, for 3 of my children would have been on my side. I think my opinion has enough weight to balance that of 2 women and a degenerate fool. You speak of your brother and sisters as heartlessly as you do to me. Clara was a pious, ignorant woman, mother, and Tony is a child, and anyhow she knew nothing about the affair at all until now, or she might have talked at the wrong time, eh? And Christian? Oh, he got Christian's consent, did Tiburtius. Who would have thought it of him? Do you know now, or don't you grasp it yet, what he is, this ingenious pastor? He is a rogue and a fortune-hunter. Sons-in-law are always rogues, said Frau Permanator in a hollow voice. He is a fortune-hunter. What does he do? He travels to Hamburg and sits down by Christian's bed. He talks to him. Yes, says Christian. Yes, Tiburtius, God bless you. Have you any idea of the pain I suffer in my left side? Oh, the idiots, the scoundrels, they joined hands against me. And the senator, perfectly beside himself, leaned against the wrought-iron fire-screen and pressed his clenched hands to his temples. This paroxysm of anger was out of proportion to the circumstances. No, it was not the 127,000 marks that had brought him to this unprecedented state of rage. It was rather that his irritated senses connected this case with the series of rebuffs and misfortunes which had lately attended him in both public and private business. Nothing went well any more. Nothing turned out as he intended it should. And now, had it come to this, that in the house of his fathers they went over his head in matters of the highest importance, that a pastor from Riga could thus bamboozle him behind his back? He could have prevented it if he had only been told, but events had taken their course without him. It was this which he felt could not have happened earlier, would not have dared to happen earlier. Again his faith tottered, his faith in himself, his luck, his power, his future. And it was nothing but his own inward weakness and despair that broke out in this scene before mother and sister. Frau Permanator stood up and embraced her brother. "Tom," she said, "do control yourself. Try to be calm. You will make yourself ill. Are things so very bad? Tiburtius doesn't need to live so very long, perhaps, and the money would come back after he dies. And if you want it to, it can be altered. Can it not be altered, mamma?" The Frau Consul answered only with sobs. "Oh, no, no," said the consul, pulling himself together, and making a weak gesture of dissent. "Let it be as it is. Do you think I would carry it into court and sue my own mother, and add a public scandal to the family one? It may go as it is," he concluded, and walked lifelessly to the glass door, where he paused and stood. "But you need not imagine," he said in a suppressed voice, "that things are going so brilliantly with us. Tony lost 80,000 marks, and Christian, beside the setting up of 50,000 that he has run through with, has already had 30,000 in advance, and will need more, as he's not earning anything, and will have to take a cure at Unhausen. And now Clara's dowry is permanently lost, and her whole inheritance besides, for an indefinite period. And business is poor. It seems to have gone to the devil precisely since the time when I spent more than 100,000 marks on my house. No, things are not going well in a family where there are such scenes as this to-day. Let me tell you one thing. If father were alive, if he were here in this room, he would fold his hands and commend us to the mercy of God." End of section 70. Section 71 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 7, Chapter 8. Wars and rumors of war, billeting and bustle. Prussian officers tread the parquetry floors of Senator Buddenbrooks' bel étage, kiss the hand of the lady of the house, and frequent the club with Christian, who is back from Unhausen. In Meng Street, Mamselle Severin, Riekchen Severin, the Frau Consul's new companion, helps the maids to drag piles of mattresses into the old garden house, which is full of soldiers. Confusion, disorder, and suspense reign. Troops march off through the gate, new ones come in. They overrun the town, they eat, sleep, fill the ears of the citizens with the noise of rolling drums, commands, and trumpet calls, and march off again. Royal princes are feted. Entry follows entry, then quiet again, and suspense. In the late autumn and winter the victorious troops return. Again they are billeted in the town for a time, are mustered out, and go home, to the great relief of the cheering citizens. Peace comes, the brief peace, heavy with destiny, of the year 1865. And between two wars, little Johann played. Unconscious and tranquil, with his soft curling hair and voluminous pinafore frocks, he played in the garden by the fountain, or in the little gallery partitioned off for his use by a pillared railing from the vestibule of the second story, played the plays of his 4.5 years, those plays whose meaning and charm no grown person can possibly grasp, which need no more than a few pebbles or a stick of wood with a dandelion for a helmet, since they command the pure, powerful, glowing, untaught, and unintimidated fancy of those blissful years before life touches us, when neither duty nor remorse dares to lay upon us a finger's weight, when we may see, hear, laugh, dream, and feel amazement, when the world yet makes upon us not one single demand, when the impatience of those whom we should like so much to love does not yet torment us for evidence of our ability to succeed in the impending struggle. Ah, only a little while, and that struggle will be upon us, and they will do their best to bend us to their will, and cut us to their pattern, to exercise us, to lengthen us, to shorten us, to corrupt us. Great things happened while little Hanno played. The war flamed up, and its fortunes swayed this way and that, then inclined to the side of the victors, and Hanno Buddenbrooks' native city, which had shrewdly stuck to Prussia, looked on not without satisfaction at wealthy Frankfurt, which had to pay with her independence for her faith in Austria. But with the failure, in July, of a large firm of Frankfurt wholesale dealers immediately before the armistice, the firm of Johann Buddenbrook lost, at one fell swoop, the round sum of 20,000 thaler. End of section 71. Section 72 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 1. When Herr Hugo Weinschenk, in his buttoned-up frock-coat, with his drooping lower lip and his narrow black moustaches, which grew in the most masculine way imaginable, right into the corners of his mouth, with both his fists held out in front of him, and making little motions with his elbows at about the height of his waist, when Herr Hugo Weinschenk, now for some time director of the City Fire Insurance Company, crossed the great entry in Meng Street, and passed with a swinging, pompous stride from his front to his back office, he gave an impressive impersonation of an energetic and prosperous man. And Erika Grunlick, on the other hand, was now 20 years old, a tall, blooming girl, fresh-colored and pretty, full of health and strength. If chance took her up or down the stairs, just as Herr Weinschenk passed that way, and chance did this not seldom, the director took off his top hat, displaying his short black hair, which was already greying at the temples, minced rather more than ever at the waist of his frock-coat, and greeted the young girl with an admiring glance from his bold and roving brown eye, whereat Erika ran away, sat down somewhere in a window, and wept for hours out of sheer helpless confusion. Fräulein Grunlick had grown up under Teresa Weichbrod's care and correction. Her thoughts did not fly far afield. She wept over Herr Weinschenk's top hat, the way he raised his eyebrows at sight of her and let them fall, over his regal bearing and his balancing fists. Her mother, Frau Permanator, saw further. Her daughter's future had troubled her for years. For Erika was at a disadvantage compared with other young girls of her age. Frau Permanator not only did not go into society, she was actually at war with it. The conviction that the best people thought slightingly of her because of her 2 divorces had become almost a fixed idea, and she read contempt and aversion where probably there was only indifference. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom, for instance, simple and liberal-minded man that he was, would very likely have been perfectly glad to greet her on the street. His money had only increased his joviality and good nature. But she stared with her head flung back, past his goose-liver pâté face, which, to use her own strong language, she hated like the plague, and her look, of course, distinctly forbade him. So Erika grew up outside her uncle's social circle. She frequented no balls, and had small chance of meeting eligible young gentlemen. Yet it was Frau Antonia's most ardent hope, especially after she herself had failed in business, as she said, that her daughter might realize her own unfulfilled dream of a happy and advantageous marriage, which should redound to the glory of the family, and sink the mother's failure in final oblivion. Tony longed for this beyond everything, and chiefly now for her brother's sake, who had latterly shown so little optimism, as a sign to him that the luck of the family was not yet lost, that they were by no means at the end of their rope. Her second dowry, the 18,000 thaler so magnanimously returned by Herr Permenator, lay waiting for Erika. And directly Frau Antonia's practised glance marked the budding tenderness between her daughter and the director, she began to trouble heaven with a prayer that Herr Weinschenck might be led to visit them. He was. He appeared in the first story, where he was received by the three ladies, mother, daughter, and granddaughter, talked for 10 minutes, and promised to return another day for coffee and more leisurely conversation. This, too, came to pass, and the acquaintance progressed. The director was a Silesian by birth. His old father, in fact, still lived in Silesia, but the family seemed not to come into consideration, Hugo being evidently a self-made man. He had the self-consciousness of such men, a not quite native, rather insecure, mistrustful, exaggerated air. His grammar was not perfect, and his conversation was distinctly clumsy, and his countrified frock-coat had shiny spots. His cuffs, with large jet cuff-buttons, were not quite fresh, and the nail on the middle finger of his left hand had been crushed in some accident, and was shriveled and blackened. The impression, on the whole, was rather unpleasing, yet it did not prevent Hugo Weinschenck from being a highly worthy young man, industrious and energetic, with a yearly salary of 12,000 marks current, nor from being, in Erika Grünlich's eyes, handsome to boot. Frau Permenator quickly looked him over and summed him up. She talked freely with her mother and the senator. It was clear to her that here was a case of two interests meeting and complementing each other. Director Weinschenck was, like Erika, devoid of every social connection. The two were thus, in a manner, marked out for each other. It was plainly the hand of God himself. If the director, who was nearing the 40s, his hair already sprinkled with grey, desired to found a family appropriate to his station and connections, here was an opening for him into one of the best circles in town, calculated to advance him in his calling and consolidate his position. As for Erika's welfare, Frau Permenator could feel confident that at least her own lot would be out of the question. Herr Weinschenck had not the faintest resemblance to Herr Permenator, and he was differentiated from Bendix Grünlich by his position as an old established official with a fixed salary, which of course did not preclude a further career. In a word, much goodwill was shown on both sides. Herr Weinschenk's visits followed each other in quick succession, and by January of the year 1867, he permitted himself to make a brief and manly offer for Erika Grünlich's hand. From now on he belonged to the family. He came on Children's Day and was received civilly by the relatives of his betrothed. He must soon have seen that he did not fit in very well, but he concealed the fact under an increased assurance of manner, while the Frau Consul, Uncle Eustace, and the senator, though hardly the Broad Street Buddenbrooks, practised a tactful complaisance toward the socially awkward, hard-working official. And tact was needed. for pauses would come at the family table when Director Weinschenk tried to make conversation by asking if orange marmalade was a pudding, when he gave out the opinion that Romeo and Juliet was a piece by Schiller, when his manner with Erica's cheek or arm became too roguish. He uttered his views frankly and cheerfully, rubbing his hands like a man whose mind is free from care, and leaning back sidewise against the arm of his chair. Someone always needed to fill in the pause by a sprightly or diverting remark. He got on best with the senator, who knew how to steer a safe course between politics and business. His relations with Gerda Buddenbrook were hopeless. This lady's personality put him off to such a degree that he was incapable of finding anything to talk about with her for 2 minutes on end. The fact that she played the violin made a strong impression upon him, and he finally confined himself, on each Thursday afternoon encounter, to the jovial inquiry, "Well, how's the fiddle?" After the 3rd time, however, the Frau Senator refrained from reply. Christian, on the other hand, used to look at his new relative down his nose, and the next day imitate him and his conversation with full details. The second son of the deceased Consul Buddenbrook had been relieved of his rheumatism in Unhausen, but a certain stiffness of the joints was left, as well as the periodic misery in the left side, where all the nerves were too short, and sundry other ills to which he was heir, as difficulty in breathing and swallowing, irregularity of the heart action, and a tendency to paralysis, or at least to a fear of it. He did not look like a man at the end of the 30s. His head was entirely bald, except for vestiges of reddish hair at the back of the neck and on the temples, and his small, round, roving eyes lay deeper than ever in their sockets, and his great bony nose and his lean sallow cheeks were startlingly prominent above his heavy, drooping red moustaches. His trousers, of beautiful and lasting English stuff, flapped about his crooked, emaciated legs. He had come back once more to his mother's house, and had a room on the corridor of the 1st story. But he spent more of his time at the club than in Meng Street, for life there was not made any too pleasant for him. Riekhen Severin, Ida Jungmann's successor, who now reigned over the Frau Consul's household and managed the servants, had a peasant's instinct for hard facts. She was a thick-set, country-bred creature with coarse lips and fat red cheeks. She perceived directly that it was not worth while to put herself out for this idle story-teller, who was silly and ill by turns, whom his brother, the senator, the real head of the family, ignored with lifted eyebrows. So she quite calmly neglected Christian's wants. "Gracious Herr Buddenbrook," she would say, "you needn't think as I've got time for the likes of you." Christian would look at her with his nose all wrinkled up, as if to say, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" and go his stiff-kneed way. "Do you think," he said to Tony, "that I have a candle to go to bed by? Very seldom. I generally take a match." The sum his mother could allow him was small. "Hard times," he would say. "Yes, times were different once. Why, what do you suppose? Sometimes I've had to borrow money for tooth-powder." "Christian!" cried Frau Permenator, "how undignified! And going to bed with a match!" She was shocked and outraged in her deepest sensibilities, but that did not mend matters. The tooth-powder money Christian borrowed from his old friend Andreas Giesecke, doctor of civil and criminal jurisprudence. He was fortunate in this friendship, and it did him credit, for Dr. Giesecke, though as much of a rake as Christian, knew how to keep his dignity. He had been elected senator the preceding winter, for Dr. Uverdick had sunk gently to his long rest, and Dr. Langhals sat in his place. His elevation did not affect Andreas Giesecke's mode of life. Since his marriage with Fräulein Huneeus, he had acquired a spacious house in the centre of the town, but, as everybody knew, he also owned a certain comfortable little vine-clad villa in the suburb of St. Gertrude, which was charmingly furnished, and occupied, quite alone, by a still young and uncommonly pretty person of unknown origin. Above the house door, in ornamental gilt lettering, was the word Quisisana, by which name the retired little dwelling was known throughout the town, where they pronounced it with a very soft S and a very broad A. Christian Buddenbrook, as Senator Giesecke's best friend, had obtained entry into Quisisana, and been successful there, as formerly with Aline Pufvogel in Hamburg, and on other occasions in London, Valparaiso, and sundry other parts of the world. He told a few stories, and was a little friendly, and now he visited the little vine-clad house on the same footing as Senator Giesecke himself. Whether this happened with the latter's knowledge and consent is, of course, doubtful. What is certain is that Christian found there, without money and without price, the same friendly relaxation as Dr. Giesecke, who, however, had to pay for the same with his wife's money. A short time after the betrothal of Hugo Weinschenck and Erika Grünlich, the director proposed to his relative that he should enter the insurance office, and Christian actually worked for 2 weeks in the service of the company. But the misery in his side began to get worse, and his other indefinable ills as well, and the director proved to be a domineering superior, who did not hesitate, on the occasion of a little misunderstanding, to call his relative a booby. So Christian felt constrained to leave this post too. Madame Permaneder, at this period of the family's history, was in such a joyful mood that her happiness found vent in shrewd observations about life, how, when all was said and done, it had its good side. Truly, she bloomed anew in these weeks, and their invigorating activity, the manifold plans, the search for suitable quarters, and the feverish preoccupation with furnishings, brought back with such force the memories of her first betrothal, that she could not but feel young again, young and boundlessly hopeful. Much of the graceful high spirits of girlhood returned to her ways and movements. Indeed, she profaned the mood of one entire Jerusalem evening by such uncontrollable hilarity that even Leah Gerhardt let the book of her ancestor fall in her lap and stared about the room with the great innocent startled eyes of the deaf. Erika was not to be parted from her mother. The director agreed, nay, it was even his wish, that Frau Antonia should live with the Weinschenks, at least at first, and help the inexperienced Erika with her housekeeping. And it was precisely this which called up in her the most priceless feeling, as though no Bendix Grünlich or Alois Permaneder had ever existed, and all the trials, disappointments, and sufferings of her life were as nothing, and she might begin anew and with fresh hopes. She bade Erika be grateful to God, who bestowed upon her the one man of her desire, whereas the mother had been obliged to offer up her first and dearest choice on the altar of duty and reason. It was Erica's name which, with a hand trembling with joy, she inscribed in the family book next to the director's. But she, Tony Buddenbrook, was the real bride. It was she who might once more ransack furniture and upholstery shops, and test hangings and carpets with a practised hand. She who once more found and rented a truly elegant apartment. It was she who was once more to leave the pious and roomy parental mansion, and cease to be a divorced wife. She who might once more lift her head and begin a new life, calculated to arouse general remark and enhance the prestige of the family. Even, was it a dream? Dressing-gowns appeared upon the horizon, 2 dressing-gowns for Erica and herself, of soft woven stuff, with close rows of velvet trimming from neck to hem. The weeks fled by, the last weeks of Erica Grunlich's maidenhood. The young pair had made calls in only a few houses, for the director, a serious and preoccupied man with no social experience, intended to devote what leisure he had to intimate domesticity. There was a betrothal dinner in the great salon of the house in Fisher's Lane, at which, besides Thomas and Gerda, there were present the bridal pair, and Henrietta, Friederike, and Fifi Buddenbrook, and some close friends of the senator, and the director continually pinched the bare shoulders of his fiancée, rather to the disgust of the other guests. And the wedding day drew near. The marriage was solemnized in the columned hall, as on that other occasion when it was Frau Grunlich who wore the myrtle. Frau Stutt from Belfounders Street, the same who moved in the best circles, helped to arrange the folds of the bride's white satin gown and pin on the decorations. The senator gave away the bride, supported by Christian's friend, Senator Giesecke, and 2 school friends of Erica's acted as bridesmaids. Director Hugo Weinschenk looked imposing and manly, and only trod once on Erica's flowing veil on the way to the improvised altar. Pastor Prinksheim held his hands clasped beneath his chin, and performed the service with his accustomed air of sweet exultation, and everything went off with dignity and according to rule. When the rings were exchanged, and the deep and the treble yes sounded in the hush, both a trifle husky, Frau Permanator, overpowered by the past, the present, and the future, burst into audible sobs, just the unthinking, unembarrassed tears of her childhood. And the sisters Buddenbrook, Fifi, in honour of the day, was wearing a gold chain to her pince-nez, smiled a little sourly, as always on such occasions. But Mademoiselle Weichbrot, who had grown shorter with the lengthening years, and had the oval brooch with the miniature of her mother around her thin neck, Sesame said, with the disproportionate solemnity which hides deep emotion, "Be happy, you good child." Followed a banquet, as solemn as solid, beneath the eyes of the white Olympians looking down composedly from their blue background. As it drew toward its end, the newly wedded pair disappeared to begin their wedding journey, which was to include visits to several large cities. All this was at the middle of April, and in the next 2 weeks Frau Permanator, assisted by the upholsterer Jacobs, accomplished one of her masterpieces. She moved into and settled the spacious first story which she had rented in a house halfway down Baker Alley. There, in a bower of flowers, she welcomed the married pair on their return. And thus began Tony Buddenbrook's 3rd marriage. Yes, this was really the right way to put it. The senator himself, one Thursday afternoon when the Weinschenks were not present, had called it that, and Frau Permanator quite relished the joke. All the cares of the new household fell upon her, but she reaped her reward in pride and pleasure. One day she happened to meet on the street Frau Consul Julken Mullendorf, born Hagenstrom, into whose face she looked with a challenging, triumphant glance. It actually dawned upon Frau Mullendorf that she had better speak first, and she did. Tony waxed so important in her pride and joy when she showed off the new house to visiting relatives that little Erica, beside her, seemed but a guest herself. Frau Antonia displayed the house to their guests, the train of her morning gown dragging behind her, her shoulders up and her head thrown back, carrying on her arm the key basket with its bow of satin ribbon. She displayed the furniture, the hangings, the translucent porcelain, the gleaming silver, the large oil paintings. These last had been purchased by the director, and were nearly all still lifes of edibles or nude figures of women, for such was Hugo Weinschank's taste. Tony's every movement seemed to say, "See, I have managed all this for the third time in my life. It is almost as fine as Grünlich's, and much finer than Permaneder's." The old Frau Consul came, in a black and grey striped silk, giving out a discreet odour of patchouli. She surveyed everything with her pale, calm eyes, and, without any loud expressions of admiration, professed herself pleased with the effect. The senator came, with his wife and child. He and Gerda hugely enjoyed Tony's blissful self-satisfaction, and with difficulty prevented her from killing her adored little Johann with currant bread and port wine. The Misses Buddenbrook came, and were unanimously of opinion that it was all very fine. Of course, being modest people themselves, they would not care to live in it. Poor, lean, grey, patient, hungry Clotilde came, submitted to the usual teasing, and drank 4 cups of coffee, praising everything the while in her usual friendly drawl. Even Christian appeared now and then, when there was nobody at the club, drank a little glass of Benedictine, and talked about a project he had of opening an agency for champagne and brandy. He knew the business, and it was a light, agreeable job, in which a man could be his own master, write now and then in a notebook, and make 30 thaler by turning over his hand. Then he borrowed a little money from Frau Permaneder to buy a bouquet for the leading lady at the theatre. Came by God knows what train of thought to Maria and the depravity in London, and then lighted upon the story of the mangy dog that travelled all the way from Valparaiso to San Francisco in a hand satchel. By this time he was in full swing, and narrated with such gusto, verve, and irresistible drollery that he would have held a large audience spellbound. He narrated like one inspired. He possessed the gift of tongues. He narrated in English, Spanish, Low German, and Hamburgese. He depicted stabbing affrays in Chile and pickpocketings in Whitechapel. He drew upon his repertory of comic songs, and half sang, half recited, with incomparable pantomime and highly suggestive gesture. "I sauntered out one day in an idle sort o' way, and chanced to see a maid ahead o' me. She'd such a charmin' air, her back was French, I'd swear, and she wore her hat as rakish as could be. I says, 'My pretty dear, since you and I are here, perhaps you'd take me arm and walk along.' She turned her pretty head, and looked at me, and said, 'You just get on, my lad, and hold your tongue.'" From this he went off on an account of a performance at the Rents Circus in Hamburg, and reproduced a turn by a troupe of English vaudeville artists in such a way that you felt you were actually present. There was the usual hubbub behind the curtain, shouts of "Open the door, will you?" quarrels with the ringmaster, and then, in a broad, lugubrious English German, a whole string of stories, the one about the man who swallowed a mouse in his sleep, and went to the vet, who advised him to swallow a cat, and the one about "my grandmother, lively old girl she was," who on her way to the railway station encounters all sorts of adventures, ending with the train pulling out of the station in front of the nose of the lively old girl. And then Christian broke off with a triumphant "Orchestra!" and made as if he had just waked up, and was very surprised that no music was forthcoming. But, quite suddenly, he stopped. His face changed, his motions relaxed. His deep little round eyes began to stray moodily about. He rubbed his left side with his hand, and seemed to be listening to uncanny sounds within himself. He drank another glass of liqueur, which relieved him a little. Then he tried to tell another story, but broke down in a fit of depression. Frau Permaneder, who in these days was uncommonly prone to laugh, and had enjoyed the performance hugely, accompanied her brother to the door in rather a prankish mood. "Adieu, Herr Agent," said she. Minnesinger, old goose, come again soon." She laughed full-throatedly behind him, and went back into her house. But Christian did not mind. He did not even hear her, so deep was he in thought. "Well," he said to himself, "I'll go over to Quisisana for a bit." His hat a little awry, leaning on his stick with the nun's bust for a handle, he went slowly and stiffly down the steps. End of section 72. Section 73 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 2. In the spring of 1868, one evening towards 10 o'clock, Frau Permaneder entered the first story of her brother's house. Senator Buddenbrooks sat alone in the living-room, which was done in olive green rep, with a large round centre table and a great gas lamp hanging down over it from the ceiling. He had the Berlin Financial Gazette spread out in front of him on the table, and was reading it, with a cigarette held between the first and second fingers of his left hand, and a gold pince-nez on his nose. He had now for some time been obliged to use glasses for reading. He heard his sister's footsteps as she passed through the dining-room, took off his glasses, and peered into the darkness until Tony appeared between the portieres and in the circle of light from the lamp. "Oh, is it you? How are you? Back from Puppenrade? How are your friends?" "Evening, Tom. Thanks. Armgard is very well. Are you here alone?" "Yes, I'm glad you have come. I ate my dinner all alone tonight, like the Pope. I don't count Mamselle Jungmann, because she's always popping up to look after Hanno. Gerda is at the casino. Christian fetched her to hear Tamayo play the violin." "Bless and save us, as mother says. Yes, I've noticed lately that Gerda and Christian get on quite well together." "Yes, I have too. Since he came back for good, she seems to have taken to him. She sits and listens to him when he tells about his troubles. Dear me, I suppose he entertains her. She said to me lately, 'There is nothing of the burgher about Christian, Thomas. He is even less of a burgher than you are yourself.'" "Burgher, Tom? What did she mean? Why, it seems to me there is no better burgher on top of the earth than you are." "Oh, well, she didn't mean it just in that sense. Take off your things and sit down a while, my child. How splendid you look! The country air did you good." "I'm in very good form. she said, as she took off her mantle and the hood with lilac silk ribbons, and sat down with dignity in an easy-chair by the table. "My sleep and my digestion both improved very much in this short time. The fresh milk and the farm sausages and hams, one thrives, like the cattle and the crops. And the honey, Tom, I have always considered honey one of the very best of foods, a pure nature product. One knows just what one's eating. Yes, it was really very sweet of Armgard to remember an old boarding-school friendship and send me the invitation. Herr von Maibohm was very polite, too. They urged me to stay a couple of weeks longer, but I know Erika is rather helpless without me, especially now with little Elisabeth." "How is the child?" "Doing nicely, Tom. She's really not bad at all for 4 months, even if Henrietta and Friederike and Fifi did say she wouldn't live." "And Weinschenk? How does he like being a father? I never see him except on Thursdays." "Oh, he is just the same. You know, he is a very good, hard-working man, and in a way a model husband. He never stops in anywhere, but comes straight home from the office, and spends all his free time with us. But, you see, Tom, we can speak quite openly, just between ourselves. He requires Erika to be always lively, always laughing and talking, because when he comes home tired and worried from the office, he needs cheering up, and his wife must amuse him and divert him." "Idiot," murmured the senator. "What? Well, the bad thing about it is that Erika is a little bit inclined to be melancholy. She must get it from me, Tom. Sometimes she's very serious and quiet and thoughtful, and then he scolds and grumbles and complains, and really, to tell the truth, is not at all sympathetic. You can't help seeing that he is a man of no family, and never enjoyed what one would call a refined bringing up. To be quite frank, a few days before I went to Puppenrade, he threw the lid of the soup tureen on the floor and broke it, because the soup was too salt." "How charming!" "Oh, no, it wasn't, not at all. But we must not judge. God knows we are all weak creatures, and a good, capable, industrious man like that, heaven forbid. No, Tom, a rough shell with a sound kernel inside is not the worst thing in this life. I've just come from something far sadder than that, I can tell you. Armgard wept bitterly when she was alone with me." "You don't say? Is Herr von Maibohm—" "Yes, Tom, that is what I wanted to tell you. We sit here visiting, but I really came tonight on a serious and important errand." "Well, what is the trouble with Herr von Maibohm?" "He's a very charming man, Ralph von Maibohm, Thomas, but he's very wild, a hail fellow well met with everybody. He gambles in Rostock, and he gambles in Warnemünde, and his debts are like the sands of the sea. Nobody could believe it, just living a couple of weeks at Puppenrade. The house is lovely, everything looks flourishing, there is milk and sausage and ham and all that in great abundance, so it is hard to measure the actual situation. But their affairs are in frightful disorder. Armgard confessed it to me with heartbreaking sobs." "Very sad." "You may well say so. But, as I had already suspected, it turned out that I was not invited over there just for the sake of my beaux yeux." "How so?" "I will tell you, Tom. Herr von Maibohm needs a large sum of money immediately. He knew the old friendship between his wife and me, and he knew that I am your sister. So, in his extremity, he put his wife up to it, and she put me up to it. You understand?" The senator passed his fingertips across his hair and screwed up his face a little. "I think so," he said. "Your serious and important business evidently concerns an advance on the Puppenrade harvest, if I am not mistaken. But you have come to the wrong man, I think, you and your friends. In the first place, I have never done any business with Herr von Maibaum, and this would be a rather strange way to begin. In the second place, though in the past grandfather, father, and I myself have made advances on occasion to the landed gentry, it was always when they offered a certain security, either personally or through their connections. But to judge from the way you have just characterized Herr von Maibaum and his prospects, I should say there can be no security in his case. You are mistaken, Tom. I have let you have your say, but you are mistaken. It is not a question of an advance at all. Maibaum has to have 35,000 marks current. Heavens and earth! 35,000 marks current to be paid within 2 weeks. The knife is at his throat. To be plain, he has to sell at once, immediately. In the blade! Oh, the poor chap! The senator shook his head as he stood, playing with his pince-nez on the tablecloth. That is a rather unheard-of thing for our sort of business, he went on. I have heard of such things, mostly in Hesse, where a few of the landed gentry are in the hands of the Jews. Who knows what sort of cutthroat it is that has poor Herr von Maibaum in his clutches? Jews? Cutthroats? Cried Frau Permenator, astonished beyond measure. But it's you we are talking about, Tom. Thomas Buddenbrooks suddenly threw down his pince-nez on the table so that it slid along on top of the newspaper, and turned toward his sister with a jerk. Me? He said, but only with his lips, for he made no sound. Then he added aloud, Go to bed, Tony. You are tired out. Why, Tom, that is what Ida Jungmann used to say to us when we were just beginning to have a good time. But I assure you I was never wider awake in my life than now, coming over here in the dead of night to make Armgard's offer to you, or rather, indirectly, Ralph von Maibaum's. And I will forgive you for making a proposal which is the product of your naivete and the Maibaum's helplessness. Helplessness? Naivete, Thomas? I don't understand you. I am very far from understanding you. You are offered an opportunity to do a good deed, and at the same time the best stroke of business you ever did in your life. Oh, my darling child, you are talking the sheerest nonsense, cried the senator, throwing himself back impatiently in his chair. I beg your pardon, but you make me angry with your ridiculous innocence. Can't you understand that you are asking me to do something discreditable, to engage in underhand manoeuvres? Why should I go fishing in troubled waters? Why should I fleece this poor landowner? Why should I take advantage of his necessity to do him out of a year's harvest at a usurious profit to myself? Oh, is that the way you look at it? Said Frau Permenator, quite taken aback and thoughtful. But she recovered in a moment, and went on. But it is not at all necessary to look at it like that, Tom. How are you forcing him when it is he who comes to you? He needs the money, and would like the matter arranged in a friendly way and under the rose. That is why he traced out the connection between us and invited me to visit. In short, he has made a mistake in his calculations about me and the character of my firm. I have my own traditions. We have been in business 100 years without touching that sort of transaction, and I have no idea of beginning at this late day. Certainly, Tom, you have your traditions, and nobody respects them more than I do. And I know father would not have done it. God forbid. Who says he would? But, silly as I am, I know enough to know that you are quite a different sort of man from father, and since you took over the business it has been different from what it was before. That is because you were young and had enterprise and brains. But lately I am afraid you have let yourself get discouraged by this or that piece of bad luck. And if you are no longer having the same success you once did, it is because you have been too cautious and conscientious, and let slip your chances for good coups when you had them." "Oh, my dear child, stop, please. You irritate me," said the senator sharply, and turned away. "Let us change the subject." "Yes, you are vexed, Tom, I can see it. You were from the beginning, and I have kept on purpose to show you you are wrong to feel yourself insulted. But I know the real reason why you are vexed. It is because you are not so firmly decided not to touch the business. I know I am silly, but I have noticed about myself, and about other people too, that we are most likely to get angry and excited in our opposition to some idea, when we ourselves are not quite certain of our own position, and are inwardly tempted to take the other side." "Very fine," said the senator, bit his cigarette-holder, and was silent. "Fine? No, it's very simple. One of the simplest things life has taught me. But let it go, Tom. I won't urge you. Don't imagine that I think I could persuade you. I know I don't know enough. I'm only a silly female. It's a pity. Well, never mind. It interested me very much. On the one hand, I was shocked and upset about the Maibaums, but on the other I was pleased for you. I said to myself, Tom has been going about lately feeling very down in the mouth. He used to complain, but now he does not even complain any more. He has been losing money, and times are poor, and all that just now, when God has been good to me, and I am feeling happier than I have for a long time. So I thought, this would be something for him, a stroke of luck, a good coup. It would offset a good deal of misfortune, and show people that luck is still on the side of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook. And if you had undertaken it, I should have been so proud to have been the means. For you know it has always been my dream and my one desire to be of some good to the family name. Well, never mind. It is settled now. What I feel vexed about is that Maibaum has to sell in any case, and if he looks around in the town here, he will find a purchaser, and it will be that rascal Hermann Hagenstrom." "Oh, yes, he probably would not refuse it," the senator said bitterly, and Frau Permanator answered 3 times, one after the other, "You see, you see, you see." Thomas Buddenbrook suddenly began to shake his head and laugh angrily. "We are silly. We sit here and work ourselves up, at least you do, over something that is neither here nor there. So far as I know, I have not even asked what the thing is about, what Herr von Maibaum actually has to sell. I don't know, Puppenrade." "Oh, you would have had to go there," she said eagerly. "It's not far from here to Rostock, and from there it's no distance at all. And as for what he has to sell, Puppenrade is a large estate. I know for a fact that it grows more than 1,000 sacks of wheat, but I don't know details. About rye, oats, or barley, there might be 500 sacks of them, more or less. Everything is of the best, I can say that. But I can't give you any figures. I'm such a goose, Tom. You would have to go over." A pause ensued. "No, it is not worth wasting words over," the senator said decidedly. He folded his pince-nez and put it into his pocket, buttoned up his coat, and began to walk up and down the room with firm and rapid strides, which studiously betrayed no sign that he was giving the subject any further consideration. He paused by the table and turned toward his sister, drumming lightly on the surface with his bent forefinger, as he said, "I'll tell you a little story, my dear Tony, which will illustrate my attitude toward this affair. I know your weakness for the nobility, and the Mecklenburg nobility in particular. Please don't mind if one of these gentry gets repped a bit. You know, there is now and then one among them who doesn't treat the merchant classes with any great respect, though perfectly aware that he can't do without them. Such a man is too much inclined to lay stress on the superiority, to a certain extent undeniable, of the producer over the middleman. In short, he sometimes acts as if the merchant were like a peddling Jew to whom one sells old clothes, quite conscious that one is being overreached. I flatter myself that in my dealings with these gentry I have not usually made the impression of a morally inferior exploiter. To tell the truth, the boot has sometimes been on the other foot. I've run across men who were far less scrupulous than I am. But in one case it only needed a single bold stroke to bring me into social relations. The man was the Lord of Gross-Poggendorf, of whom you have surely heard. I had considerable dealings with him some while back. Count Strelitz, a very smart-appearing man, with a square eye-glass, I could never make out why he did not cut himself, patent leather top-boots, and a riding-whip with a gold handle. He had a way of looking down at me from a great height, with his eyes half shut and his mouth half open. My first visit to him was very telling. We had had some correspondence. I drove over, and was ushered by a servant into the study, where Count Strelitz was sitting at his writing-table. He returns my bow, half gets up, finishes the last lines of a letter. Then he turns to me and begins to talk business, looking over the top of my head. I lean on the sofa-table, cross my arms and my legs, and enjoy myself. I stand 5 minutes talking. After another 5 minutes I sit down on the table and swing my leg. We get on with our business, and at the end of 15 minutes he says to me, very graciously, "Won't you sit down?" "Beg pardon," I say. "Oh, don't mention it. I've been sitting for some time." "Did you say that, really?" cried Frau Permanator, enchanted. She had straightway forgotten all that had gone before, and lived for the moment entirely in the anecdote. "I've been sitting for some time. Oh, that is too good." Well, and I assure you that the Count altered his tune. He shook hands when I came, and asked me to sit down. In the course of time we became very friendly. But I have told you this in order to ask you if you think I should have the right, or the courage, or the inner self-confidence to behave in the same way to Herr von Maibohm if, when we met to discuss the bargain, he were to forget to offer me a chair. Frau Permanator was silent. "Good," she said then, and got up. "You may be right. And as I said, I'm not going to press you. You know what you must do and what leave undone, and that's an end of it. If you only feel that I spoke in good part, you do, don't you? All right. Good night, Tom. Or, no, wait. I must go and say how do you do to the good Ida, and give Hanno a little kiss. I'll look in again on my way out." With that she went. End of section 73. Section 74 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 3. She mounted the stairs to the second story, left the little balcony on her right, went along the white and gold balustrade and through an antechamber, the door of which stood open on the corridor, and from which a second exit to the left led into the senator's dressing-room. Here she softly turned the handle of the door opposite, and went in. It was an unusually large chamber, the windows of which were draped with flowered curtains. The walls were rather bare, aside from a large black-framed engraving above Ida's bed, representing Giacomo Meyerbeer surrounded by the characters in his operas. There was nothing but a few English-coloured prints of children with yellow hair and little red frocks pinned to the window hangings. Ida Jungmann sat at the large extension table in the middle of the room, darning Hanno's stockings. The faithful Prussian was now at the beginning of the 50s. She had begun early to grow grey, but her hair had never become quite white, having remained a mixture of black and grey. Her erect, bony figure was as sturdy, and her brown eyes as bright, clear, and unwearied as 20 years ago. "Well, Ida, you good soul," said Frau Perminator, in a low but lively voice, for her brother's little story had put her in good spirits. "And how are you, you old stand-by, you?" "What's that, Tony? Stand-by, is it? And how do you come to be here so late?" "I've been with my brother, on pressing business. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out." "Is he asleep?" she asked, and gestured with her chin toward the little bed on the left wall, its head close to the door that led into the parents' sleeping chamber. "Shh!" said Ida. "Yes, he is asleep." Frau Perminator went on her tiptoes toward the little bed, cautiously raised the curtain, and bent to look down at her sleeping nephew's face. The small Johann Buddenbrook lay on his back, his little face, in its frame of long light brown hair, turned toward the room. He was breathing softly but audibly into the pillow. Only the fingers showed beneath the too long, too wide sleeves of his nightgown. One of his hands lay on his breast, the other on the coverlet, with the bent fingers jerking slightly now and then. The half-parted lips moved a little, too, as if forming words. From time to time a pained expression mounted over the little face, beginning with a trembling of the chin, making the lips and the delicate nostrils quiver, and the muscles of the narrow forehead contract. The long dark eyelashes did not hide the blue shadows that lay in the corners of the eyes. "He is dreaming," said Frau Perminator, moved. She bent over the child and gently kissed his slumbering cheek. Then she composed the curtains and went back to the table, where Ida, in the golden light from the lamp, drew a fresh stocking over her darning ball, looked at the hole, and began to fill it in. "You are darning, Ida. Funny, I can't imagine you doing anything else." Yes, Tony. The boy tears everything now he has begun to go to school." "But he is such a quiet, gentle child." "Yes, he is, but even so." "Does he like going to school?" "Oh, no, Tony. He would far rather have gone on here with me. And I should have liked it better, too. The masters haven't known him since he was a baby, the way I have. They don't know how to take him when they are teaching him. It is often hard for him to pay attention, and he gets tired so easily." "Poor darling. Have they whipped him yet?" "No, indeed. Sakes alive, how could they have the heart, if the boy once looked at them?" "How was it the first time he went? Did he cry?" "Yes, indeed he did. He cries so easily, not loud, but sort of to himself. And he held your brother by the coat and begged to be allowed to stop at home." "Oh, my brother took him, did he? Yes, that is a hard moment, Ida. I remember it like yesterday. I howled, I do assure you. I howled like a chained-up dog. I felt dreadfully. And why? Because I had had such a good time at home. I noticed at once that all the children from the nice houses wept, and the others not at all. They just stared and grinned at us. Goodness! What is the matter with him, Ida?" She turned in alarm toward the little bed, where a cry had interrupted her chatter. It was a frightened cry, and it repeated itself in an even more anguished tone the next minute, and then 3, 4, 5 times more, one after another. "Oh, oh, oh!" It became a loud, desperate protest against something which he saw or which was happening to him. The next moment little Johann sat upright in bed, stammering incomprehensibly, and staring with wide-open, strange, golden-brown eyes into a world which he and he alone could see. "That's nothing," said Ida. "It is the pavor. It is sometimes much worse than that." She put her work down calmly and crossed the room, with her long, heavy stride, to Hanno's bed. She spoke to him in a low, quieting voice, laid him down, and covered him again. "Oh, I see. The pavor," repeated Frau Permaneder. "What will he do now? Will he wake up?" But Hanno did not waken at all, though his eyes were wide and staring, and his lips still moved. "In my little garden go," said Hanno, mumblingly, "all my onions water." "He is saying his piece," explained Ida Jungmann, shaking her head. "There, there, little darling, go to sleep now." "Little man stands there. He begins to sneeze." He sighed. Suddenly his face changed, his eyes half closed. He moved his head back and forth on the pillow, and said in a low, plaintive sing-song, "The moon it shines, the baby cries, the clock strikes 12. God help all suffering folk to close their eyes." But with the words came so deep a sob that tears rolled out from under his lashes and down his cheeks, and wakened him. He put his arms around Ida, looked about him with tear-wet eyes, murmured something in a satisfied tone about Aunt Tony, turned himself a little in his bed, and then went quietly off to sleep. "How very strange," said Frau Permaneder, as Ida sat down at the table once more. "What was all that?" "They are in his reader," answered Fräulein Jungmann. "It says underneath the boy's magic horn. They're all rather queer. He has been having to learn them, and he talks a great deal about that one with the little man. Do you know it? It is really rather frightening. It is a little dwarf that gets into everything, eats up the broth and breaks the pot, steals the wood, stops the spinning wheel, teases everybody, and then, at the end, he asks to be prayed for. It touched the child very much. He has thought about it day in and day out, and 2 or 3 times he said, 'You know, Ida, he doesn't do that to be wicked, but only because he is unhappy, and it only makes him more unhappy still. But if anyone prays for him, then he does not need to do it any more.' Even tonight, when his mamma kissed him good night before she went to the concert, he asked her to pray for the little man." "And did he pray too?" "Not aloud, but probably to himself. He hasn't said much about the other poem. It is called The Nursery Clock. He has only wept. He weeps so easy, poor little lad, and it is so hard for him to stop." "But what is there so sad about it?" "How do I know? He has never been able to say any more than the beginning of it, the part that makes him cry in his sleep. And that about the waggoner who gets up at 3 from his bed of straw, that always made him weep too." Frau Permaneder laughed emotionally, and then looked serious. "I'll tell you, Ida, it's no good. It isn't good for him to feel everything so much. The waggoner gets up at 3 from his bed of straw? Why, of course he does. That's why he is a waggoner. I can see already that the child takes everything too much to heart. It consumes him, I feel sure. We must speak seriously with Grabo. But there, that is just what it is," she went on, folding her arms, putting her head on one side, and tapping the floor nervously with her foot. "Grabo is getting old. And aside from that, good as he is, and he really is a very good man, a perfect angel, so far as his skill is concerned, I have no such great opinion of it, Ida, and may God forgive me if I am wrong. Take this nervousness of Hanno's, his starting up at night, and having such frights in his sleep. Grabo knows what it is, and all he does is to tell us the Latin name of it, pavor nocturnus. Dear knows that is very enlightening, of course. No, he is a dear good man, and a great friend of the family, and all that, but he is no great light. An important man looks different. He shows, when he is young, that there is something in him. Grabo lived through 48. He was a young man then. Do you imagine he was the least bit thrilled over it, over freedom and justice and the downfall of privilege and arbitrary power? He is a cultivated man, but I am convinced that the unheard-of laws concerning the press and the universities did not interest him in the least. He has never behaved even the least little bit wild, never jumped over the traces. He has always had just the same long, mild face, and always prescribed pigeon and French bread, and when anything is serious, a teaspoon of tincture of Althea. Good night, Ida. No, I think there are other doctors in the world. Too bad I have missed Gerda. Yes, thanks, there is a light in the corridor. Good night. When Frau Permenator opened the dining-room door in passing to call a good night to her brother in the living-room, she saw that the whole story was lighted up, and that Thomas was walking up and down with his hands behind his back. End of section 74. Section 75 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 4. The senator, when he was alone again, sat down at the table, took out his glasses, and tried to resume his reading. But in a few minutes his eyes had roved from the printed page, and he sat for a long time without changing his position, gazing straight ahead of him between the portieres into the darkness of the salon. His face, when he was alone, changed so that it was hardly recognizable. The muscles of his mouth and cheeks, otherwise obedient to his will, relaxed and became flabby, like a mask. The look of vigor, alertness, and amiability, which now for a long time had been preserved only by constant effort, fell from his face and betrayed an anguished weariness instead. The tired, worried eyes gazed at objects without seeing them. They became red and watery. He made no effort to deceive even himself, and of all the dull, confused, and rambling thoughts that filled his mind, he clung to only one, the single despairing thought that Thomas Buddenbrook, at 43 years, was an old, worn-out man. He rubbed his hand over his eyes and forehead, drawing a long, deep breath, mechanically lighted another cigarette, though he knew they were bad for him, and continued to gaze through the smoke haze into the darkness. What a contrast between that relaxed and suffering face and the elegant, almost military style of the hair and beard, the stiffened and perfumed mustaches, the meticulously shaven cheeks and chin, and the careful hair-dressing which sedulously hid a beginning thinness. The hair ran back in two longish bays from the delicate temples, with a narrow parting on top. Over the ears it was not long and waving, but kept short-cut now, in order not to betray how grey it had grown. He himself felt the change, and knew it could not have escaped the eyes of others, the contrast between his active, elastic movements and the dull pallor of his face. Not that he was in reality less of an important and indispensable personage than he always had been. His friends said, and his enemies could not deny, that Senator Buddenbrook was the burgomaster's right hand. Burgomaster Longhals was even more emphatic on that point than his predecessor Overdyk had been. But the firm of Johann Buddenbrook was no longer what it had been. This seemed to be common property, so much so that Herr Stout discussed it with his wife over their bacon broth, and Thomas Buddenbrook groaned over the fact. At the same time, it was true that he himself was mainly responsible. He was still a rich man, and none of the losses he had suffered, even the severe one of the year 66, had seriously undermined the existence of the firm. But the notion that his luck and his consequence had fled, based though it was more upon inward feelings than upon outward facts, brought him to a state of lowness and suspicion. He entertained, of course, as before, and set before his guests the normal and expected number of courses, but, as never before, he began to cling to money, and in his private life to save in small and petty ways. He had 100 times regretted the building of his new house, which he felt had brought him nothing but bad luck. The summer holidays were given up, and the little city garden had to take the place of mountains or seashore. The family meals were, by his express and emphatic command, of such simplicity as to seem absurd by contrast with the lofty, splendid dining-room, with its extent of parquetry floors and its imposing oak furniture. For a long time now there had been dessert only on Sundays. His own appearance was as elegant as ever, but the old servant, Anton, carried to the kitchen the news that the master only changed his shirt now every other day, as the washing was too hard on the fine linen. He knew more than that. He knew that he was to be dismissed. Gerda protested. 3 servants were few enough to do the work of so large a house as it should be done. But it was no use. Old Anton, who had so long sat on the box when Thomas Buddenbrook drove down to the Senate, was sent away with a suitable present. Such decrees as these were in harmony with the joyless state of affairs in the firm. That fresh enterprising spirit with which young Thomas Buddenbrook had taken up the reins, that was all gone now, and his partner, Herr Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus, who, with his small capital, could not have had a prepondering influence in any case, was by nature lacking in initiative. Herr Marcus's pedantry had so increased in the course of years that it had become a distinct eccentricity. It took him a quarter of an hour of stroking his moustaches, casting side glances, and giving little coughs, just to cut his cigar and put the tip in his pocket-book. Evenings, when the gas light made every corner of the office as bright as day, he still used a tallow candle on his own desk. Every half-hour he would get up and go to the tap and put water on his head. One morning there had been an empty sack untidily left under his desk. He took it for a cat, and began to shoo it out with loud imprecations, to the joy of the office staff. No, he was not the man to give any quickening impulse to the business in the face of his partner's present lassitude. Mortification and a sort of desperate irritation often seized upon the senator, as now, when he sat and stared wearily into the darkness, bringing home to himself the petty retail transactions and the penny-wise policies to which the firm of Johann Buddenbrook had lately sunk. But, after all, was it not best thus? Misfortune, too, has its time, he thought. Is it not better, while it holds sway, to keep oneself still, to wait in quiet, and assemble one's inner powers? Why must this proposition come up just now, to shake him untimely out of his canny resignation, and make him a prey to doubts and suspicions? Was the time come? Was this a sign? Should he feel encouraged to stand up and strike a blow? He had refused, with all the decisiveness he could put into his voice, to think of the proposition. But had that settled it? It seemed not, since here he sat and brooded over it. We are most likely to get angry in our opposition to some idea when we ourselves are not quite certain of our own position. A deucedly sly little person Tony was. What had he answered her? He had spoken very impressively, he recollected, about underhand manoeuvres, fishing in troubled waters, fleecing the poor landowner, usury, and so on. Very fine. But really, one might ask if this were just the right time for so many large words. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom would not have thought of them, and would not have used them. Was he, Thomas Buddenbrook, a man of action, a business-man, or was he a finicking dreamer? Yes, that was the question. It had always been, as far back as he could remember, the question. Life was harsh, and business, with its ruthless unsentimentality, was an epitome of life. Did Thomas Buddenbrook, like his father, stand firmly on his 2 feet in face of this hard practicality of life? Often enough, even far back in the past, he had seen reason to doubt it. Often enough, from his youth onwards, he had sternly brought his feelings into line. To inflict punishment, to take punishment, and not to think of it as punishment, but as something to be taken for granted, should he never completely learn that lesson? He recalled the catastrophe of the year 1866, and the inexpressibly painful emotions which had then overpowered him. He had lost a large sum of money in the affair, but that had not been the unbearable thing about it. For the first time in his career he had fully and personally experienced the ruthless brutality of business life, and seen how all better, gentler, and kindlier sentiments creep away and hide themselves before the one raw, naked, dominating instinct of self-preservation. He had seen that when one suffers a misfortune in business, one is met by one's friends, and one's best friends, not with sympathy, not with compassion, but with suspicion, cold, cruel, hostile suspicion. But he had known all this before. Why should he be surprised at it? And in stronger and hardier hours he had blushed for his own weakness, for his own distress and sleepless nights, for his revulsion and disgust at the hateful and shameless harshness of life. How foolish all that was! How ridiculous such feelings had been! How could he entertain them? Unless, indeed, he were a feeble visionary, and not a practical business-man at all. Ah, how many times had he asked himself that question, and how many times had he answered it, in strong and purposeful hours with one answer, in weak and discouraged ones with another. But he was too shrewd and too honest not to admit, after all, that he was a mixture of both. All his life he had made the impression on others of a practical man of action. But in so far as he legitimately passed for one, he with his fondness for quotations from Goethe, was it not because he deliberately set out to do so? He had been successful in the past, but was that not because of the enthusiasm and impetus drawn from reflection? And if he were now discouraged, if his powers were lamed, God grant it was only for a time, was not his depression the natural consequence of the conflict that went on within himself? Whether his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather would have bought the Pupenrada harvest in the blade was not the point, after all. The thing was that they were practical men, more naturally, more vigorously, more impeccably practical than he was himself. He was seized by a great unrest, by a need for movement, space, and light. He shoved back his chair, went into the salon, and lighted several burners of the chandelier over the centre table. He stood there, pulling slowly and spasmodically at the long ends of his moustaches, and vacantly gazing about the luxurious room. Together with the living-room, it occupied the whole front of the house. It had light, ornate furniture, and looked like a music-room, with the great grand piano, Gerda's violin case, the étagère with music books, the carved music stand, and the bas-reliefs of singing cupids over the doors. The bow window was filled with palms. Senator Buddenbrooks stood for 2 or 3 minutes, motionless. Then he went back through the living-room into the dining-room, and made light there also. He stopped at the sideboard and poured a glass of water, either to be doing something or to quiet his heart. Then he moved quickly on through the house, lighting up as he went. The smoking-room was furnished in dark colours and wainscoted. He absently opened the door of the cigar-cabinet and shut it again, and at the table lifted the lid of a little oak box which had playing cards, score cards, and other such things in it. He let some of the bone counters glide through his fingers with a rattling sound, clapped the lid shut, and began again to walk up and down. A little room with a small stained-glass window opened into the smoking-room. It was empty, except for some small light serving tables of the kind which fit one within another. On one of them a liqueur cabinet stood. From here one entered the dining-room, with its great extent of parquetry flooring, and its 4 high windows, hung with wine-coloured curtains, looking out into the garden. It also occupied the whole breadth of the house. It was furnished by 2 low, heavy sofas, covered with the same wine-coloured material as the curtains, and by a number of high-backed chairs standing stiffly along the walls. Behind the fire-screen was a chimney-place, its artificial coals covered with shining red paper to make them look glowing. On the marble mantel-shelf in front of the mirror stood 2 towering Chinese vases. The whole story was now lighted by the flame of single gas-jets, and looked like a party the moment after the last guest is gone. The senator measured the room throughout its length, and then stood at one of the windows and looked down into the garden. The moon stood high and small between fleecy clouds, and the little fountain splashed in the stillness over the overhanging boughs of the walnut tree. Thomas looked down on the pavilion which enclosed his view, on the little glistening white terrace with the 2 obelisks, the regular gravel paths, and the freshly turned earth of the neat borders and beds. But this whole minute and punctilious symmetry, far from soothing him, only made him feel the more exasperated. He held the catch of the window, leaned his forehead on it, and gave rein to his tormenting thoughts again. What was he coming to? He thought of a remark he had let fall to his sister, something he had felt vexed with himself the next minute for saying, it seemed so unnecessary. He was speaking of Count Strelitz and the landed aristocracy, and he had expressed the view that the producer had a social advantage over the middleman. What was the point of that? It might be true, and it might not. But was he, Thomas Buddenbrook, called upon to express such ideas? Was he called upon even to think them? Should he have been able to explain to the satisfaction of his father, his grandfather, or any of his fellow townsmen, how he came to be expressing or indulging in such thoughts? A man who stands firm and confident in his own calling, whatever it may be, recognizes only it, understands only it, values only it. Then he suddenly felt the blood rushing to his face as he recalled another memory from farther back in the past. He saw himself and his brother Christian walking around the garden of the Meng Street house, involved in a quarrel, one of those painful, regrettable, heated discussions. Christian, with artless indiscretion, had made a highly undesirable, a compromising remark, which a number of people had heard, and Thomas, furiously angry, irritated to his last degree, had called him to account. At bottom, Christian had said, at bottom, every businessman was a rascal. Well, was that foolish and trifling remark, in point of fact, so different from what he himself had just said to his sister? He had been furiously angry then, had protested violently, but what was it that sly little Tony said? When we ourselves are not quite certain of our own position. No, said the senator suddenly, aloud, lifted his head with a jerk, and let go the window fastening. He fairly pushed himself away from it. That settles it, he said. He coughed, for the sound of his own voice in the emptiness made him feel unpleasant. He turned and began to walk quickly through all the rooms, his hands behind his back and his head bowed. That settles it, he repeated. It will have to settle it. I am wasting time. I am sinking into a morass. I'm getting worse than Christian. It was something to be glad of, at least, that he was in no doubt where he stood. It lay, then, in his own hands to apply the corrective, relentlessly. Let us see now, let us see. What sort of offer was it they had made? The Pupenrada harvest in the blade. I will do it, he said in a passionate whisper, even stretching out one hand and shaking the forefinger. I will do it. It would be, he supposed, what one would call a coup, an opportunity to double a capital of, say, 40,000 marks current, though that was probably an exaggeration. Yes, it was a sign, a signal to him that he should rouse himself. It was the first step, the beginning, that counted, and the risk connected with it was a sort of offset to his moral scruples. If it succeeded, then he was himself again. Then he would venture once more. Then he would know how to hold fortune and influence fast within his grip. No, Messrs. Strunk and Hagenstrom would not be able to profit by this occasion, unfortunately for them. There was another firm in the place, which, thanks to personal connections, had the upper hand. In fact, the personal was here the decisive factor. It was no ordinary business to be carried out in the ordinary way. Coming through Tony, as it had, it bore more the character of a private transaction, and would need to be carried out with discretion and tact. Hermann Hagenstrom would hardly have been the man for the job. He, Thomas Buddenbrook, as a businessman, was taking advantage of the market, and he would, by God, when he sold, know how to do the same. On the other hand, he was doing the hard-pressed landowner a favour, which he was called upon to do by reason of Tony's connection with the Maibohms. The thing to do was to write, to write this evening, not on the business paper with the firm name, but on his own personal letter paper with Senator Buddenbrooks stamped across it. He would write in a courteous tone, and ask if a visit in the next few days would be agreeable. But it was a difficult business, none the less, slippery ground, upon which one needed to move with care. Well, so much the better for him. His step grew quicker, his breathing deeper. He sat down a moment, sprang up again, and began roaming about through all the rooms. He thought it all out again. He thought about Herr Marcus, Hermann Hagenstrom, Christian, and Toni. He saw the golden harvests of Puppenrade wave in the breeze, and dreamed of the upward bound the old firm would take after this coup, scornfully repulsed all his scruples and hesitations, put out his hand and said, "I'll do it." Frau Perminator opened the door and called out, "Good-bye." He answered her without knowing it. Gerda said good-night to Christian at the house door and came upstairs, her strange deep-set eyes wearing the expression that music always gave them. The senator stopped mechanically in his walk, asked mechanically about the concert and the Spanish virtuoso, and said he was ready to go to bed. But he did not go. He took up his wanderings again. He thought about the sacks of wheat and rye and oats and barley which should fill the lofts of the lion, the walrus, the oak, and the linden. He thought about the price he intended to ask. Of course it should not be an extravagant price. He went softly at midnight down into the counting-house, and by the light of Herr Marcus's tallow candle wrote a letter to Herr von Maibohm of Puppenrade, a letter which, as he read it through, his head feeling feverish and heavy, he thought was the best and most tactful he had ever written. That was the night of May 27th. The next day he indicated to his sister, treating the affair in a light, semi-humorous way, that he had thought it all over, and decided that he could not just refuse Herr von Maibohm out of hand, and leave him at the mercy of the nearest swindler. On the 30th of May he went to Rostock, whence he drove in a hired wagon out to the country. His mood for the next few days was of the best, his step elastic and free, his manners easy. He teased Clotilde, laughed heartily at Christian, joked with Toni, and played with Hanno in the little gallery for a whole hour on Sunday, helping him to hoist up miniature sacks of grain into a little brick-red granary, and imitating the hollow drawling shouts of the workmen. And at the Burgesses' meeting of the 3rd of June, he made a speech on the most tiresome subject in the world, something connected with taxation, which was so brilliant and witty that everybody agreed with it unanimously, and Consul Hagenstrom, who had opposed him, became almost a laughing-stock. End of section 75. Section 76 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 5. Was it forgetfulness, or was it intention, which would have made Senator Buddenbrooks pass over in silence a certain fact, had not his sister Toni, the devotee of the family papers, announced it to all the world, the fact, namely, that in those documents the founding of the firm of Johann Buddenbrooks was ascribed to the date of the 7th of July, 1768, the 100th anniversary of which was now at hand. Thomas seemed almost disturbed when Tony, in a moving voice, called his attention to the fact. His good mood had not lasted. All too soon he had fallen silent again, more silent than before. He would leave the office in the midst of work, seized with unrest, and roam about the garden, sometimes pausing as if he felt confined in his movements, sighing, and covering his eyes with his hand. He said nothing, gave his feelings no vent. To whom should he speak then? When he told his partner of the Pupenrada matter, Herr Marcus had, for the first time in his life, been angry with him, and had washed his hands of the whole affair. But Thomas betrayed himself to his sister Tony when they said good-bye on the street one Thursday evening, and she alluded to the Pupenrada harvest. He gave her hand a single quick squeeze, and added passionately, "Oh, Tony, if I had only sold it already!" He broke off abruptly, and they parted, leaving Frau Permaneder dismayed and anxious. The sudden hand-pressure had something despairing, the low words betrayed pent-up feeling. But when Tony, as chance offered, tried to come back to the subject, he wrapped himself in silence, the more forbidding because of his inward mortification over having given way, his inward bitterness at being, he felt, feeble and inadequate to the situation in hand. He said now, slowly and fretfully, "Oh, my dear child, I wish we might ignore the whole affair." "Ignore it, Tom? Impossible, unthinkable. Do you think you could suppress the fact? Do you imagine the whole town would forget the meaning of the day?" "I don't say it is possible. I only say I wish it were. It is pleasant to celebrate the past when one is gratified with the present and the future. It is agreeable to think of one's forefathers when one feels at one with them and conscious of having acted as they would have done. If the Jubilee came at a better time, but just now I feel small inclination to celebrate it." "You must not talk like that, Tom. You don't mean it. You know perfectly that it would be a shame to let the 100th anniversary of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook go by without a sign or a sound of rejoicing. You are a little nervous now, and I know why, though there is really no reason for it. But when the day comes, you will be as moved as all the rest of us." She was right. The day could not be passed over in silence. It was not long before a notice appeared in the papers, calling attention to the coming anniversary, and giving a detailed history of the old and estimable firm, but it was really hardly necessary. In the family, Justus Kruger was the first to mention the approaching event on the Thursday afternoon, and Frau Permaneder saw to it that the venerable leather portfolio was solemnly brought out after dessert was cleared away, and the whole family, by way of foretaste, perused the dates and events in the life of the first Johann Buddenbrook, Hanno's great-great-grandfather, when he had varioloid and when genuine smallpox, when he fell out of the third-story window onto the floor of the drying-house, and when he had fever and delirium. She read all that aloud with pious fervour. Not content with that, she must go back into the 16th century, to the oldest Buddenbrook of whom there was knowledge, to the one who was councillor in Grabau, and the Rostock tailor who had been very well off and had so many children, living and dead. "What a splendid man!" she cried, and began to rummage through yellow papers, and read letters and poems aloud. On the morning of the 7th of July, Herr Wenzel was naturally the first with his congratulations. "Well, Herr Centre, many happy returns," he said, gesturing freely with razor and strop in his red hands. 100 years, and nearly half of it, I may say, I have been shaving in the respected family. Oh, yes, one goes through a deal with the family when one sees the head of it the first thing in the morning. The deceased Herr Consul was always the most talkative in the morning, too. Wenzel, he would ask me, Wenzel, what do you think about the rye? Should I sell, or do you think it will go up again? Yes, Wenzel, and I can't think of these years without you either. Your calling, as I've often said to you, has a certain charm about it. When you have made your rounds, you are wiser than anybody. You have had the heads of nearly all the great houses under your hand, and know the mood of each one. All the others can envy you that, for it is really valuable information. "'S a good bit of truth in that, Herr Senator, but what about the Herr Senator's own mood, if I may be so bold to ask? Herr Senator's looking a trifle pale again this morning." "Am I? Well, I have a headache, and so far as I can see, it will get worse before it gets better, for I suspect they'll put a good deal of strain on it today." "I'm afraid so, Herr Senator. The interest is great. The interest is very great. Just look out a window when I'm done with you. Hosts of flags, and down at the bottom of the street, the Wühlenweber and the Friederike Uverdiek with all their pennons flying." "Well, let's be quick then, Wenzel. There's no time to lose, evidently." The senator did not don his office jacket, as he usually did of a morning, but put on at once a black cutaway coat with a white waistcoat and light-coloured trousers. There would certainly be visits. He gave a last glance in the mirror, a last pressure of the tongs to his moustache, and turned with a little sigh to go. The dance was beginning. If only the day were well over. Would he have a single minute to himself, a single minute to relax the muscles of his face? All day long he should certainly have to receive, with tact and dignity, the congratulations of a host of people, find just the right word and just the right tone for everybody, be serious, hearty, ironic, jocose, and respectful by turns. And from afternoon late into the night there would be the dinner at the Ratskeller. It was not true that his head ached. He was only tired. Already, though he had just risen, with his nerves refreshed by sleep, he felt his old indefinable burden upon him. Why had he said his head ached, as though he always had a bad conscience where his own health was concerned? Why? However, there was no time now to brood over the question. He went into the dining-room, where Gerda met him gaily. She too was already arrayed to meet their guests, in a plaid skirt, a white blouse, and a thin silk zouave jacket over it, the colour of her heavy hair. She smiled and showed her white teeth, so large and regular, whiter than her white face. Her eyes, those close-set, enigmatic brown eyes, were smiling, too, to-day. "I've been up for hours. You can tell from that how excited I am," she said, "and how hearty my congratulations are." Well, so the 100 years made an impression on you, too." "Tremendous. But perhaps it is only the excitement of the celebration. What a day! Look at that, for instance." She pointed to the breakfast table, all garlanded with garden flowers. "That is Fräulein Jungmann's work. But you are mistaken if you think you can drink tea now. The family is in the drawing-room already, waiting to make a presentation, something in which I too have had a share. Listen, Thomas. This is, of course, only the beginning of a stream of callers. At first I can stand it, but at about midday I shall have to withdraw, I am sure. The barometer has fallen a little, but the sky is still the most staring blue. It makes the flags look lovely, of course, and the whole town is flagged, but it will be frightfully hot. Come into the salon. Breakfast must wait. You should have been up before. Now the first excitement will have to come on an empty stomach. The Frau Consul, Christian, Clotilde, Ida Jungmann, Frau Permaneder, and Hanno were assembled in the salon, the last two supporting, not without difficulty, the family present, a great commemorative tablet. The Frau Consul, deeply moved, embraced her eldest born. "This is a wonderful day, my dear son, a wonderful day," she repeated. "We must thank God unceasingly, with all our hearts, for his mercies, for all his mercies." She wept. The senator was attacked by weakness in her embrace. He felt as though something within him freed itself and flew away. His lips trembled. An overwhelming need possessed him to lay his head upon his mother's breast, to close his eyes in her arms, to breathe in the delicate perfume that rose from the soft silk of her gown, to lie there at rest, seeing nothing more, saying nothing more. He kissed her and stood erect, putting out his hand to his brother, who greeted him with the absent-minded embarrassment which was his usual bearing on such occasions. Clotilde drawled out something kindly. Ida Jungmann confined herself to making a deep bow, while she played with the silver watch-chain on her flat bosom. "Come here, Tom," said Frau Permaneder uncertainly. "We can't hold it any longer, can we, Hanno?" She was holding it almost alone, for Hanno's little arms were not much help, and she looked, what with her enthusiasm and her effort, like an enraptured martyr. Her eyes were moist, her cheeks burned, and her tongue played with a mixture of mischief and nervousness on her upper lip. "Here I am," said the senator. "What in the world is this? Come, let me have it. We'll lean it against the wall." He propped it up next to the piano and stood looking at it, surrounded by the family. In a large, heavy frame of carved nut-wood were the portraits of the 4 owners of the firm, under glass. There was the founder, Johann Buddenbrook, taken from an old oil painting, a tall, grave old gentleman with his lips firmly closed, looking severe and determined above his lace jabot. There was the broad and jovial countenance of Johann Buddenbrook, the friend of Jean-Jacques Hofstede. There was Consul Johann Buddenbrook, in a stiff choker collar, with his wide wrinkled mouth and large aquiline nose, his eyes full of religious fervour. And finally there was Thomas Buddenbrook himself, as a somewhat younger man. The 4 portraits were divided by conventionalized blades of wheat, heavily gilded, and beneath, likewise in figures of brilliant gilt, the dates 1768 to 1868. Above the whole, in the tall Gothic hand of him who had left it to his descendants, was the quotation, "My son, attend with zeal to thy business by day, but do none that hinders thee from thy sleep at night." The senator, his hands behind his back, gazed for a long time at the tablet. "Yes, yes," he said abruptly, and his tone was rather mocking. "An undisturbed night's rest is a very good thing." Then, seriously, if perhaps a little perfunctorily, "Thank you very much, my dear family. It is indeed a thoughtful and most beautiful gift. What do you think? Where shall we put it? Shall we hang it in my private office?" "Yes, Tom, over the desk in your office," answered Frau Permaneder, and embraced her brother. Then she drew him into the bow window, and pointed. Under a deep blue sky, the 2-colored flag floated above all the houses, right down Fisher's Lane, from Broad Street to the wharf, where the Wullenwever and the Friederike Uverdyk lay under full flag, in their owner's honour. "The whole town is the same," said Frau Permaneder, and her voice trembled. "I've been out and about already. Even the Hagenstroms have a flag. They couldn't do otherwise. I'd smash in their window." He smiled, and they went back to the table together. "And here are the telegrams, Tom, the first ones to come. The personal ones, of course. The others have been sent to the office." They opened a few of the dispatches, from the family in Hamburg, from the Frankfurt Buddenbrooks, from Herr Arnoldson in Amsterdam, from Jürgen Kruger in Wismar. Suddenly Frau Perminator flushed deeply. "He is a good man in his way," she said, and pushed across to her brother the telegram she had just opened. It was signed Perminator. "But time is passing," said the senator, and looked at his watch. "I'd like my tea. Will you come in with me? The house will be like a beehive after a while." His wife, who had given a sign to Ida Jungmann, held him back. "Just a minute, Thomas. You know Hanno has to go to his lessons. He wants to say a poem to you first. Come here, Hanno. And now, just as if no one else were here, you remember? Don't be excited." It was the summer holidays, of course, but little Hanno had private lessons in arithmetic, in order to keep up with his class. Somewhere out in the suburb of St. Gertrude, in a little ill-smelling room, a man in a red beard, with dirty fingernails, was waiting to discipline him in the detested tables. But first he was to recite to papa a poem painfully learned by heart, with Ida Jungmann's help, in the little balcony on the second floor. He leaned against the piano in his blue sailor suit with the big white V front, and the wide linen collar with a big sailor's knot coming out beneath. His thin legs were crossed, his body and head a little inclined in an attitude of shy, unconscious grace. 2 or 3 weeks before, his hair had been cut, as not only his fellow pupils but the master as well had laughed at it. But his head was still covered with soft, abundant ringlets, growing down over the forehead and temples. His eyelids drooped, so that the long brown lashes lay over the deep blue shadows, and his closed lips were a little wry. He knew well what would happen. He would begin to cry, would not be able to finish for crying, and his heart would contract as it did on Sundays in St. Mary's, when Herr Pfuhl played on the organ in a certain piercingly solemn way. It always turned out that he wept when they wanted him to do something, when they examined him and tried to find out what he knew, as papa so loved to do. If only mamma had not spoken of getting excited. She meant to be encouraging, but he felt it was a mistake. There they stood and looked at him. They expected and feared that he would break down. So how was it possible not to? He lifted his lashes and sought Ida's eyes. She was playing with her watch chain, and nodded to him in her usual honest, crabbed way. He would have liked to cling to her and have her take him away, to hear nothing but her low, soothing voice, saying, "There, little Hanno, be quiet, you need not say it." "Well, my son, let us hear it," said the senator shortly. He had sat down in an easy chair by the table, and was waiting. He did not smile. He seldom did on such occasions. Very serious, with one eyebrow lifted, he measured little Hanno with cold and scrutinizing glance. Hanno straightened up. He rubbed one hand over the piano's polished surface, gave a shy look at the company, and, somewhat emboldened by the gentle looks of grandmamma and Aunt Tony, brought out, in a low, almost a hard voice, "The Shepherd's Sunday Hymn, by Uhland." "Oh, my dear child, not like that," called out the senator. "Don't stick there by the piano and cross your hands on your tummy like that. Stand up. Speak out. That's the first thing. Here, stand here between the curtains. Now, hold your head up. Let your arms hang down quietly at your sides." Hanno took up his position on the threshold of the living-room and let his arms hang down. Obediently he raised his head, but his eyes, the lashes drooped so low that they were invisible. They were probably already swimming in tears. "This is the day of our—" he began very low. His father's voice sounded loud by contrast when he interrupted. "One begins with a bow, my son, and then much louder. Begin again, please. Shepherd's Sunday hymn." It was cruel. The senator was probably aware that he was robbing the child of the last remnant of his self-control. But the boy should not let himself be robbed. He should have more manliness by now. "Shepherd's Sunday hymn," he repeated encouragingly, remorselessly. But it was all up with Hanno. His head sank on his breast, and the small blue-veined right hand tugged spasmodically at the brocaded portiere. "I stand alone on the vacant plain," he said, but could get no further. The mood of the verse possessed him. An overmastering self-pity took away his voice, and the tears could not be kept back. They rolled out from beneath his lashes. Suddenly the thought came into his mind, if he were only ill, a little ill, as on those nights when he lay in bed with a slight fever and a sore throat, and Ida came and gave him a drink and put a compress on his head and was kind. He put his head down on the arm with which he clung to the portiere, and sobbed. "Well," said the senator harshly, "there's no pleasure in that." He stood up, irritated. "What are you crying about? Though it is certainly a good enough reason for tears that you haven't the courage to do anything, even for the sake of giving me a little pleasure. Are you a little girl? What will become of you if you go on like that? Will you always be drowning yourself in tears every time you have to speak to people?" "I never will speak to people, never," thought Hanno in despair. "Think it over till this afternoon," finished the senator, and went into the dining-room. Ida Jungmann knelt by her fledgling and dried his eyes, and spoke to him half consoling, half reproachful. The senator breakfasted hurriedly, and the Frau Consul, Toni, Clotilde, and Christian meanwhile took their leave. They were to dine with Gerda, as likewise were the Krugers, the Weinschenks, and the 3 Mrs. Buddenbrook from Broad Street, while the senator, willy-nilly, must be present at the dinner in the Ratskeller. He hoped to leave in time to see his family again at his own house. Sitting at the begarlanded table, he drank his hot tea out of a saucer, hurriedly ate an egg, and on the steps took 2 or 3 puffs of a cigarette. Grobleben, wearing his woolen scarf in defiance of the July heat, with a boot over his left forearm and the polish-brush in his right, a long drop pendant from his nose, came from the garden into the front entry, and accosted his master at the foot of the stairs, where the brown bear stood with his tray. "Many happy returns, Herr Senator, many happy, one is rich and great, and the t'other's poor." Yes, Grobleben, you're right, that's just how it is." And the senator slipped a piece of money into the hand with the brush, and crossed the entry into the anteroom of the office. In the office the cashier came up to him, a tall man with honest, faithful eyes, to convey in carefully selected phrases the good wishes of the staff. The senator thanked him in a few words, and went on to his place by the window. He had hardly opened his letters and glanced into the morning paper lying there ready for him, when a knock came on the door leading into the front entry, and the first visitors appeared with their congratulations. It was a delegation of granary labourers, who came straddling in like bears, the corners of their mouths drawn down with befitting solemnity, and their caps in their hands. Their spokesman spat tobacco juice on the floor, pulled up his trousers, and talked in great excitement about 100 year, and many more 100 year. The senator proposed to them a considerable increase in their pay for the week, and dismissed them. The office staff of the Revenue Department came in a body to congratulate their chief. As they left, they met in the doorway a number of sailors, with 2 pilots at the head, from the Wullenwever and the Friederike Uverdiek, the 2 ships belonging to the firm, which happened at the time to be in port. Then there was a deputation of grain porters, in black blouses, knee-breeches, and top-hats. And single citizens, too, were announced from time to time. Herr Stutt from Belfounders Street came, with a black coat over his flannel shirt, and Iversen, the florist, and sundry other neighbours. There was an old postman with watery eyes, earrings, and a white beard, an ancient oddity whom the senator used to salute on the street and call him Herr Postmaster. He came, stood in the doorway, and cried out, "I bain't come for that, Herr Senator. I knows as everybody gets summat as comes here to-day, but I bain't come for that, and so I tells ye." He received his piece of money with gratitude none the less. There was simply no end to it. At 10:30 the servant came from the house to announce that the Frau Senator was receiving guests in the salon. Thomas Buddenbrook left his office and hurried upstairs. At the door of the salon he paused a moment for a glance into the mirror to order his cravat, and to refresh himself with a whiff of the eau de cologne on his handkerchief. His body was wet with perspiration, but his face was pale, his hands and feet cold. The reception in the office had nearly used him up entirely. He drew a long breath, and entered the sunlit room, to be greeted at once by Consul Huneeus, the lumber dealer and multimillionaire, his wife, their daughter, and the latter's husband, Senator Dr. Giesecke. These had all driven in from Travemünde, like many others of the first families of the town, who were spending July in a cure which they interrupted only for the Buddenbrook Jubilee. They had not been sitting for 3 minutes in the elegant armchairs of the salon, when Consul Uverdiek, son of the deceased burgomaster, and his wife, who was a Kistenmacher, were announced. When Consul Huneeus made his adieus, his place was taken by his brother, who had 1 million less money than he, but made up for it by being a senator. Now the ball was open. The tall white door, with the relief of the singing cupids above it, was scarcely closed for a moment. There was a constant view from within of the great staircase, upon which the light streamed down from the skylight far above, and of the stairs themselves, full of guests either entering or taking their leave. But the salon was spacious. The guests lingered in groups to talk, and the number of those who came was for some time far greater than the number of those who went away. Soon the maidservant gave up opening and shutting the door that led into the salon, and left it wide open, so that the guests stood in the corridor as well. There was the drone and buzz of conversation in masculine and feminine voices. There were handshakings, bows, jests, and loud jolly laughter, which reverberated among the columns of the staircase, and echoed from the great glass panes of the skylight. Senator Buddenbrook stood, by turns, at the top of the stairs and in the bow window, receiving the congratulations, which were sometimes mere formal murmurs, and sometimes loud and hearty expressions of goodwill. Burgomaster Dr. Longhals, a heavily built man of elegant appearance, with a shaven chin nestling in a white neckcloth, short grey mutton chops, and a languid diplomatic air, was received with general marks of respect. Consul Eduard Kistenmacher, the wine merchant, his wife, who was a Mühlendorf, and his brother and partner Stefan, Senator Buddenbrook's loyal friend and supporter, with his wife, the rudely healthy daughter of a landed proprietor, arrive and pay their respects. The widowed Frau Senator Muhlendorf sits throned in the centre of the sofa in the salon, while her children, Consul August Muhlendorf and his wife Julken, born Hagenstrom, mingle with the crowd. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom supports his considerable weight on the balustrade, breathes heavily into his red beard, and talks with Senator Dr. Kremer, the chief of police, whose brown beard, mixed with grey, frames a smiling face expressive of a sort of gentle slyness. State Attorney Moritz Hagenstrom, smiling and showing his defective teeth, is there with his beautiful wife, the former Fräulein Putvarken of Hamburg. Good old Dr. Grabo may be seen pressing Senator Buddenbrooks' hand for a moment in both of his, to be displaced next moment by contractor Vogt. Pastor Prinksheim, in secular garb, only betraying his dignity by the length of his frock-coat, comes up the steps with outstretched arms and a beaming face. And Herr Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus is present, of course. Those gentlemen who come as delegates from any body such as the Senate, the Board of Trade, or the Assembly of Burgesses, appear in frock-coats. It is 11:30. The heat is intense. The lady of the house withdrew a quarter of an hour ago. Suddenly there is a hubbub below the vestibule door, a stamping and shuffling of feet, as of many people entering together, and a ringing, noisy voice echoes through the whole house. Everybody rushes to the landing, blocks up the doors to the salon, the dining-room, and the smoking-room, and peers down. Below is a group of 15 or 20 men with musical instruments, headed by a gentleman in a brown wig, with a grey nautical beard and yellow artificial teeth, which he shows when he talks. What is happening? It is Consul Peter Duhlmann, of course. He is bringing the band from the theatre, and mounts the stairs in triumph, swinging a packet of programmes in his hand. The serenade, in honor of the 100th anniversary of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook, begins. In these impossible conditions, with the notes all running together, the chords drowning each other, the loud grunting and snarling of the big bass trumpet heard above everything else. It begins with "Now let us all thank God," goes over into the adaptation of Offenbach's La Belle Hélène, and winds up with a potpourri of folk songs, quite an extensive programme, and a pretty idea of Duhlmann's. They congratulate him on it, and nobody feels inclined to break up until the concert is finished. They stand or sit in the salon and the corridor, they listen and talk. Thomas Buddenbrook stood with Stefan Kistenmacher, Senator Dr. Giesecke, and Contractor Vogt beyond the staircase, near the open door of the smoking-room and the flight of stairs up to the second story. He leaned against the wall, now and then contributing a word to the conversation, and for the rest looking out into space across the balustrade. It was hotter than ever, and more oppressive, but it would probably rain. To judge from the shadows that drove across the skylight, there must be clouds in the sky. They were so many and moved so rapidly that the changeful flickering light on the staircase came in time to hurt the eyes. Every other minute the brilliance of the gilt chandelier and the brass instruments below was quenched, to blaze out the next minute as before. Once the shadows lasted a little longer, and 6 or 7 times something fell with a slight crackling sound upon the panes of the skylight. Hailstones, no doubt. Then the sunlight streamed down again. There is a mood of depression in which everything that would ordinarily irritate us and call up a healthy reaction merely weighs us down with a nameless, heavy burden of dull chagrin. Thus Thomas brooded over the breakdown of little Johann, over the feelings which the whole celebration aroused in him, and still more over those which he would have liked to feel, but could not. He sought again and again to pull himself together, to clear his countenance, to tell himself that this was a great day which was bound to heighten and exhilarate his mood. And indeed the noise which the band was making, the buzz of voices, the sight of all these people gathered in his honour, did shake his nerves, did, together with his memories of the past and of his father, give rise in him to a sort of weak emotionalism. But a sense of the ridiculous, of the disagreeable, hung over it all. The trumpery music, spoiled by the bad acoustics, the banal company chattering about dinners and the stock market, and this very mingling of emotion and disgust heightened his inward sense of exhaustion and despair. At 12:15, when the musical programme was drawing to a close, an incident occurred which in no wise interfered with the prevailing good feeling, but which obliged the master of the house to leave his guests for a short time. It was of a business nature. At a pause in the music, the youngest apprentice in the firm appeared, coming up the great staircase, overcome with embarrassment at sight of so many people. He was a little stunted fellow, and he drew his red face down as far as possible between his shoulders, and swung one long thin arm violently back and forth, to show that he was perfectly at his ease. In the other hand he had a telegram. He mounted the steps, looking everywhere for his master, and when he had discovered him, he passed with blushes and murmured excuses through the crowds that blocked his way. His blushes were superfluous. Nobody saw him. Without looking at him or breaking off their talk, they slightly made way, and they hardly noticed when he gave his telegram to the senator with a scrape, and the latter turned a little away from Kistenmacher, Vogt, and Giesecke to read it. Nearly all the telegrams that came today were messages of congratulation. Still, during business hours, they had to be delivered at once. The corridor made a bend at the point where the stairs mounted to the second story, and then went on to the back stairs, where there was a side entrance into the dining-room. Opposite the stairs was the shaft of the dumb-waiter, and at this point there was a sizable table, where the maids usually polished the silver. The senator paused here, turned his back to the apprentice, and opened the dispatch. Suddenly his eyes opened so wide that anyone seeing him would have started in astonishment, and he gave a deep, gasping intake of breath which dried his throat and made him cough. He tried to say, "Very well," but his voice was inaudible in the clamour behind him. "Very well," he repeated, but the second word was only a whisper. As his master did not move or turn round or make any sign, the hump-backed apprentice shifted from one foot to the other, then made his outlandish scrape again, and went down the back stairs. Senator Buddenbrooks still stood at the table. His hands, holding the dispatch, hung weakly down in front of him. He breathed in difficult, short breaths through his mouth. His body swayed back and forth, and he shook his head meaninglessly, as if stunned. "That little bit of hail," he said. "That little bit of hail." He repeated it stupidly. But gradually his breathing grew longer and quieter, the movement of his body less. His half-shut eyes clouded over with a weary, broken expression, and he turned around, slowly nodding his head, opened the door into the dining-room, and went in. With bent head he crossed the wide polished floor, and sat down on one of the dark red sofas by the window. Here it was quiet and cool. The sound of the fountain came up from the garden, and a fly buzzed on the pane. There was only a dull murmur from the front of the house. He laid his weary head on the cushion and closed his eyes. "That's good, that's good," he muttered, half aloud, drawing a deep breath of relief and satisfaction. "Oh, that is good." He lay 5 minutes thus, with limbs relaxed and a look of peace upon his face. Then he sat up, folded the telegram, put it in his breast pocket, and rose to rejoin his guests. But in the same minute he sank back with a disgusted groan upon the sofa. The music! It was beginning again, an idiotic racket, meant to be a gallop, with the drum and cymbals marking a rhythm in which the other instruments all joined either ahead of or behind time. A naive, insistent, intolerable hullabaloo of snarling, crashing, and feebly piping noises, punctuated by the silly tootling of the piccolo. End of section 76. Section 77 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 6. "Oh, Bach! Sebastian Bach, dear lady!" cried Edmund Pfuhl, Herr Edmund Pfuhl, the organist of St. Mary's, as he strode up and down the salon with great activity, while Gerda, smiling, her head on her hand, sat at the piano, and Hanno listened from a big chair, his hands clasped round his knees. "Certainly, as you say, it was he through whom the victory was achieved, by harmony over counterpoint. He invented modern harmony, assuredly. But how? Need I tell you how? By progressive development of the contrapuntal style. You know it as well as I do. Harmony? Ah, no, by no means. Counterpoint, my dear lady, counterpoint. Whither, I ask you, would experiments in harmony have led? While I have breath to speak, I will warn you against mere experiments in harmony." His zeal as he spoke was great, and he gave it free rein, for he felt at home in the house. Every Wednesday afternoon there appeared on the threshold his bulky, square, high-shouldered figure, in a coffee-coloured coat, whereof the skirts hung down over his knees. While awaiting his partner, he would open lovingly the Bechstein grand piano, arrange the violin parts on the stand, and then prelude a little, softly and artistically, with his head sunk in high contentment on one shoulder. An astonishing growth of hair, a wilderness of tight little curls, red-brown mixed with grey, made his head look big and heavy, though it was poised easily upon a long neck with an extremely large Adam's apple that showed above his low collar. The straight, bunchy moustaches, of the same colour as the hair, were more prominent than the small snub nose. His eyes were brown and bright, with puffs of flesh beneath them. When he played, they looked as though their gaze passed through whatever was in their way, and rested on the other side. His face was not striking, but it had at least the stamp of a strong and lively intelligence. His eyelids were usually half drooped, and he had a way of relaxing his lower jaw without opening his mouth, which gave him a flabby, resigned expression, like that sometimes seen on the face of a sleeping person. The softness of his outward seeming, however, contrasted strongly with the actual strength and self-respect of his character. Edmund Fool was an organist of no small repute, whose reputation for contrapuntal learning was not confined within the walls of his native town. His little book on church music was recommended for private study in several conservatories, and his fugues and chorales were played now and then where an organ sounded to the glory of God. These compositions, as well as the voluntaries he played on Sundays at St. Mary's, were flawless, impeccable, full of the relentless, severe logicality of the strenge Satz. Such beauty as they had was not of this earth, and made no appeal to the ordinary layman's human feeling. What spoke in them, what gloriously triumphed in them, was a technique amounting to an ascetic religion, a technique elevated to a lofty sacrament, to an absolute end in itself. Edmund Fool had small use for the pleasant and the agreeable, and spoke of melody, it must be confessed, in slighting terms. But he was no dry pedant, notwithstanding. He would utter the name of Palestrina in the most dogmatic, awe-inspiring tone. But even while he made his instrument give out a succession of archaistic virtuosities, his face would be all aglow with feeling, with rapt enthusiasm, and his gaze would rest upon the distance as though he saw there the ultimate logicality of all events issuing in reality. This was the musician's look, vague and vacant precisely because it abode in the kingdom of a purer, profounder, more absolute logic than that which shapes our verbal conceptions and thoughts. His hands were large and soft, apparently boneless, and covered with freckles. His voice, when he greeted Gerda Buddenbrook, was low and hollow, as though a bite were stuck in his throat. "Good morning, honored lady." He rose a little from his seat, bowed, and respectfully took the hand she offered, while with his own left he struck the fifths on the piano so firmly and clearly that she seized her Stradivarius and began to tune the strings with practised ear. "The G minor concerto of Bach, Herr Pfuhl. The whole adagio still goes badly, I think." And the organist began to play. But hardly were the first chords struck, when it invariably happened that the corridor door would open gently, and without a sound little Johann would steal across the carpet to an easy-chair, where he would sit, his hands clasped round his knees, motionless, and listen to the music and the conversation. "Well, Hanno, so you want a little taste of music, do you?" said Gerda in a pause, and looked at her son with her shadowy eyes, in which the music had kindled a soft radiance. Then he would stand up and put out his hand to Herr Pfuhl with a silent bow, and Herr Pfuhl would stroke with gentle affection the soft light brown hair that hung gracefully about brow and temples. "Listen now, my child," he would say with mild impressiveness, and the boy would look at the Adam's apple that went up and down as the organist spoke, and then go back to his place with his quick light steps, as though he could hardly wait for the music to begin again. They played a movement of Haydn, some pages of Mozart, a sonata of Beethoven. Then, while Gerda was picking out some music, with her violin under her arm, a surprising thing happened. Herr Pfuhl, Edmund Fool, organist at St. Mary's, glided over from his easy interlude into music of an extraordinary style, while a sort of shamefaced enjoyment showed upon his absent countenance. A burgeoning and blooming, a weaving and singing rose beneath his fingers. Then, softly and dreamily at first, but ever clearer and clearer, there emerged in artistic counterpoint the ancestral, grandiose, magnificent march motif, amounting to a climax, a complication, a transition, and at the resolution of the dominant, the violin chimed in, fortissimo. It was the overture to Die Meistersinger. Gerda Buddenbrook was an impassioned Wagnerite, but Herr Pfuhl was an equally impassioned opponent, so much so that in the beginning she had despaired of winning him over. On the day when she first laid some piano arrangements from Tristan on the music rack, he played some 25 beats, and then sprung up from the music stool to stride up and down the room with disgust painted upon his face. "I cannot play that, my dear lady. I am your most devoted servant, but I cannot. That is not music, believe me. I have always flattered myself that I knew something about music, but this is chaos. This is demagogy, blasphemy, insanity, madness. It is a perfumed fog, shot through with lightning. It is the end of all honesty in art. I will not play it." And with the words he had thrown himself again on the stool, and with his Adam's apple working furiously up and down, with coughs and sighs, had accomplished another 25 beats, but then he shut the piano, and cried out, "Oh, fie, fie! No, this is going too far. Forgive me, dear lady, if I speak frankly what I feel. You have honored me for years, and paid me for my services, and I am a man of modest means, but I must lay down my office, I assure you, if you drive me to it by asking me to play these atrocities. Look, the child sits there listening. Would you then utterly corrupt his soul?" But let him gesture as furiously as he would, she brought him over, slowly, by easy stages, by persistent playing and persuasion. "Fool," she would say, "be reasonable. Take the thing calmly. You are put off by his original use of harmony. Beethoven seems to you so pure, clear, and natural by contrast. But remember how Beethoven himself affronted his contemporaries who were brought up in the old way. And Bach, why, good heavens, you know how he was reproached for his want of melody and clearness. You talk about honesty, but what do you mean by honesty in art? Is it not the antithesis of hedonism? And if so, then that is what you have here, just as much as in Bach. I tell you, Pfuhl, this music is less foreign to your inner self than you think." "It is all juggling and sophistry, begging your pardon," he grumbled. But she was right, after all. The music was not so impossible as he thought at first. He never, it is true, quite reconciled himself to Tristan, though he eventually carried out Gerda's wish, and made a very clever arrangement of the Liebestod for violin and piano. He was first won over by certain parts of Die Meistersinger, and slowly a love for this new art began to stir within him. He would not confess it. He was himself aghast at the fact, and would pettishly deny it when the subject was mentioned. But after the old masters had had their due, Gerda no longer needed to urge him to respond to a more complex demand upon his virtuosity. With an expression of shamefaced pleasure, he would glide into the weaving harmonies of the leitmotif. After the music, however, there would be a long explanation of the relation of this style of music to that of the Strengesatz, and one day Herr Pfuhl admitted that, while not personally interested in the theme, he saw himself obliged to add a chapter to his book on church music, the subject of which would be the application of the old key system to the church and folk music of Richard Wagner. Hanno sat quite still, his small hands clasped round his knees. his mouth, as usual, a little twisted as his tongue felt out the hole in a back tooth. He watched his mother and Herr Pfuhl with large, quiet eyes, and thus, so early, he became aware of music as an extraordinarily serious, important, and profound thing in life. He understood only now and then what they were saying, and the music itself was mostly far above his childish understanding. Yet he came again and sat absorbed for hours, a feat which surely faith, love, and reverence alone enabled him to perform. When only 7, he began to repeat with one hand on the piano certain combinations of sound that made an impression on him. His mother watched him, smiling, improved his chords, and showed him how certain tones would be necessary to carry one chord over into another. And his ear confirmed what she told him. After Gerda Buddenbrook had watched her son a little, she declared that he must have piano lessons. "I hardly think," she told Herr Pfuhl, "that he is suited for solo work, and on the whole I am glad, for it has its bad side apart from the dependence of the soloist upon his accompanist, which can be very serious too. If I did not have you, for instance, there is always the danger of yielding to more or less complete virtuosity. You see, I know whereof I speak. I tell you frankly that, for the soloist, a high degree of ability is only the first step. The concentration on the tone and phrasing of the treble, which reduces the whole polyphony to something vague and indefinite in the consciousness, must surely spoil the feeling for harmony, unless the person is more than usually gifted, and the memory as well, which is most difficult to correct later on. I love my violin, and I have accomplished a good deal with it, but to tell you the truth, I place the piano higher. What I mean is this: familiarity with the piano, as a means of summarizing the richest and most varied structures, as an incomparable instrument for musical reproduction, means for me a clearer, more intimate and comprehensive intercourse with music. Listen, Pfuhl. I would like to have you take him, if you will be so good. I know there are 2 or 3 people here in the town who give lessons, women, I think, but they are simply piano teachers. You know what I mean. I feel that it matters so little whether one is trained upon an instrument, and so much whether one knows something about music. I depend upon you. And you will see, you will succeed with him. He has the Buddenbrook hand. The Buddenbrooks can all strike the 9ths and 10ths, only they have never set any store by it," she concluded, laughing. And Herr Pfuhl declared himself ready to undertake the lessons. From now on he came on Mondays as well as Wednesdays, and gave little Hanno lessons, while Gerda sat beside them. He went at it in an unusual way, for he felt that he owed more to his pupil's dumb and passionate zeal than merely to employ it in playing the piano a little. The first elementary difficulties were hardly got over when he began to theorize in a simple way, with graphic illustrations, and to give his pupil the foundations of the theory of harmony. And Hanno understood, for it was all only a confirmation of what he had always known. As far as possible, Herr Pfuhl took into consideration the eager ambition of the child. He spent much thought upon the problem, how best to lighten the material load that weighed down the wings of his fancy. He did not demand too much finger dexterity or practice of scales. What he had in mind, and soon achieved, was a clear and lively grasp of the key system on Hanno's part, an inward comprehensive understanding of its relationships, out of which would come, at no distant day, the quick eye for possible combinations, the intuitive mastery over the piano, which would lead to improvisation and composition. He appreciated with a touching delicacy of feeling the spiritual needs of this young pupil, who had already heard so much, and directed it toward the acquisition of a serious style. He would not disillusionize the deep solemnity of his mood by making him practice commonplaces. He gave him chorales to play, and pointed out the laws controlling the development of one chord into another. Gerda, sitting with her embroidery or her book, just beyond the portieres, followed the course of the lessons. "You outstrip all my expectations," she told Herr Pfuhl later on. "But are you not going too fast? Aren't you getting too far ahead? Your method seems to me eminently creative. He has already begun to try to improvise a little. But if the method is beyond him, if he hasn't enough gift, he will learn absolutely nothing." "He has enough gift," Herr Pfuhl said, and nodded. "Sometimes I look into his eyes and see so much lying there, but he holds his mouth tight shut. In later life, when his mouth will probably be shut even tighter, he must have some kind of outlet, a way of speaking." She looked at him, at this square-built musician with the red-brown hair, the pouches under his eyes, the bushy moustaches, and the inordinate Adam's apple, and then she put out her hand and said, "Thank you, Pfuhl. You mean well by him, and who knows yet how much you are doing for him?" Hanno's feeling for his teacher was one of boundless gratitude and devotion. At school he sat heavy and hopeless, unable, despite strenuous coaching, to understand his tables. But he grasped without effort all that Herr Pfuhl told him, and made it his own, if he could make more his own that which he had already owned before. Edmund Pfuhl, like a stout angel in a tailcoat, took him in his arms every Monday afternoon and transported him above all his daily misery into the mild, sweet, grave, consoling kingdom of sound. The lessons sometimes took place at Herr Pfuhl's own house, a roomy old gabled dwelling full of cool passages and crannies, in which the organist lived alone with an elderly housekeeper. Sometimes, too, little Buddenbrook was allowed to sit up with the organist at the Sunday service in St. Mary's, which was quite a different matter from stopping below with the other people in the nave. High above the congregation, high above Pastor Prinksheim in his pulpit, the two sat alone in the midst of a mighty tempest of rolling sound, which at once set them free from the earth and dominated them by its own power. And Hanno was sometimes blissfully permitted to help his master control the stops. When the chorale was finished, Herr Pfuhl would slowly lift his fingers from the keyboard so that only the bass and the fundamental would still be heard in lingering solemnity, and after a meaningful pause, the well-modulated voice of Pastor Prinksheim would rise up from under the sounding-board in the pulpit. Then it happened, not infrequently, that Herr Pfuhl would, quite simply, begin to make fun of the preacher. His artificial enunciation, his long exaggerated vowels, his sighs, his crude transitions from sanctity to gloom. Hanno would laugh too, softly, but with heartfelt glee, for those two up there were both of the opinion, which neither of them expressed, that the sermon was silly twaddle, and that the real service consisted in that which the pastor and his congregation regarded merely as a devotional accessory, namely, the music. Herr Pfuhl, in fact, had a constant grievance in the small understanding there was for his accomplishments down there among the senators, consuls, citizens, and their families. And thus he liked to have his small pupil by him, to whom he could point out the extraordinary difficulties of the passages he had just played. He performed marvels of technique. He had composed a melody which was just the same, read forward or backward, and based upon it a fugue which was to be played crab fashion. But after performing this wonder, "Nobody knows the difference," he said, and folded his hands in his lap with a dreary look, shaking his head hopelessly. While Pastor Prinksheim was delivering his sermon, he whispered to Hanno, "That was a crab-fashion imitation, Johann. You don't know what that is yet. It is the imitation of a theme composed backward instead of forward. A very, very difficult thing. Later on, I will show you what an imitation in the strenge Satz involves. As for the crab, I would never ask you to try that. It isn't necessary. But do not believe those who tell you that such things are trifles, without any musical value. You will find the crab in musicians of all ages. But exercises like that are the scorn of the mediocre and the superficial musician. Humility, Hanno, humility is the feeling one should have. Don't forget it." On his 8th birthday, April 15th, 1869, Hanno played before the assembled family a fantasy of his own composition. It was a simple affair, a motif entirely of his own invention, which he had slightly developed. When he showed it to Herr Pfuhl, the organist, of course, had some criticism to make. "What sort of theatrical ending is that, Johann? It doesn't go with the rest of it. In the beginning it is all pretty good, but why do you suddenly fall from B major into the 6/4 chord on the 4th note with a minor third? These are tricks. And you tremolo here, too? Where did you pick that up? I know, of course. You have been listening when I played certain things for your mother. Change the end, child. Then it will be quite a clean little piece of work." But it appeared that Hanno laid the greatest stress precisely on this minor chord and this finale, and his mother was so very pleased with it that it remained as it was. She took her violin and played the upper part, and varied it with runs in demi-semi-quavers. That sounded gorgeous. Hanno kissed her out of sheer happiness, and they played it together to the family on the 15th of April. The Frau Consul, Frau Permenator, Christian, Clotilde, Herr and Frau Consul Kruger, Herr and Frau Director Weinschenk, the Broad Street Buddenbrooks, and Teresa Weichbrot were all bidden to dinner at 4 o'clock with the senator and his wife in honor of Hanno's birthday. And now they sat in the salon and looked at the child, perched on the music stool in his sailor suit, and at the elegant foreign appearance his mother made as she played a wonderful cantilena on the G string, and then with profound virtuosity developed a stream of purling, foaming cadences. The silver on the end of her bow gleamed in the gaslight. Hanno was pale with excitement, and had hardly eaten any dinner. But now he forgot all else in his absorbed devotion to his task, which would, alas, be all over in 10 minutes. The little melody he had invented was more harmonic than rhythmic in its structure. There was an extraordinary contrast between the simple primitive material which the child had at his command, and the impressive, impassioned, almost over-refined method with which that material was employed. He brought out each leading note with a forward inclination of the little head. He sat far forward on the music stool, and strove, by the use of both pedals, to give each new harmony an emotional value. In truth, when Hanno concentrated upon an effect, the result was likely to be emotional rather than merely sentimental. He gave every simple harmonic device a special and mysterious significance by means of retardation and accentuation. His surprising skill in effects was displayed in each chord, each new harmony, by a suddenly introduced pianissimo. And he sat with lifted eyebrows, swaying back and forth with the whole upper part of his body. Then came the finale, Hanno's beloved finale, which crowned the elevated simplicity of the whole piece. Soft and clear as a bell sounded the E minor chord, tremolo pianissimo, amid the purling, flowing notes of the violin. It swelled, it broadened, it slowly rose. Suddenly, in the forte, he introduced the discord C sharp, which led back to the original key, and the Stradivarius ornamented it with its welling and singing. He dwelt on the dissonance until it became fortissimo, but he denied himself and his audience the resolution. He kept it back. What would it be, this resolution, this enchanting, satisfying absorption into the B major chord? A joy beyond compare, a gratification of overpowering sweetness, peace, bliss, the kingdom of heaven, only not yet, a moment more of striving, hesitation, suspense, that must become well nigh intolerable in order to heighten the ultimate moment of joy. Once more, a last, the final tasting of this striving and yearning, this craving of the entire being, this last forcing of the will to deny oneself the fulfillment and the conclusion, in the knowledge that joy, when it comes, lasts only for the moment. The whole upper part of Hanno's little body straightened, his eyes grew larger, his closed lips trembled, he breathed short spasmodic breaths through his nose. At last, joy would no longer be denied. It came, it poured over him. He resisted no more. His muscles relaxed, his head sank weakly on his shoulder, his eyes closed, and a pathetic, almost an anguished smile of speechless rapture hovered about his mouth, while his tremolo, among the rippling and rustling runs from the violin, to which he now added runs in the bass, glided over into B major, swelled up suddenly into forte, and after one brief resounding burst, broke off. It was impossible that all the effect which this had upon Hanno should pass over into his audience. Frau Permaneder, for instance, had not the slightest idea what it was all about, but she had seen the child's smile, the rhythm of his body, the beloved little head swaying enraptured from side to side, and the sight had penetrated to the depths of her easily moved nature. "How the child can play! Oh, how he can play!" she cried, hurrying to him, half weeping, and folding him in her arms. "Gerda, Tom, he will be a Meyerbeer, a Mozart, a—" As no third name of equal significance occurred to her, she confined herself to showering kisses on her nephew, who sat there, still quite exhausted, with an absent look in his eyes. "That's enough, Tony," the senator said softly. "Please don't put such ideas into the child's head." End of section 77. Section 78 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 7. Thomas Buddenbrook was, in his heart, far from pleased with the development of little Johann. Long ago he had led Gerda Arnoldson to the altar, and all the Philistines had shaken their heads. He had felt strong and bold enough then to display a distinguished taste without harming his position as a citizen. But now the long-awaited heir, who showed so many physical traits of the paternal inheritance, did he, after all, belong entirely to the mother's side? He had hoped that one day his son would take up the work of the father's lifetime in his stronger, more fortunate hands, and carry it forward. But now it almost seemed that the son was hostile not only to the surroundings and the life in which his lot was cast, but even to his father as well. Gerda's violin-playing had always added to her strange eyes, which he loved, to her heavy dark red hair and her whole exotic appearance, one charm the more. But now that he saw how her passion for music, strange to his own nature, utterly, even at this early age, possessed the child, he felt in it a hostile force that came between him and his son, of whom his hopes would make a Buddenbrook, a strong and practical-minded man, with definite impulses after power and conquest. In his present irritable state it seemed to him that this hostile force was making him a stranger in his own house. He could not himself approach any nearer to the music practised by Gerda and her friend Herr Pfuhl. Gerda herself, exclusive and impatient where her art was concerned, made it cruelly hard for him. Never had he dreamed that music was so essentially foreign to his family as now it seemed. His grandfather had enjoyed playing the flute, and he himself always listened with pleasure to melodies that possessed a graceful charm, a lively swing, or a tender melancholy. But if he happened to express his liking for any such composition, Gerda would be sure to shrug her shoulders and say with a pitying smile, "How can you, my friend? A thing like that, without any musical value whatever." He hated this musical value. It was a phrase which had no meaning for him, save a certain chilling arrogance. It drove him on, in Hanno's presence, to self-assertion. More than once he remonstrated angrily. "This constant harping on musical values, my dear, strikes me as rather tasteless and opinionated." To which she rejoined, "Thomas, once for all, you will never understand anything about music as an art, and, intelligent as you are, you will never see that it is more than an after-dinner pleasure and a feast for the ears. In every other field you have a perception of the banal, in music not. But it is the test of musical comprehension. What pleases you in music? A sort of insipid optimism, which, if you met with it in literature, would make you throw down the book with an angry or sarcastic comment. Easy gratification of each unformed wish, prompt satisfaction before the will is even roused, that is what pretty music is like, and it is like nothing else in the world. It is mere flabby idealism." He understood her, that is, he understood what she said, but he could not follow her, could not comprehend why melodies which touched or stirred him were cheap and worthless, while compositions which left him cold and bewildered possessed the highest musical value. He stood before a temple, from whose threshold Gerda sternly waved him back, and he watched while she and the child vanished within. He betrayed none of his grief over this estrangement, though the gulf seemed to widen between him and his little son. The idea of suing for his child's favour seemed frightful to him. During the day he had small time to spare. At meals he treated him with a friendly cordiality that had at times a tonic severity. "Well, comrade," he would say, giving him a tap or two on the back of the head and seating himself opposite his wife. "Well, and how are you? Studying? And playing the piano, eh? Good. but not too much piano, else you won't want to do your task, and then you won't go up at Easter." Not a muscle betrayed the anxious suspense with which he waited to see how Hanno took his greeting, and what his reply would be. Nothing revealed his painful inward shrinking, when the child merely gave him a shy glance of the gold-brown, shadowy eyes, a glance that did not even reach his father's face, and bent again over his plate. It was monstrous for him to brood over this childish clumsiness. It was his fatherly duty to occupy himself a little with the child, so while the plates were changed, he would examine him, and try to stimulate his sense for facts. How many inhabitants were there in the town? What streets led from the Trava to the upper town? What were the names of the granaries that belonged to the firm? "Out with it now, speak up." But Hanno was silent, not with any idea of wounding or annoying his father, but these inhabitants, these streets and granaries, which were normally a matter of complete indifference to him, became positively hateful when they were made the subject of an examination. However lively he was beforehand, however gaily he had laughed and talked with his father, his mood would go down to zero at the first symptom of an examination, and his resistance would collapse entirely. His eyes would cloud over, his mouth take on a despondent droop, and he would be possessed by a feeling of profound regret at the thoughtlessness of papa, who surely knew that such tests came to nothing, and only spoiled the whole mealtime for everybody. With eyes swimming in tears, he looked down at his plate. Ida would nudge him and whisper to him, the streets, the granaries. Oh, that was all useless, perfectly useless. She did not understand. He did know the names, at least some of them. It would have been easy to do what papa asked, if only he were not possessed and prevented by an overpowering sadness. A severe word from his father and a tap with the fork against the knife rest brought him to himself with a start. He cast a glance at his mother and Ida, and tried to speak, but the first syllables were already drowned in sobs. "That's enough," shouted the senator angrily. "Keep still, you needn't tell me. You can sit there dumb and silly all the rest of your life." And the meal would be finished in uncomfortable silence. When the senator felt troubled about Hanno's passionate preoccupation with his music, it was this dreaminess, this weeping, this total lack of freshness and energy that he fixed upon. All his life the boy had been delicate. His teeth had been particularly bad, and had been the cause of many painful illnesses and difficulties. It had nearly cost him his life to cut his first set. The gums showed a constant tendency to inflammation, and there were abscesses which Mlle. Jungmann used to open with a needle at the proper time. Now his second teeth were beginning to come in, and the suffering was even greater. He had almost more pain than he could bear, and he spent many sleepless, feverish nights. His teeth, when they came, were as white and beautiful as his mother's, but they were soft and brittle, and crowded each other out of shape when they came in, so that little Hanno was obliged, for the correction of all these evils, to make the acquaintance early in life of a very dreadful man, no less than Herr Brecht, the dentist in Mill Street. Even this man's name was significant. It suggested the frightful sensation in Hanno's jaw when the roots of a tooth were pulled, lifted, and wrenched out. The sound of it made Hanno's heart contract, just as it did when he cowered in an easy-chair in Herr Brecht's waiting-room, with the faithful young man sitting opposite, and looked at the pictures in a magazine, while he breathed in the sharp-smelling air of the room, and waited for the dentist to open the door of the operating-room with his polite and horrible Won't you come in, please?" This operating room possessed one strange attraction, a gorgeous parrot with venomous little eyes, which sat in a brass cage in the corner, and was called, for unknown reasons, Josephus. He used to say, "Sit down one moment, please," in a voice like an old fishwife's, and though the hideous circumstances made this sound like mockery, yet Hanno felt for the bird a curious mixture of fear and affection. Imagine a parrot, a big bright-colored bird that could talk and was called Josephus. He was like something out of an enchanted forest, like Grimm's fairy tales which Ida read aloud to him. And when Herr Brecht opened the door, his invitation was repeated by Josephus in such a way that somehow Hanno was laughing when he went into the operating room and sat down in the queer big chair by the window next the treadle machine. Herr Brecht looked a good deal like Josephus. His nose was of the same shape above his grizzled moustaches. The bad thing about him was that he was nervous, and dreaded the tortures he was obliged to inflict. "We must proceed to extraction, Fräulein," he would say, growing pale. Hanno himself was in a pale cold sweat, with staring eyes, incapable of protesting or running away, in short, in much the same condition as a condemned criminal. He saw Herr Brecht with the forceps in his sleeve bend over him, and noticed that little beads were standing out on his bald brow, and that his mouth was twisted. When it was all over, and Hanno, pale and trembling, spat blood into the blue basin at his side, Herr Brecht too had to sit down and wipe his forehead and take a drink of water. They assured little Johann that this man would do him good and save him suffering in the end. But when Hanno weighed his present pains against the positive good that had accrued from them, he felt that the former far outweighed the latter, and he regarded these visits to Mill Street as so much unnecessary torture. They removed 4 beautiful white molars which had just come in, to make room for the wisdom teeth expected later. This required 4 weeks of visits, in order not to subject the boy to too great a strain. It was a fearful time, a long drawn-out martyrdom, in which dread of the next visit began before the last one, with its attendant exhaustion, was fairly over. When the last tooth was drawn, Hanno was quite worn out, and was ill in bed for a week. This trouble with his teeth affected not only his spirits, but also the functioning of all his other organs. When he could not chew, he did not digest, and there came attacks of gastric fever, accompanied by fitful heart action, according as the heart was either weakened or too strongly stimulated. And there were spells of giddiness, while the pavor nocturnus, that strange affliction beloved of Dr. Grabo, continued unabated. Hardly a night passed that little Johann did not start up in bed, wringing his hands with every mark of unbearable anguish, and crying out piteously for help, as though someone were trying to choke him, or some other awful thing were happening. In the morning he had forgotten it all. Dr. Grabo's treatment consisted of giving fruit juice before the child went to bed, which had absolutely no effect. The physical arrests and the pains which Hanno suffered made him old for his age. He was what is called precocious, and though this was not very obvious, being restrained in him, as it were, by his own unconscious good taste, still it expressed itself at times in the form of a melancholy superiority. "How are you, Hanno?" somebody would ask, his grandmother or one of the Broad Street Buddenbrooks. A little resigned curl of the lip, or a shrug of the shoulders in their blue sailor suit, would be the only answer. "Do you like to go to school?" "No." answered Hanno, with quiet candour. He did not consider it worth while to try to tell a lie in such cases. No, but one has to learn writing, reading, arithmetic. And so on, said little Johann. No, he did not like going to school, the old monastic school with its cloisters and vaulted classrooms. He was hampered by his illnesses, and often absent-minded, for his thoughts would linger among his harmonic combinations, or upon the still unravelled marvel of some piece which he had heard his mother and Herr Pfuhl playing, and all this did not help him on in the sciences. These lower classes were taught by assistant masters and seminarists, for whom he entertained mingled feelings, a dread of possible future punishments, and a secret contempt for their social inferiority, their spiritual limitations, and their physical unkemptness. Herr Tiedtke, a little grey man in a greasy black coat, who had taught at the school even in the time of the deceased Marcellus Stengel, who squinted abominably and sought to remedy this defect by wearing glasses as thick and round as a ship's portholes, Herr Tiedtke told little Johann how quick and industrious his father had been at figures. Herr Tiedtke had severe fits of coughing, and spat all over the floor of his platform. Hanno had, among his schoolmates, no intimates, save one. But this single bond was very close, even from his earliest school days. His friend was a child of aristocratic birth but neglected appearance, a certain Count Moln, whose first name was Kai. Kai was a lad of about Hanno's height, dressed not in a sailor suit, but in shabby clothes of uncertain colour, with here and there a button missing, and a great patch in the seat. His arms were too long for the sleeves of his coat, and his hands seemed impregnated with dust and earth to a permanent grey colour. But they were unusually narrow and elegant, with long fingers and tapering nails. His head was to match, neglected, uncombed, and none too clean, but endowed by nature with all the marks of pure and noble birth. The carelessly parted hair, reddish blonde in colour, waved back from a white brow, and a pair of light blue eyes gleamed bright and keen from beneath. The cheek-bones were slightly prominent, while the nose, with its delicate nostrils and slightly aquiline curve, and the mouth, with its short upper lip, were already quite unmistakable and characteristic. Hanno Buddenbrook had seen the little Count once or twice, even before they met at school, when he took his walks with Ida northward from the castle gate. Some distance outside the town, nearly as far as the first outlying village, lay a small farm, a tiny, almost valueless property, without even a name. The passer-by got the impression of a dunghill, a quantity of chickens, a dog-hut, and a wretched kennel-like building with a sloping red roof. This was the manor-house, and therein dwelt Kai's father, Count Eberhard Moln. He was an eccentric, hardly ever seen by anybody, busy on his dunghill with his dogs, his chickens, and his vegetable patch. A large man in top boots, with a green frieze jacket. He had a bald head and a huge grey beard like the tail of a turnip. He carried a riding-whip in his hand, though he had no horse to his name, and wore a monocle stuck into his eye under the bushy eyebrow. Except him and his son, there was no Count Moln in all the length and breadth of the land any more. The various branches of a once rich, proud, and powerful family had gradually withered off, until now there was only an aunt with whom Kai's father was not on terms. She wrote romances for the family story papers under a dashing pseudonym. The story was told of Count Eberhard that when he first withdrew to his little farm, he devised a means of protecting himself from the importunities of peddlers, beggars, and busybodies. He put up a sign which read, "Here lives Count Muln. He wants nothing, buys nothing, and gives nothing away." When the sign had served its purpose, he removed it. Motherless, for the Countess had died when her child was born, and the housework was done by an elderly female, little Kai grew up like a wild animal among the dogs and chickens. And here Hanno Buddenbrook had looked at him shyly from a distance, as he leaped like a rabbit among the cabbages, romped with the dogs, and frightened the fowls by turning somersaults. They met again in the schoolroom, where Hanno probably felt again his first alarm at the little Count's unkempt exterior, but not for long. A sure instinct had led him to pay no heed to the outward negligence, had shown him instead the white brow, the delicate mouth, the finely shaped blue eyes, which looked with a sort of resentful hostility into his own, and Hanno felt sympathy for this one alone among all his fellows. But he would never by himself have taken the first steps. He was too timid for that. Without the ruthless impetuosity of little Kai, they might have remained strangers after all. The passionate rapidity of his approach even frightened Hanno at first. The neglected little Count sued for the favour of the quiet, elegantly dressed Hanno, with a fiery, aggressive masculinity impossible to resist. Kai could not, it is true, help Hanno with his lessons. His untamed spirits were as hostile to the tables as was little Buddenbrook's dreamy abstractedness. But he gave him everything he had, glass bullets, wooden tops, even a broken lead pistol which was his dearest treasure. During the recess he told him about his home and the puppies and chickens, and walked with him at midday as far as he dared, though Ida Jungmann, with a packet of sandwiches, was always waiting for her fledgling at the school gate. It was from Ida that Kai heard little Buddenbrook's nickname. He took it up, and never called him henceforth by anything else. One day he demanded that Hanno, instead of going to the mill wall, should take a walk with him to his father's house to see the baby guinea pigs. Fräulein Jungmann finally yielded to the teasing of the two children. They strolled out to the noble domain, viewed the dunghill, the vegetables, the fowls, dogs, and guinea pigs, and even went into the house, where, in a long low room on the ground floor, Count Eberhard sat in defiant isolation, reading at a clumsy table. He asked crossly what they wanted. Ida Jungmann could not be brought to repeat the visit. She insisted that if the two children wished to be together, Kai could visit Hanno instead. So, for the first time, with honest admiration, but no trace of shyness, Kai entered Hanno's beautiful home. After that he went often. Soon nothing but the deep winter snows prevented him from making the long way back again for the sake of a few hours with his friend. They sat in the large playroom in the second story, and did their lessons together. There were long sums that covered both sides of the slate, with additions, subtractions, multiplications, and divisions, and had to come out to zero in the end, otherwise there was a mistake, and they must hunt and hunt till they had found the little beast and exterminated him. Then they had to study grammar, and learn the rules of comparison, and write down very neat, tidy examples underneath. Thus, horn is transparent, glass is more transparent, light is most transparent. They took their exercise books and conned sentences like the following: I received a letter saying that he felt aggrieved because he believed that you had deceived him. The fell intent of this sentence, so full of pitfalls, was that you should write EI where you ought to write IE, and contrariwise. They had in fact done that very thing, and now it must be corrected. But when all was finished, they might put their books aside and sit on the window-ledge, while Ida read to them. The good soul read about Cinderella, about the prince who could not shiver and shake, about Rumpelstiltskin, about Rapunzel and the Frog Prince, in her deep, patient voice, her eyes half shut, for she knew the stories by heart, she'd read them so often. She wet her finger and turned the page automatically. But after a while, Kai, who possessed the constant craving to do something himself, to have some effect on his surroundings, would close the book and begin to tell stories himself. It was a good idea, for they knew all the printed ones, and Ida needed a rest sometimes too. Kai's stories were short and simple at first, but they expanded and grew bolder and more complicated with time. The interesting thing about them was that they never stood quite in the air, but were based upon a reality which he presented in a new and mysterious light. Hanno particularly liked the one about the wicked enchanter who tortured all human beings by his malignant art, who had captured a beautiful prince named Josephus and turned him into a green and red parrot, which he kept in a gilded cage. But in a far distant land the chosen hero was growing up, who should one day fearlessly advance at the head of an invincible army of dogs, chickens, and guinea pigs, and slay the base enchanter with a single sword thrust, and deliver all the world, in particular Hanno Buddenbrook, from his clutches. Then Josephus would be restored to his proper form, and return to his kingdom, in which Kai and Hanno would be appointed to high offices. Senator Buddenbrook saw the two friends together now and then, as he passed the door of the playroom. He had nothing against the intimacy, for it was clear that the two lads did each other good. Hanno gentled, tamed, and ennobled Kai, who loved him tenderly, admired his white hands, and, for his sake, let Ida Jungmann wash his own with soap and a nail-brush. And if Hanno could absorb some of his friend's wild energy and spirits, it would be welcome, for the senator realized keenly the constant feminine influence that surrounded the boy, and knew that it was not the best means for developing his manly qualities. The faithful devotion of the good Ida could not be repaid with gold. She had been in the family now for more than 30 years. She had cared for the previous generations with self-abnegation. But Hanno she carried in her arms, lapped him in tender care, and loved him to idolatry. She had a naive, unshakable belief in his privileged station in life, which sometimes went to the length of absurdity. In whatever touched him, she showed a surprising, even an unpleasant, effrontery. Suppose, for instance, she took him with her to buy cakes at the pastry shop. She would poke among the sweets on the counter, and select a piece for Hanno, which she would coolly hand him without paying for it. The man should feel himself honored, indeed. And before a crowded show window she would ask the people in front, in her West Prussian dialect, pleasantly enough, but with decision, to make a place for her charge. He was so uncommon in her eyes that she felt there was hardly another child in the world worthy to touch him. In little Kai's case, the mutual preference of the two children had been too strong for her. Probably she was a little taken by his name, too. But if other children came up to them on the mill wall as she sat with Hanno on a bench, Fräulein Jungmann would get up almost at once, make some excuse or other, it was late or there was a draught, and take her charge away. The pretexts she gave to little Johann would have led him to believe that all his contemporaries were either scrofulous or full of evil humours, and that he himself was a solitary exception, which did not tend to increase his already deficient confidence and ease of manner. Senator Buddenbrook did not know all the details, but he saw enough to convince him that his son's development was not taking the desired course. If he could only take his upbringing into his own hands and mould his spirit by daily and hourly contact, but he had not the time. He perceived the lamentable failure of his occasional efforts. He knew they only strained the relations between father and son. In his mind was a picture which he longed to reproduce. It was a picture of Hanno's great-grandfather, whom he himself had known as a boy, a clear-sighted man, jovial, simple, sturdy, humorous. Why could not little Johann grow up like that? If only he could suppress or forbid the music, which was surely not good for the lad's physical development, absorbed his powers and took his mind from the practical affairs of life. That dreamy nature, did it not almost at times border on irresponsibility? One day, some 3/4 of an hour before dinner, Hanno had gone down alone to the first story. He had practised for a long time on the piano, and now was idling about in the living-room. He half lay, half sat on the chaise longue, tying and untying his sailor's knot, and his eyes, roving aimlessly about, caught sight of an open portfolio on his mother's nut-wood writing-table. It was the leather case with the family papers. He rested his elbow on the sofa-cushion and his chin in his hand, and looked at the things for a while from a distance. Papa must have had them out after second breakfast, and left them there because he was not finished with them. Some of the papers were sticking in the portfolio, some loose sheets lying outside were weighted with a metal ruler, and the large gilt-edged notebook with the motley paper lay there open. Hanno slipped idly down from the sofa and went to the writing-table. The book was open at the Buddenbrook family tree, set forth in the hand of his various forebears, including his father, complete with rubrics, parentheses, and plainly marked dates. Kneeling with one knee on the desk chair, leaning his head, with its soft waves of brown hair, on the palm of his hand, Hanno looked at the manuscript sidewise, carelessly critical, a little contemptuous, and supremely indifferent, letting his free hand toy with mamma's golden ebony pen. His eyes roved all over these names, masculine and feminine, some of them in queer old-fashioned writing with great flourishes, written in faded yellow or thick black ink, to which little grains of sand were sticking. At the very bottom, in papa's small, neat handwriting that ran so fast over the page, he read his own name under that of his parents. Justus Johann Caspar, born April 15th, 1861. He liked looking at it. He straightened up a little, and took the ruler and pen, still rather idly, let his eye travel once more over the whole genealogical host. Then, with absent care, mechanically and dreamily, he made, with the gold pen, a beautiful, clean, double line across the entire page, the upper one heavier than the lower, just as he had been taught to embellish the page of his arithmetic book. He looked at his work with his head on one side, and then moved away. After dinner the senator called him up and surveyed him, with his eyebrows drawn together. "What is this? Where did it come from? Did you do it?" Hanno had to think a minute whether he really had done it, and then he answered, "Yes." "What for? What is the matter with you? Answer me. What possessed you to do such a mischievous thing?" cried the senator, and struck Hanno's cheek lightly with the rolled-up notebook. And little Johann stammered, retreating, with his hand to his cheek. I thought there was nothing else coming." End of section 78. Section 79 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 8a. Nowadays, when the family gathered at table on Thursdays, under the calmly smiling gaze of the immortals on the walls, they had a new and serious theme. It called out on the faces of the female Buddenbrooks, at least the Broad Street ones, an expression of cold restraint. But it highly excited Frau Permenader, as her manner and gestures betrayed. She tossed back her head, stretched out her arms before her, or flung them above her head as she talked, and her voice showed by turns anger and dismay, passionate opposition, and deep feeling. She would pass over from the particular to the general, and talk in her throaty voice about wicked people, interrupting herself with the little cough that was due to poor digestion, or she would utter little trumpetings of disgust, Tiri Trishka, Grunleck, Permenader. A new name had now been added to these, and she pronounced it in a tone of indescribable scorn and hatred. The district attorney. But when Director Hugo Weinschenck entered, late as usual, for he was overwhelmed with work, balancing his two fists and weaving about more than ever at the waist of his frock-coat, and sat down at table, his lower lip hanging down with its impudent expression under his moustaches, then the conversation would come to a full stop, and heavy silence would brood over the table, until the senator came to the rescue by asking the director how his affair was going on, as if it were an ordinary business dealing. Hugo Weinschenck would answer that things were going very well indeed, they could not go otherwise, and then he would blithely change the subject. He was much more sprightly than he used to be. There was a certain lack of restraint in his roving eye, and he would ask ever so many times about Gerda Buddenbrook's fiddle, without getting any reply. He talked freely and gaily, only it was a pity his flow of spirits prevented him from guarding his tongue, for he now and then told anecdotes which were not at all suited to the company. One, in particular, was about a wet nurse who prejudiced the health of her charge by the fact that she suffered from flatulence. Too late or not at all, he remarked that his wife was flushing rosy red, that Thomas, the Frau Consul, and Gerda were sitting like statues, and the Misses Buddenbrook exchanging glances that were fairly boring holes in each other. Even Riekchen Severin was looking insulted at the bottom of the table, and old Consul Kruger was the single one of the company who gave even a subdued snort. What was the trouble with Director Weinschenck? This industrious, solid citizen with the rough exterior and no social graces, who devoted himself with an obstinate sense of duty to his work alone, this man was supposed to have been guilty, not once but repeatedly, of a serious fault. He was accused of, he had been indicted for, performing a business maneuver which was not only questionable, but directly dishonest and criminal. There would be a trial, the outcome of which was not easy to guess. What was he accused of? It was this: certain fires of considerable extent had taken place in different localities, which would have cost his company large sums of money. Director Weinschenck was accused of having received private information of such accidents through his agents, and then, in wrongful possession of this information, of having transferred the back insurance to another firm, thus saving his own the loss. The matter was now in the hands of the state attorney, Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom. "Thomas," said the Frau Consul, in private, to her son, "please explain it to me. I do not understand. What do you make of the affair?" "Why, my dear mother," he answered, "what is there to say? It does not look as though things were quite as they should be, unfortunately. It seems unlikely to me that Weinschenck is as guilty as people think. In the modern style of doing business, there is a thing they call usance, and usance, well, imagine a maneuver not exactly open and above board, something that looks dishonest to the man in the street, yet perhaps quite customary and taken for granted in the business world. That is usance. The boundary line between usance and actual dishonesty is extremely hard to draw. Well, if Weinschenck has done anything he shouldn't, he has probably done no more than a good many of his colleagues who will not get caught. But I don't see much chance of his being cleared. Perhaps in a larger city he might be. But here everything depends on cliques and personal motives. He should have borne that in mind in selecting his lawyer. It is true that we have no really eminent lawyer in the whole town, nobody with superior oratorical talent, who knows all the ropes and is versed in dubious transactions. All our jurists hang together. They have family connections in many cases. They eat together, they work together, and they are accustomed to considering each other. In my opinion, it would have been clever to take a town lawyer. But what did Weinschenck do? He thought it necessary, and this in itself makes his innocence look doubtful, to get a lawyer from Berlin, a Dr. Breslauer, who is a regular rake, an accomplished orator, and up to all the tricks of the trade. He has the reputation of having got so and so many dishonest bankrupts off, scot-free. He will conduct this affair with the same cleverness, for a consideration. But will it do any good? I can see already that our town lawyers will band together to fight him tooth and nail, and that Dr. Hagenstrom's hearers will already be prepossessed in his favor. As for the witnesses, well, Weinschenk's own staff won't be any too friendly to him, I'm afraid. What we indulgently call his rough exterior, he would call it that himself, too, has not made him many friends. In short, mother, I am looking forward to trouble. It will be a pity for Erica if it turns out badly, but I feel most for Tony. You see, she is quite right in saying that Hagenstrom is glad of the chance. The thing concerns all of us, and the disgrace will fall on us, too. For Weinschenck belongs to the family, and eats at our table. As far as I am concerned, I can manage. I know what I have to do. In public, I shall act as if I had nothing whatever to do with the affair. I will not go to the trial, although I am sorry not to, for Breslauer is sure to be interesting. and in general I must behave with complete indifference to protect myself from the imputation of wanting to use my influence. But Tony, I don't like to think what a sad business a conviction will be for her. She protests vehemently against envious intrigues and calumniators and all that, but what really moves her is her anxiety lest, after all her other troubles, she may see her daughter's honourable position lost as well. It is the last blow. She will protest her belief in Weinschank's innocence the more loudly, the more she is forced to doubt it. Well, he may be innocent after all. We can only wait and see, mother, and be very tactful with him and Tony and Erica. But I'm afraid. It was under these circumstances that the Christmas feast drew near, to which little Hanno was counting the days, with a beating heart, and the help of a calendar manufactured by Ida Jungmann, with the Christmas tree on the last leaf. The signs of festivity increased. Ever since the first Sunday in Advent, a great gaily coloured picture of a certain Ruprecht had been hanging on the wall in Grandmamma's dining room, and one morning Hanno found his covers and the rug beside his bed sprinkled with gold tinsel. A few days later, as Papa was lying with his newspaper on the living-room sofa, and Hanno was reading The Witch of Endor out of Gerrock's palm leaves, an old man was announced. This had happened every year since Hanno was a baby, and yet was always a surprise. They asked him in, this old man, and he came shuffling along in a big coat with the fur side out, sprinkled with bits of cotton wool and tinsel. He wore a fur cap, and his face had black smudges on it, and his beard was long and white. The beard and the big bushy eyebrows were also sprinkled with tinsel. He explained, as he did every year, in a harsh voice, that this sack on his left shoulder was for good children, who said their prayers. It contained apples and gilded nuts. But that this sack on his right shoulder was for naughty children. The old man was, of course, Ruprecht. Perhaps not actually the real Ruprecht. It might even be Wenzel the barber, dressed up in Papa's coat turned fur side out, but it was as much Ruprecht as possible. Hanno, greatly impressed, said Our Father for him, as he had last year, both times interrupting himself now and again with a little nervous sob, and was permitted to put his hand into the sack for good children, which the old man forgot to take away. The holidays came, and there was not much trouble over the report, which had to be presented for Papa to read, even at Christmas time. The great dining-room was closed and mysterious, and there were marzipan and gingerbread to eat. And in the streets Christmas had already come. Snow fell, the weather was frosty, and on the sharp clear air were borne the notes of the barrel organ, for the Italians, with their velvet jackets and their black moustaches, had arrived for the Christmas feast. The shop windows were gay with toys and goodies. The booths for the Christmas fair had been erected in the market-place, and wherever you went you breathed in the fresh, spicy odour of the Christmas trees set out for sale. The evening of the 23rd came at last, and with it the present-giving in the house in Fisher's Lane. This was attended by the family only. It was a sort of dress rehearsal for the Christmas Eve party given by the Frau Consul in Meng Street. She clung to the old customs, and reserved the 24th for a celebration to which the whole family group was bidden, which accordingly, in the late afternoon, assembled in the landscape room. The old lady, flushed of cheek and with feverish eyes, arrayed in a heavy black and grey striped silk that gave out a faint scent of patchouli, received her guests as they entered, and embraced them silently, her gold bracelets tinkling. She was strangely excited this evening. "Why, mother, you're fairly trembling," the senator said when he came in with Gerda and Hanno. "Everything will go off very easily." But she only whispered, kissing all three of them, "For Jesus Christ's sake, and my blessed Jean's." Indeed, the whole consecrated programme instituted by the deceased consul had to be carried out to the smallest detail, and the poor lady fluttered about, driven by her sense of responsibility for the fitting accomplishment of the evening's performance, which must be pervaded with a deep and fervent joy. She went restlessly back and forth from the pillared hall, where the choir boys from St. Mary's were already assembled, to the dining-room, where Riekchen Severin was putting the finishing touches to the tree and the table full of presents, to the corridor full of shrinking old people, the poor who were to share in the presents, and back into the landscape room, where she rebuked every unnecessary word or sound with one of her sidelong glances. It was so still that the sound of a distant hand-organ, faint and clear like a toy music-box, came across to them through the snowy streets. Some 20 persons or more were sitting or standing about in the room, yet it was stiller than a church, so still that, as the senator cautiously whispered to Uncle Eustace, it reminded one more of a funeral. There was really no danger that the solemnity of the feast would be rudely broken in upon by youthful high spirits. A glance showed that almost all the persons in the room were arrived at an age when the forms of expression are already long ago fixed. Senator Thomas Buddenbrook, whose pallor gave the lie to his alert, energetic, humorous expression; Gerda, his wife, leaning back in her chair, the gleaming blue-ringed eyes in her pale face gazing fixedly at the crystal prisms in the chandelier; his sister, Frau Permenader; his cousin, Jürgen Kruger, a quiet, neatly dressed official; Friederike, Henrietta, and Fifi, the first two more long and lean, the third smaller and plumper than ever, but all three wearing their stereotyped expression, their sharp, spiteful smile at everything and everybody, as though they were perpetually saying, "Really, it seems incredible." Lastly, there was poor ashen-grey Clotilde, whose thoughts were probably fixed upon the coming meal. Every one of these persons was past 40. The hostess herself, her brother Eustace and his wife, and little Teresa Weichbrot were all well past 60, while old Frau Consul Buddenbrook, Uncle Gotthold's widow, born Stuving, as well as Madame Kettelson, now, alas, almost entirely deaf, were already in the 70s. Erika Weinschenk was the only person present in the bloom of youth. She was much younger than her husband, whose cropped greying head stood out against the idyllic landscape behind him. When her eyes, the light blue eyes of Herr Grünlich, rested upon him, you could see how her full bosom rose and fell without a sound, and how she was beset with anxious, bewildered thoughts about usance and bookkeeping, witnesses, prosecuting attorneys, defence, and judges. Thoughts like these, un-Christmas-like though they were, troubled everybody in the room. They all felt uncanny at the presence in their midst of a member of the family who was actually accused of an offence against the law, the civic weal, and business probity. and who would probably be visited by shame and imprisonment. Here was a Christmas family party at the Buddenbrooks, with an accused man in the circle. Frau Permaneder's dignity became majestic, and the smile of the Mrs. Buddenbrook more and more pointed. And what of the children, the scant posterity upon whom rested the family hopes? Were they conscious, too, of the slightly uncanny atmosphere? The state of mind of the little Elizabeth could not be fathomed. She sat on her bonne's lap, in a frock trimmed by Frau Permaneder with satin bows, folded her small hands into fists, sucked her tongue, and stared straight ahead of her. Now and then she would utter a brief sound, like a grunt, and the nurse would rock her a little on her arm. But Hanno sat still on his footstool at his mother's knee, and stared up, like her, into the chandelier. Christian was missing. Where was he? At the last minute they noticed his absence. The Frau Consul's characteristic gesture from the corner of her mouth up to her temple, as though putting back a refractory hair, became frequent and feverish. She gave an order to Mamselle Zivarine, and the spinster went out through the hall, past the choir boys and the poor, and down the corridor to Christian's room, where she knocked on the door. Christian appeared straightway. He limped casually into the landscape room, rubbing his bald brow. "Good gracious, children," he said, "I nearly forgot the party." "You nearly forgot?" his mother repeated, and stiffened. "Yes, I really forgot it was Christmas. I was reading a book of travel about South America. Dear me, I've seen such a lot of Christmases," he added, and was about to launch out upon a description of a Christmas in a fifth-rate variety theatre in London, when all at once the church-like hush of the room began to work upon him, and he moved on tiptoe to his place, wrinkling up his nose. "Rejoice, O daughter of Zion," sang the choir boys. They had previously been indulging in such audible practical jokes that the senator had to get up and stand in the doorway to inspire respect. But now they sang beautifully. The clear treble, sustained by the deeper voices, soared up in pure, exultant, glorifying tones, bearing all hearts along with them, softening the smiles of the spinsters, making the old folk look in upon themselves and back upon the past, easing the hearts of those still in the midst of life's tribulations, and helping them to forget for a little while. Hanno unclasped his hands from about his knees. He looked very pale and cold, played with the fringe of his stool, and twisted his tongue out among his teeth. He had to draw a deep breath every little while, for his heart contracted with a joy almost painful at the exquisite bell-like purity of the chorale. The white folding doors were still tightly closed, but the spicy, poignant odour drifted through the cracks and whetted one's appetite for the wonder within. Each year, with throbbing pulses, he awaited this vision of ineffable, unearthly splendour. What would there be for him in there? What he had wished for, of course. There was always that, unless he had been persuaded out of it beforehand. The theatre, then, the long-desired toy theatre, would spring at him as the door opened and show him the way to his place. This was the suggestion which had stood heavily underlined at the top of his list, ever since he had seen Fidelio. Indeed, since then it had been almost his single thought. He had been taken to the opera as compensation for a particularly painful visit to Herr Brecht. Sitting beside his mother in the dress circle, he had followed breathless a performance of Fidelio, and since that time he had heard nothing, seen nothing, thought of nothing but opera, and a passion for the theatre filled him and almost kept him sleepless. He looked enviously at people like Uncle Christian, who was known as a regular frequenter, and might go every night if he liked. Consul Dullmann, Gosch the broker, how could they endure the joy of seeing it every night? He himself would ask no more than to look once a week into the hall before the performance, hear the voices of the instruments being tuned, and gaze for a while at the curtain, for he loved it all, the seats, the musicians, the drop curtain, even the smell of gas. Would his theatre be large? What sort of curtain would it have? A tiny hole must be cut in it at once. There was a peep-hole in the curtain at the theatre. Had grandmamma, or rather had Mamselle Zéphirine, for grandmamma could not see to everything herself, been able to find all the necessary scenery for Fidelio? He determined to shut himself up tomorrow, and give a performance all by himself, and already in fancy he heard his little figures singing, for he was approaching the theatre by way of his music. "Exult, Jerusalem," finished the choir, and their voices, following one another in fugue form, united joyously in the last syllable. The clear accord died away. Deep silence reigned in the pillared hall and the landscape room. The elders looked down, oppressed by the pause. Only Director Weinschenk's eyes roved boldly about, and Frau Permaneder coughed her dry cough, which she could not suppress. Now the Frau Consul moved slowly to the table and sat among her family. She turned up the lamp, and took in her hands the great Bible with its edges of faded gold leaf. She stuck her glasses on her nose, unfastened the two great leather hasps of the book, opened it to the place where there was a bookmark, took a sip of eau sucrée, and began to read, from the yellowed page with the large print, the Christmas chapter. She read the old familiar words with a simple heartfelt accent that sounded clear and moving in the pious hush. "And to men goodwill," she finished, and from the pillared hall came a trio of voices. "Holy night, peaceful night." The family in the landscape room joined in. They did so cautiously, for most of them were unmusical, as a tone now and then betrayed. But that in no wise impaired the effect of the old hymn. Frau Permaneder sang with trembling lips. It sounded sweetest and most touching to the heart of her who had a troubled life behind her, and looked back upon it in the brief peace of this holy hour. Madame Kettleson wept softly, but comprehended nothing. End of section 79. Section 80 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 8b. Now the Frau Consul rose. She grasped the hands of her grandson Johann and her granddaughter Elisabeth, and proceeded through the room. The elders of the family fell in behind, and the younger brought up the rear. The servants and poor joined in from the hall, and so they marched, singing with one accord, "O Evergreen." Uncle Christian sang "O Ever Blue," and made the children laugh by lifting up his legs like a jumping jack, through the wide-open lofty folding doors, and straight into paradise. The whole great room was filled with the fragrance of slightly singed evergreen twigs, and glowing with light from countless tiny flames. The sky-blue hangings with the white figures on them added to the brilliance. There stood the mighty tree, between the dark red window curtains, towering nearly to the ceiling, decorated with silver tinsel and large white lilies, with a shining angel at the top and the manger at the foot. Its candles twinkled in the general flood of light like far-off stars. And a row of tiny trees, also full of stars and hung with comfits, stood on the long white table, laden with presents, that stretched from the window to the door. All the gas brackets on the wall were lighted too, and thick candles burned in all four of the gilded candelabra in the corners of the room. Large objects, too large to stand upon the table, were arranged upon the floor, and two smaller tables, likewise adorned with tiny trees and covered with gifts for the servants and the poor, stood on either side of the door. Dazzled by the light and the unfamiliar look of the room, they marched once around it, singing, filed past the manger where lay the little wax figure of the Christ child, and then moved to their places and stood silent. Hanno was quite dazed. His fevered glance had soon sought out the theatre, which, as it stood there upon the table, seemed larger and grander than anything he had dared to dream of. But his place had been changed. It was now opposite to where he had stood last year, and this made him doubtful whether the theatre was really his. And on the floor beneath it was something else, a large mysterious something, which had surely not been on his list, a piece of furniture that looked like a commode. Could it be meant for him? "Come here, my dear child," said the Frau Consul, "and look at this." She lifted the lid. "I know you like to play chorales. Herr Pfuhl will show you how. You must tread all the time, sometimes more and sometimes less, and then not lift up the hands, but change the fingers so, peu à peu." It was a harmonium, a pretty little thing of polished brown wood, with metal handles at the sides, gay bellows worked with a treadle, and a neat revolving stool. Hanno struck a chord. A soft organ tone released itself, and made the others look up from their presents. He hugged his grandmother, who pressed him tenderly to her, and then left him to receive the thanks of her other guests. He turned to his theatre. The harmonium was an overpowering dream, which just now he had no time to indulge. There was a superfluity of joy, and he lost sight of single gifts in trying to see and notice everything at once. Here was the prompter's box, a shell-shaped one, and a beautiful red and gold curtain rolled up and down behind it. The stage was set for the last act of Fidelio. The poor prisoner stood with folded hands. Don Pizarro, in enormous puffed sleeves, was striking a permanent and awesome attitude, and the minister in black velvet approached from behind with hasty strides to turn all to happiness. It was just as in the theatre, only almost more beautiful. The Jubilee chorus, the finale, echoed in Hanno's ears, and he sat down at the harmonium to play a fragment which stuck in his memory. But he got up again almost at once to take up the book he had wished for, a mythology in a red binding with a gold Pallas Athene on the cover. He ate some of the sweetmeats from his plate full of marzipan, gingerbread, and other goodies, looked through various small articles like writing utensils and school bag, and for the moment forgot everything else to examine a pen-holder with a tiny glass bulb on it. When you held this up to your eye, you saw, like magic, a broad Swiss landscape. Mamselle Zéphirine and the maid passed tea and biscuits, and while Hanno dipped and ate, he had time to look about. Every one stood talking and laughing. They all showed each other their presents and admired the presents of others. Objects of porcelain, silver, gold, nickel, wood, silk, cloth, and every other conceivable material lay on the table. Huge loaves of decorated gingerbread, alternating with loaves of marzipan, stood in long rows, still moist and fresh. All the presents made by Frau Permenator were decorated with huge satin bows. Now and then some one came up to little Johann, put an arm across his shoulders, and looked at his presents with the overdone, cynical admiration which people manufacture for the treasures of children. Uncle Christian was the only person who did not display this grown-up arrogance. He sauntered over to his nephew's place, with a diamond ring on his finger, a present from his mother, and his pleasure in the toy theatre was as unaffected as Hanno's own. "By George, that's fine," he said, letting the curtain up and down and stepping back for a view of the scenery. "Did you ask for it? Oh, so you did ask for it," he suddenly said, after a pause, during which his eyes had roved about the room as though he were full of unquiet thoughts. "Why did you ask for it? What made you think of it? Have you been in the theatre?" "Fidelio, eh? Yes, they give that well. And you want to imitate it, do you? Do opera yourself, eh? Did it make such an impression on you? Listen, son, take my advice. Don't think too much about such things, theatre and that sort of thing. It's no good. Believe your old uncle. I've always spent too much time on them, and that is why I haven't come to much good. I've made great mistakes, you know." Thus he held forth to his nephew, while Hanno looked up at him curiously. He paused, and his bony, emaciated face cleared up as he regarded the little theatre. Then he suddenly moved forward one of the figures on the stage, and sang, in a cracked and hollow tremolo, "Ah, what terrible transgression!" He sat down on the piano-stool, which he shoved up in front of the theatre, and began to give a performance, singing all the roles and the accompaniment as well, and gesticulating furiously. The family gathered at his back, laughed, nodded their heads, and enjoyed it immensely. As for Hanno, his pleasure was profound. Christian broke off after a while, very abruptly. His face clouded, he rubbed his hand over his skull and down his left side, and turned to his audience with his nose wrinkled and his face quite drawn. "There it is again," he said. "I never have a little fun without having to pay for it. It is not an ordinary pain, you know. It is a misery down all this left side, because the nerves are too short." But his relatives took his complaints as little seriously as they had his entertainment. They hardly answered him, but indifferently dispersed, leaving Christian sitting before the little theatre in silence. He blinked rapidly for a bit, and then got up. "No, child," said he, stroking Hanno's head. "Amuse yourself with it, but not too much, you know. Don't neglect your work for it. Do you hear? I have made a great many mistakes." "I think I'll go over to the club for a while," he said to the elders. "They are celebrating there to-day, too. Good-bye for the present." And he went off across the hall on his stiff, crooked legs. They had all eaten the midday meal earlier than usual to-day, and been hungry for the tea and biscuits. But they had scarcely finished when great crystal bowls were handed round, full of a yellow grainy substance which turned out to be almond cream. It was a mixture of eggs, ground almonds, and rose-water, tasting perfectly delicious, but if you ate even a tiny spoonful too much, the result was an attack of indigestion. However, the company was not restrained by fear of consequences, even though Frau Consul begged them to leave a little corner for supper. Clotilde, in particular, performed miracles with the almond cream, and lapped it up like so much porridge, with heartfelt gratitude. There was also wine jelly in glasses, and English plum cake. Gradually they all moved over to the landscape room, where they sat with their plates round the table. Hanno remained alone in the dining-room. Little Elizabeth Weinshank had already been taken home, but he was to stay up for supper, for the first time in his life. The servants and the poor folk had had their presents and gone. Ida Jungmann was chattering with Riekchen Severin in the hall, although generally, as a governess, she preserved the proper distance between herself and the Frau Consul's maid. The lights of the great tree were burnt down and extinguished. The manger was in darkness, but a few candles still burned on the small trees, and now and then a twig came within reach of the flame and crackled up, increasing the pungent smell in the room. Every breath of air that stirred the trees stirred the pieces of tinsel too, and made them give out a delicate metallic whisper. It was still enough to hear the hand-organ again sounding through the frosty air from a distant street. Hanno abandoned himself to the enjoyment of the Christmas sounds and smells. He propped his head on his hand and read in his mythology book, munching mechanically the while, because that was proper to the day. Marzipan, sweetmeats, almond cream, and plum cake, until the chest oppression caused by an overloaded stomach mingled with the sweet excitation of the evening, and gave him a feeling of pensive felicity. He read about the struggles of Zeus before he arrived at the headship of the gods, and every now and then he listened into the other room, where they were going at length into the future of poor Aunt Clotilde. Clotilde, on this evening, was far and away the happiest of them all. A smile lighted up her colourless face as she received congratulations and teasing from all sides. Her voice even broke now and then out of joyful emotion. She had at last been made a member of the Order of St. John. The senator had succeeded by subterranean methods in getting her admitted, not without some private grumblings about nepotism on the part of certain gentlemen. Now the family all discussed the excellent institution, which was similar to the homes in Mecklenburg, Dobertien, and Ribnitz, for ladies from noble families. The object of these establishments was the suitable care of portionless women from old and worthy families. Poor Clotilde was now assured of a small but certain income, which would increase with the years, and finally, when she had succeeded to the highest class, would secure her a decent home in the cloister itself. Little Hanno stopped a while with the grown-ups, but soon strayed back to the dining-room, which displayed a new charm, now that the brilliant light did not fairly dazzle one with its splendours. It was an extraordinary pleasure to roam about there, as if on a half-darkened stage after the performance, and see a little behind the scenes. He touched the lilies on the big fir tree with their golden stamens, handled the tiny figures of people and animals in the manger, found the candles that lighted the transparency for the Star of Bethlehem over the stable, lifted up the long cloth that covered the present table, and saw quantities of wrapping paper and pasteboard boxes stacked beneath. The conversation in the landscape room was growing less and less agreeable. Inevitably, irresistibly, it had arrived at the one dismal theme which had been in everybody's mind, but which they had thus far avoided as a tribute to the festal evening. Hugo Weinshank himself dilated upon it with a wild levity of manner and gesture. He explained certain details of the procedure. The examination of witnesses had now been interrupted by the Christmas recess. condemned the very obvious bias of the president, Dr. Pelander, and poured scorn on the attitude which the public prosecutor, Dr. Hagenstrom, thought it proper to assume toward himself and the witnesses for the defense. Breslauer had succeeded in drawing the sting of several of his most slanderous remarks, and he had assured the director that for the present there need be no fear of a conviction. The senator threw in a question now and then out of courtesy, and Frau Permenater, sitting on the sofa with elevated shoulders, would utter fearful imprecations against Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom. But the others were silent. So profoundly silent that the director at length fell silent too. For little Hanno, over in the dining-room, the time sped by on angels' wings, but in the landscape-room there reigned an oppressive silence, which dragged on till Christian came back from the club, where he had celebrated Christmas with the bachelors and good fellows. The cold stump of a cigar hung between his lips, and his haggard cheeks were flushed. He came through the dining-room and said, as he entered the landscape-room, "Well, children, the tree was simply gorgeous. Weinschenk, we ought to have had Breslauer come to see it. He has never seen anything like it, I am sure." He encountered one of his mother's quiet, reproachful side glances, and returned it with an easy, unembarrassed, questioning look. At 9 o'clock the party sat down to supper. It was laid, as always on these occasions, in the pillared hall. The Frau Consul recited the ancient grace with sincere conviction. "Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest, and bless the bread thou gavest us." To which, as usual on the holy evening, she added a brief prayer, the substance of which was an admonition to remember those who on this blessed night did not fare so well as the Buddenbrook family. This accomplished, they all sat down with good consciences to a lengthy repast, beginning with carp and butter sauce and old Rhine wine. The senator put 2 fish scales into his pocket to help him save money during the coming year. Christian, however, ruefully remarked that he hadn't much faith in the prescription, and Consul Kruger had no need of it. His pittance had long since been invested securely, beyond the reach of fluctuations in the exchange. The old man sat as far away as possible from his wife, to whom he hardly ever spoke nowadays. She persisted in sending money to Jacob, who was still roaming about nobody knew where, unless his mother did. Uncle Eustace scowled forbiddingly when the conversation, with the advent of the second course, turned upon the absent members of the family, and he saw the foolish mother wipe her eyes. They spoke of the Frankfurt Buddenbrooks, and the Duchamps in Hamburg, and of Pastor Tiburtius in Riga too, without any ill will. And the senator and his sister touched glasses in silence to the health of Messrs. Grunlich and Permenater, for, after all, did they not in a sense belong to the family too? The turkey, stuffed with chestnuts, raisins, and apples, was universally praised. They compared it with other years, and decided that this one was the largest for a long time. With the turkey came roast potatoes and 2 kinds of compote, and each dish held enough to satisfy the appetite of a family all by itself. The old red wine came from the firm of Mühlendorf. Little Johann sat between his parents and choked down with difficulty a small piece of white meat with stuffing. He could not begin to compete with Aunt Tilda, and he felt tired and out of sorts. But it was a great thing none the less to be dining with the grown-ups, and to have one of the beautiful little rolls with poppy seed in his elaborately folded serviette, and 3 wine-glasses in front of his place. He usually drank out of the little gold mug which Uncle Eustace gave him. But when the red, white, and brown meringues appeared, and Uncle Eustace poured some oily yellow Greek wine into the smallest of the 3 glasses, his appetite revived. He ate a whole red ice, then half a white one, then a little piece of the chocolate, his teeth hurting horribly all the while. Then he sipped his sweet wine gingerly, and listened to Uncle Christian, who had begun to talk. He told about the Christmas celebrations at the club, which had been very jolly, it seemed. "Good God!" he said, just as if he were about to relate the story of Johnny Thunderstorm. "Those fellows drank Swedish punch just like water." "Ugh!" said the Frau Consul shortly, and cast down her eyes. But he paid no heed. His eyes began to wander, and thought and memory became so vivid that they flickered like shadows across his haggard face. "Do any of you know," he asked, "how it feels to drink too much Swedish punch? I don't mean getting drunk. I mean the feeling you have the next day, the after-effects. They are very queer and unpleasant. Yes, queer and unpleasant at the same time." "Reason enough for describing them," said the senator. "Say, Christian, that does not interest us in the least," said the Frau Consul, but he paid no attention. It was his peculiarity that at such times nothing made any impression on him. He was silent a while, and then it seemed that the thing which moved him was ripe for speech. "You go about feeling ghastly," he said, turning to his brother and wrinkling up his nose. "Headache and upset stomach. Oh, well, you have that with other things, too, but you feel filthy." Here he rubbed his hands together, his face entirely distorted. "You wash your hands, but it does no good. They feel dirty and clammy, and there is grease under the nails. You take a bath, no good, your whole body is sticky and unclean. You itch all over, and you feel disgusted with yourself. Do you know the feeling, Thomas? You do know it, don't you?" "Yes, yes," said the senator, making a gesture of repulsion with his hand. But Christian's extraordinary tactlessness had so increased with the years that he never perceived how unpleasant he was making himself to the company, nor how out of place his conversation was in these surroundings and on this evening. He continued to describe the evil effects of too much Swedish punch, and when he felt that he had exhausted the subject, he gradually subsided. Before they arrived at the butter and cheese, the Frau Consul found occasion for another little speech to her family. "If," she said, "not quite everything in the course of the years had gone as we, in our short-sightedness, desired, there remained such manifold blessings as should fill our hearts with gratitude and love. For it was precisely this mingling of trials with blessings which showed that God never lifted his hand from the family, but ever guided its destinies according to his wise design, which we might not seek to question. And now, with hopeful hearts, we might drink together to the family health and to its future, that future when all the old and elderly of the present company would be laid to rest, and to the children, to whom the Christmas feast most properly belonged." As Director Weinschenk's small daughter was no longer present, little Johann had to make the round of the table alone, and drink severally with all the company, from grandmamma to Mamselle Severin. When he came to his father, the senator touched the child's glass with his, and gently lifted Hanno's chin to look into his eyes. But his son did not meet his glance. The long gold-brown lashes lay deep, deep upon the delicate bluish shadows beneath his eyes. Teresa Weichbrot took his head in both her hands, kissed him explosively on both cheeks, and said with such a hearty emphasis, that surely God must have heeded it. "Be happy, you good child." An hour later Hanno lay in his little bed, which now stood in the antechamber next to the senator's dressing-room. He lay on his back, out of regard for his stomach, which feeling was far from pleasant over all the things he had put into it that evening. Ida came out of her room in her dressing-gown, waving a glass about in circles in the air in order to dissolve its contents. He drank the carbonate of soda down quickly, made a wry face, and fell back again. "I think I'll just have to give it all up, Ida," he said. "Oh, nonsense, Hanno. Just lie still on your back. You see now, who was it kept making signs at you to stop eating, and who was it that wouldn't do it?" "Well, perhaps I'll be all right. When will the things come, Ida?" "Tomorrow morning, first thing, my dearie." "I wish they were here. I wish I had them now." "Yes, yes, my dearie, but just have a good sleep now." She kissed him, put out the light, and went away. He lay quietly, giving himself up to the operation of the soda he had taken. But before his eyes gleamed the dazzling brilliance of the Christmas tree. He saw his theatre and his harmonium and his book of mythology. He heard the choir boys singing in the distance, "Rejoice, Jerusalem." Everything sparkled and glittered. His head felt dull and feverish. His heart, affected by the rebellious stomach, beat strong and irregularly. He lay for long in a condition of mingled discomfort, excitement, and reminiscent bliss, and could not fall asleep. Next day there would be a third Christmas party at Fräulein Weichbrot's. He looked forward to it as to a comic performance in the theatre. Teresa Weichbrot had given up her pensionnat in the past year. Madame Kettleson now occupied the first story of the house on the mill bank, and she herself the ground floor, and there they lived alone. The burden of her deformed little body grew heavier with the years, and she concluded, with Christian humility and submission, that the end was not far off. For some years now she had believed that each Christmas was her last, and she strove with all the powers at her command to give a departing brilliance to the feast that was held in her small overheated rooms. Her means were very narrow, and she gave away each year a part of her possessions to swell the heap of gifts under the tree. Knick-knacks, paper-weights, emery bags, needle-cushions, glass vases, and fragments of her library, miscellaneous books of every shape and size, books like The Secret Journal of a Student of Himself, Hebel's Alemannian Poems, Krummacher's Parables. Hanno had once received an edition of the Pensées de Blaise Pascal in such tiny print that it had to be read with the glass. Bishop flowed in streams, and Sesame's gingerbread was very spicy. But Fräulein Weichbrot abandoned herself with such trembling emotion to the joys of each Christmas party that none of them ever went off without a mishap. There was always some small catastrophe or other to make the guests laugh and enhance the silent fervour of the hostess's mien. A jug of Bishop would be upset and overwhelm everything in a spicy, sticky red flood, or the decorated tree would topple off its wooden support just as they solemnly entered the room. Hanno fell asleep with the mishap of the previous year before his eyes. It had happened just before the gifts were given out. Teresa Weichbrot had read the Christmas chapter in such impressive accents that all the vowels got inextricably commingled, and then retreated before her guests to the door, where she made a little speech. She stood before the threshold, humped and tiny, her old hands clasped before her childish bosom, the green silk cap ribbons falling over her fragile shoulders. Above her head, over the door, was a transparency, garlanded with evergreen, that said, "Glory to God in the highest." And Sesame spoke of God's mercy. She mentioned that this was her last Christmas, and ended by reminding them that the words of the apostle commended them all to joy, wherewith she trembled from head to foot, so much did her whole poor little body share in her emotions. "Rejoice," said she, laying her head on one side and nodding violently, "and again I say unto you, rejoice." But at this moment the whole transparency, with a puffing, crackling, spitting noise, went up in flames, and Mademoiselle Weichbrot gave a little shriek and a side spring of unexpected picturesqueness and agility, and got herself out of the way of the rain of flying sparks. As Hanno recalled the leap which the old spinster performed, he giggled nervously for several minutes into his pillow. End of section 80. Section 81 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 8, Chapter 9. Frau Permaneder was going along Broad Street in a great hurry. There was something abandoned about her air. She showed almost none of the impressive bearing usual to her on the street. Hunted and harassed, in almost violent haste, she had, as it were, been able to save only a remnant of her dignity, like a beaten king who gathers what is left of his army about him to seek safety in the arms of flight. She looked pitiable indeed. Her upper lip, that arched upper lip that had always done its share to give charm to her face, was quivering now, and the eyes were large with apprehension. They were very bright and stared fixedly ahead of her, as though they too were hurrying onward. Her hair came in disorder from under her close hat, and her face showed the pale yellow tint which it always had when her digestion took a turn for the worse. Her digestion was obviously worse in these days. The family noticed that on Thursdays, and no matter how hard everyone tried to keep off the rocks, the conversation always made straight for them, and stuck there, on the subject of Hugo Weinschenk's trial. Frau Permaneder herself led up to it. She would call on God and her fellow men to tell her how Public Prosecutor Moritz Hagenstrom could sleep of nights. For her part, she could not understand it. She never would. Her agitation increased with every word. "Thank you, I can't eat," she would say, and push away her plate. She would elevate her shoulders, toss her head, and in the height of her passion fall back upon the practice, acquired in her Munich years, of taking nothing but beer, cold Bavarian beer, poured into an empty stomach, the nerves of which were in rebellion and would revenge themselves bitterly. Toward the end of the meal she always had to get up and go down to the garden or the court, where she suffered the most dreadful fits of nausea, leaning upon Ida Jungmann or Riekchen Severin. Her stomach would finally relieve itself of its contents, and contract with spasms of pain, which sometimes lasted for minutes, and would continue at intervals for a long time. It was about 3 in the afternoon, a windy, rainy January day. Frau Permaneder turned the corner at Fisher's Lane, and hurried down the steep declivity to her brother's house. After a hasty knock, she went from the court straight into the bureau, her eye flying across the desks to where the senator sat in his seat by the window. She made such an imploring motion with her head that he put down his pen without more ado, and went to her. "Well?" he said, one eyebrow lifted. "A moment, Thomas. It's very pressing. There's no time to waste." He opened the baize door of his private office, closed it behind him when they were both inside, and looked at his sister inquiringly. Tom, she said, her voice quavering, wringing her hands inside her muff, you must give it to us, lay it out for us. You will, won't you? The money for the bond, I mean. We haven't it. Where should we get 25,000 marks from, I should like to know? You will get them back. You'll get them back all too soon, I'm afraid. You understand, the thing is this. In short, they have reached a point where Hagenstrom demands immediate arrest or else a bond of 25,000 marks. And Weinschenk will give you his word not to stir from the spot. Has it really come to that? The senator said, shaking his head. Yes, they have succeeded in getting that far, the villains. Frau Permaneder sank upon the sofa with an impotent sob. And they will go on to the end, Tom. Tony, he said, and sat down sidewise by his mahogany desk, crossing one leg over the other and leaning his head on his hand. Tell me straight out, do you still have faith in his innocence? She sobbed once or twice before she answered, hopelessly. Oh, no, Tom, how could I? I've seen so much evil in the world. I haven't believed in it from the beginning even, though I tried my very best. Life makes it so very hard, you know, to believe in anyone's innocence. Oh, no, I've had doubts of his good conscience for a long time, and Erica has not known what to make of him. She confessed it to me, with tears, on account of his behavior at home. We haven't talked about it, of course. He got ruder and kept demanding all the time that Erica should be lively and divert his mind and make him forget his troubles. And he broke the dishes when she wasn't. You can't imagine what it was like when he shut himself up evenings with his papers. When anybody knocked, you could hear him jump up and shout, "Who's there?" They were silent. But suppose he is guilty, Tom. Suppose he did do it, began Frau Permaneder afresh, and her voice gathered strength. He wasn't working for his own pocket, but for the company. And then, good heavens, in this life people have to realize there are other things to be taken into consideration. He married into our family. He is one of us now. They can't just go and stick him into prison like that. He shrugged his shoulders. What are you shrugging your shoulders for, Tom? Do you mean that you are willing to sit down under the last and crowning insult these adventurers think they can offer us? We must do something. He mustn't be convicted. Aren't you the burgomaster's right hand? My God, can't the Senate just pardon him if it likes? You know, before I came to you, I nearly went to Kramer to get him, to implore him to intervene and take a stand in the matter. He is chief of police. Oh, child, that is all just nonsense. Nonsense, Tom? And Erica? And the child? Said she, lifting up her muff with her two imploring hands inside. She was still a moment. She let her arms fall. Her chin began to quiver, and two great tears ran down from under her drooping lids. She added softly, "And me?" "Oh, Tony, be brave," said the senator. Her helplessness went through him. He pushed his chair up to hers and stroked her hair in an effort to console her. Everything isn't over yet. Perhaps it will come out all right. Of course I will give you the money, that goes without saying. And Breslauer's very clever. She shook her head, weeping. No, Tom, it will not come out all right. I've no hope that it will. They will convict him and put him in prison. And then the hard time will come for Erica and me. Her dowry is gone. It all went to the setting out, the furniture and pictures. We shan't get a quarter of it back by selling. And the salary was all we spent. We never put a penny by. We will go back to mother if she will take us, until he is free. And then, where can we go? "We'll just have to sit on the rocks," she sobbed. "On the rocks?" "Oh, that's just an expression, a figure. What I mean is, it won't turn out all right. I've had too much to bear. I don't know how I came to deserve it all, but I can't hope any more. Erica will be like me, with Grünlich and Perminator. But now you can see just how it is, and how it all comes over you. Could I help it? Could anyone help it, I ask you, Tom?" she repeated drearily, and looked at him with her tear-swimming eyes. "Everything I've ever undertaken has gone wrong and turned to misfortune, and I've meant everything so well. God knows I have. And now this too. This is the last straw, the very last." She wept, leaning on the arm which he gently put about her, wept over her ruined life and the quenching of this last hope. A week later, Herr Director Hugo Weinschenck was sentenced to 3.5 years' imprisonment, and arrested at once. There was a very large crowd at the final session. Lawyer Breslauer of Berlin made a speech for the defense, the like of which had never been heard before. Gosch the broker went about for weeks afterward, bursting with enthusiasm for the masterly pathos and irony it displayed. Christian Buddenbrook heard it, too, and afterward got behind a table at the club, with a pile of newspapers in front of him, and reproduced the whole speech. At home he declared that jurisprudence was the finest profession there was, and he thought it would just have suited him. The public prosecutor himself, Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom, who was a great connoisseur, said in private that the speech had been a genuine treat to him. But the famous advocate's talents did not prevent his colleagues from thumping him on the back and telling him he had not pulled the wool over their eyes. The necessary sale followed upon the disappearance of the director, and when it was over, people in town began gradually to forget about Hugo Weinschenck. But the Misses Buddenbrook, sitting on Thursday at the family table, declared that they had known the first moment from the man's eyes that he was not straight, that his conscience was bad, and that there would be trouble in the end. Certain considerations which they wished now they had not regarded had led them to suppress these painful observations. End of section 81. Section 82 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 9, Chapter 1. Senator Buddenbrook followed the two gentlemen, old Dr. Grabeau and young Dr. Langhals, out of the Frau Consul's bedchamber, into the breakfast-room, and closed the door. "May I ask you to give me a moment, gentlemen?" he said, and led them up the steps through the corridor and into the landscape room, where, on account of the raw, damp weather, the stove was already burning. "You will understand my anxiety," he said. "Sit down and tell me something reassuring, if possible." "Sounds, my dear senator," answered Dr. Grabeau, leaning back comfortably, his chin in his neckcloth, his hat-brim propped in both hands against his stomach. Dr. Langhals put his top hat down on the carpet beside him, and regarded his hands, which were exceptionally small and covered with hair. He was a heavy, dark man with a pointed beard, a pompadour haircut, beautiful eyes, and a vain expression. "There is positively no reason for serious disquiet at present," Dr. Grabeau went on. "When we take into consideration our honored patient's powers of resistance, my word, I think as an old and tried counsellor I ought to know what that resistance is. It is simply astonishing. For her years, I must say." "Yes, precisely, for her years," said the senator uneasily, twisting his moustaches. "I don't say," went on Dr. Grabo in his gentle voice, "that your dear mother will be walking out to-morrow. You can tell that by looking at her, of course. There's no denying that the inflammation has taken a disappointing turn in the last 24 hours. The chill yesterday afternoon did not please me at all, and to-day there is actually pain in the side, and some fever. Oh, nothing to speak of, but still. In short, my dear senator, we shall probably have to reckon with the troublesome fact that the lung is slightly affected." "Inflammation of the lungs, then?" asked the senator, and looked from one physician to the other. "Yes, pneumonia," said Dr. Langhaus, with a solemn and correct bow. "A slight inflammation, however, and confined to the right side," answered the family physician. "We will do our best to localize it." "Then there is ground for serious concern, after all." The senator sat quite still and looked the speaker full in the face. "Concern! Oh, we must be concerned to limit the affection. We must ease the cough and go at the fever energetically. The quinine will see to that. And, by the by, my dear senator, let me warn you against feeling alarm over single symptoms, you know. If the difficulty in breathing increases, or there should be a little delirium in the night, or a good deal of discharge to-morrow, a sort of rusty-looking mucus with a little blood in it, well, all that is to be expected, entirely regular and normal. Do reassure dear Madame Permaneder on this point, too. She is nursing the patient with such devotion. How is she feeling? I quite forgot to ask how she has been in the last few days." "She is about as usual," the senator said. "I have not heard of anything new. She's not taking much thought for her own condition these days." Of course, of course. And apropos, your sister needs rest, especially at night, and Mademoiselle Ziverine has not time to give her all the rest she needs. What about a nurse, my dear senator? Why not have one of our good grey sisters, in whom you feel such an interest? The Mother Superior would be glad to send you one." "You consider it necessary?" "I'm only suggesting it. The sisters are invaluable. Their experience and calmness are always so soothing to the patient, especially in an illness like this, where there is a succession of disquieting symptoms. Well, let me repeat, no anxiety, my dear senator, and we shall see, we shall see. We will have another talk this evening." "Positively," said Dr. Langhaus, took his hat and got up with his colleague. But the senator had not finished. He had another question, another test to make. "Gentlemen," he said, "one word more. My brother Christian is a nervous man. He cannot stand much. Do you advise me to send him word? Should I suggest to him to come home?" "Your brother Christian is not in town?" "No, he is in Hamburg for a short time, on business, I understand." Dr. Grabo gave his colleague a glance. Then he laughingly shook the senator's hand and said, "Well, we'll let him attend to his business in peace. No use upsetting him unnecessarily. If any change comes which seems to make it advisable to quiet the patient or to raise her spirits, well, there is plenty of time still, plenty of time." The gentlemen traversed the pillared hall and stood on the steps awhile, talking about other matters, politics, and the agitations and changes due to the war just then ended. "Well, good times will be coming now, Herr Senator? Money in the country, and fresh confidence everywhere?" And the senator partially agreed with him. He said that the grain trade with Russia had been greatly stimulated since the outbreak of war, and mentioned the dimensions to which the import trade in oats had attained, though the profit, it was true, had been very unevenly divided. The physicians took their leave, and Senator Buddenbrook turned to go back to the sick room. He revolved what Dr. Grabow had said. He had spoken with reserve. He gave the impression of avoiding anything definite. The single plain word was inflammation of the lungs, which became no more reassuring after Dr. Longhals added the scientific terminology, pneumonia, at the Frau Consul's age. The fact that there were two physicians coming and going was in itself disquieting. Grabow had arranged that very unobtrusively. He intended to retire before long, and as young Dr. Longhals would be then taking over the practice, he, Dr. Grabow, would be pleased if he might bring him in now and again. When the senator entered the darkened room, his mien appeared alert and his bearing energetic. He was used to hiding his cares and weariness under an air of calmness and poise, and the mask glided over his features as he opened the door, almost as though by a single act of will. Frau Permaneder sat by the high bed, the hangings of which were thrust back, and held her mother's hand. The old lady was propped up on pillows. She turned her head as her son came in, and looked searchingly with her pale blue eyes into his face, a look of calm self-control, yet of deliberate insistence. Coming as it did, slightly sidewise, there was almost something sinister about it, too. 2 red spots stood out upon the pallor of her cheeks, but there were no signs of weakness or exhaustion. The old lady was very wide awake, more so, in fact, than those around her, for after all she was the person most concerned. And she mistrusted this illness. She was not at all disposed to lie down and let it have its own way. "What did they say, Thomas?" she asked in a brisk, decided voice, which made her cough directly. She tried to keep the cough behind her closed lips, but it burst out and made her put her hand to her side. "They said," answered the senator when the spasm was over, stroking her hand, "they said that our dear good mother will be up again in a few days. The wretched cough is responsible for your lying here. The lung is, of course, slightly affected. It's not exactly inflammation," he hastened to say, as he saw her narrowing gaze. "But even if it were, that needn't necessarily be so bad. It might be much worse," he finished. "In short, the lung is somewhat irritated, and they may be right. Where is Mamselle Severine?" "Gone to the chemist's," said Frau Permaneder. "Yes, you see, she has gone to the chemist's again, and you look as though you might go to sleep any minute, Tony. No, it isn't good enough. If only for a day or so, we should have a nurse in. Don't you think so? I will find out if my Mother Superior up at the Grey Sisters has anyone free." "Thomas," said the Frau Consul, this time in a more cautious voice, so as not to let loose another cough, "believe me, you cause a good deal of feeling by your protection of the Catholic order against the black Protestant sisters. You have shown the Catholics a distinct preference. Pastor Prinksheim complained to me about it very strenuously a little time ago." "Well, he needn't. I am convinced that the Grey Sisters are more faithful, devoted, and self-sacrificing than the black ones are. The Protestants aren't the real thing. They all marry the first chance they get. They are worldly, egotistical, and ordinary, while the Grey Sisters are perfectly disinterested. I am sure they are much nearer heaven. And they are better for us, for the very reason that they owe me some gratitude. What should we have done without Sister Leandra when Hanno had convulsions? I only hope she is free." And Sister Leandra came. She put down her cloak and little handbag, took off the grey veil which she wore on the street over her white one, and went softly about her work in her gentle, friendly way, the rosary at her waist clicking as she moved. She remained a day and a night with the querulous, not always patient sufferer, and then withdrew, almost apologetic over the human weakness that enforced a little repose. She was replaced by another sister, but came back again after she had slept. The Frau Consul required constant attendance at her bedside. The worse her condition grew, the more she bent all her thoughts and all her energies upon her illness, for which she felt a naive hatred. Nearly all her life she had been a woman of the world, with a quiet, native, and permanent love of life and good living. Yet she had filled her latter years with piety and charitable deeds, largely out of loyalty toward her dead husband, but also perhaps by reason of an unconscious impulse which bade her make her peace with heaven for her own strong vitality, and induce it to grant her a gentle death, despite the tenacious clutch she had always had on life. But the gentle death was not to be hers. Despite many a sore trial, her form was quite unbowed, her eyes still clear. She still loved to set a good table, to dress well and richly, to ignore events that were unpleasant, and to share with complacency in the high regard that was everywhere felt for her son. And now this illness, this inflammation of the lungs, had attacked her erect form without any previous warning, without any preparation to soften the blow. There had been no spiritual anticipation, none of that mining and sapping of the forces which slowly, painfully estranges us from life, and rouses in us the sweet longing for a better world, for the end, for peace. No, the old Frau Consul, despite the spiritual courses of her latter years, felt scarce prepared to die, and she was filled with agony of spirit at the thought that if this were indeed the end, then this illness of itself, in awful haste, in the last hour, must with bodily torments break down her spirit and bring her to surrender. She prayed much, but almost more she watched, as often as she was conscious, over her own condition, felt her pulse, took her temperature, and fought her cough. But the pulse was poor, the temperature mounted after falling a little, and she passed from chills to fever and delirium. Her cough increased, bringing up a blood-impregnated mucus, and she was alarmed by the difficulty she had in breathing. It was accounted for by the fact that now not only a lobe of the right lung, but the whole right lung was affected, with even distinct traces of a process in the left, which Dr. Langhaus, looking at his nails, called hepatization, and about which Dr. Grabow said nothing at all. The fever wasted the patient relentlessly. The digestion failed. Slowly, inexorably, the decline of strength went on. She followed it. She took eagerly, whenever she could, the concentrated nourishment which they gave her. She knew the hours for her medicines better than the nurse, and she was so absorbed in watching the progress of her case that she hardly spoke to anyone but the physicians, and displayed actual interest only when talking with them. Callers had been admitted in the beginning, and the old ladies of her social circle, pastors' wives and members of the Jerusalem evenings, came to see her, but she received them with apathy, and soon dismissed them. Her relatives felt the difference in the old lady's greeting. It was almost disdainful, as though she were saying to them, "You can't do anything for me." Even when little Hanno came in a good hour, she only stroked his cheek and turned away. Her manner said more plainly than words, "Children, you are all very good, but perhaps I may be dying." She received the two physicians, on the other hand, with very lively interest, and went into the details of her condition. One day the Gerhardt ladies appeared, the descendants of Paul Gerhardt. They came in their mantles, with their flat shepherdess hats and their provision baskets, from visiting the poor, and could not be prevented from seeing their sick friend. They were left alone with her, and God only knows what they said as they sat at her bedside. But when they departed, their eyes and their faces were more gentle, more radiant, more blissfully remote than ever, while the Frau Consul lay within, with just such eyes and just such an expression, quite still, quite peaceful, more peaceful than ever before. Her breath came very softly and at long intervals, and she was visibly declining from weakness to weakness. Frau Permaneder murmured a strong word in the wake of the Gerhardt ladies, and sent at once for the physicians. The two gentlemen had barely entered the sick chamber when a surprising alteration took place in the patient. She stirred, she moved, she almost sat up. The sight of her trusted and faithful professional advisers brought her back to earth at a bound. She put out her hands to them and began. "Welcome, gentlemen. To-day, in the course of the day—" The illness had attacked both lungs. Of that there was no more room for doubt. "Yes, my dear Senator," Dr. Grabo said, and took Thomas Buddenbrook by the hand. "It is now both lungs. We have not been able to prevent it. That is always serious. You know as well as I do. I would not attempt to deceive you. No matter what the age of the patient, the condition is serious. And if you ask me again to-day whether, in my opinion, your brother should be written to, or perhaps a telegram would be better, I should hesitate to deter you from it. How is he, by the way? A good fellow, Christian. I've always liked him immensely. But for heaven's sake, my dear Senator, don't draw any exaggerated conclusions from what I say. There is no immediate danger. I am foolish to take the word in my mouth. But still, under the circumstances, you know, one must reckon with the unexpected. We are very well satisfied with your mother as a patient. She helps all she can. She doesn't leave us in the lurch. No, on my word, she is an incomparable patient. So there is still great hope, my dear sir, and we must hope for the best." But there is a moment when hope becomes something artificial and insincere. There is a change in the patient. He alters. There is something strange about him. He is not as he was in life. He speaks, but we do not know how to reply. What he says is strange. It seems to cut off his retreat back to life. It condemns him to death. And when that moment comes, even if he is our dearest upon this earth, we do not know how to wish him back. If we could bid him arise and walk, he would be as frightful as one risen from his coffin. Dreadful symptoms of the coming dissolution showed themselves, even though the organs, still in command of a tenacious will, continued to function. It had now been weeks since Frau Consul first took to her bed with a cold, and she began to have bed sores. They would not heal, and grew worse and worse. She could not sleep because of pain, coughing, and shortness of breath, and also because she herself clung to consciousness with all her might. Only for minutes at a time did she lose herself in fever. But now she began, even when she was conscious, to talk to people who had long been dead. One afternoon in the twilight she said suddenly, in a loud, fervent, anxious voice, "Yes, my dear Jean, I am coming." And the immediacy of the reply was such that one almost thought to hear the voice of the deceased consul calling her. Christian arrived. He came from Hamburg, where he had been, he said, on business. He only stopped a short time in the sick-room, and left it, his eyes roving wildly, rubbing his forehead, and saying, It's frightful, it's frightful. I can't stand it any longer." Pastor Prinksheim came, measured Sister Leandra with a chilling glance, and prayed with a beautifully modulated voice at the bedside. Then came the brief lightening, the flickering up of the dying flame. The fever slackened, there was a deceptive return of strength, and a few plain hopeful words that brought tears of joy to the eyes of the watchers at the bedside. "Children, we shall keep her. You'll see, we shall keep her after all," cried Thomas Buddenbrook. "She will be with us next Christmas." But even in the next night, shortly after Gerda and her husband had gone to bed, they were summoned back to Meng Street by Frau Permaneder, for the mother was struggling with death. A cold rain was falling, and a high wind drove it against the window-panes. The bedchamber, as the senator and his wife entered it, was lighted by 2 sconces burning on the table, and both physicians were present. Christian, too, had been summoned from his room, and sat with his back to the bed and his forehead bowed in his hands. They had sent for the dying woman's brother, Justus Kruger, and he would shortly be here. Frau Permaneder and Erika were sobbing softly at the foot of the bed. Sister Leandra and Mamselle Severine had nothing more to do, and stood gazing in sadness on the face of the dying. The Frau Consul lay on her back, supported by a quantity of pillows. With both her blue-veined hands, once so beautiful, now so emaciated, she ceaselessly stroked the coverlet in trembling haste. Her head in the white nightcap moved from side to side with dreadful regularity. Her lips were drawn inward and opened and closed with a snap at every tortured effort to breathe, while the sunken eyes roved back and forth, or rested with an envious look on those who stood about her bed, up and dressed and able to breathe. They were alive, they belonged to life, but they could help her no more than this, to make the sacrifice that consisted in watching her die. And the night wore on without any change. "How long can it go on like this?" asked Thomas Buddenbrook in a low tone, drawing Dr. Grabeau away to the bottom of the room, while Dr. Longhouse was undertaking some sort of injection to give relief to the patient. Frau Permaneder, her handkerchief in her hand, followed her brother. "I can't tell, my dear senator," answered Dr. Grabeau. "Your dear mother may be released in the next few minutes, or she may live for hours. It is a process of strangulation, an edema." "I know," said Frau Permaneder, and nodded while the tears ran down her cheeks. "It often happens in cases of inflammation of the lungs. A sort of watery fluid forms, and when it gets very bad the patient cannot breathe any more. Yes, I know." The senator, his hands folded, looked over at the bed. "How frightfully she must suffer," he whispered. "No," Dr. Grabeau said, just as softly, but in a tone of authority, while his long, mild countenance wrinkled more than ever. "That is a mistake, my dear friend, believe me. The consciousness is very clouded. These are largely reflex motions which you see, depend upon it." And Thomas answered, "God grant it." But a child could have seen from the Frau Consul's eyes that she was entirely conscious and realized everything. They took their places again. Consul Kruger came and sat, bowed over his cane at the bedside, with reddened eyelids. The movements of the patient increased. This body, delivered over to death, was possessed by a terrible unrest, an unspeakable craving, an abandonment of helplessness from head to foot. The pathetic, imploring eyes, now closed with the rustling movement of the head from side to side, now opened with a heartbreaking expression so wide that the little veins of the eyeballs stood out blood-red, and she was still conscious. A little after 3, Christian got up. "I can't stand it any more," he said, and went out, limping and supporting himself on the furniture on his way to the door. Erika Weinschenk and Mamselle Zieverine had fallen asleep to the monotonous sound of the raucous breathing, and sat rosy with slumber on their chairs. About 4 it grew much worse. They lifted the patient and wiped the perspiration from her brow. Her breathing threatened to stop altogether. "Let me sleep," she managed to say. "Give me a sleeping draught." Alas, they could give her nothing to make her sleep. Suddenly she began again to reply to voices which the others could not hear. "Yes, Jean, not much longer now." And then, "Yes, dear Clara, I am coming." The struggle began afresh. Was this a wrestling with death? Ah, no, for it had become a wrestling with life for death on the part of the dying woman. "I want," she panted, I cannot. Let me sleep. Have mercy, gentlemen, let me sleep." Frau Permaneder sobbed aloud as she listened, and Thomas groaned softly, clutching his head a moment with both hands. But the physicians knew their duty. They were obliged, under all circumstances, to preserve life just as long as possible, and a narcotic would have effected an unresisting and immediate giving up of the ghost. Doctors were not made to bring death into the world, but to preserve life at any cost. There was a religious and moral basis for this law, which they had known once, though they did not have it in mind at the moment. So they strengthened the heart action by various devices, and even improved the breathing by causing the patient to retch. By 5, the struggle was at its height. The Frau Consul, erect in convulsions, with staring eyes, thrust wildly about her with her arms as though trying to clutch after some support, or to reach the hands which she felt stretching toward her. She was answering constantly in every direction to voices which she alone heard, and which evidently became more numerous and urgent. Not only her dead husband and daughter, but her parents, parents-in-law, and other relatives who had passed before her into death, seemed to summon her, and she called them all by name, though the names were, some of them, not familiar to her children. "Yes," she cried, "yes, I am coming now, at once, a moment, I cannot. Oh, let me sleep." At 5:30 there was a moment of quiet, and then over her aged and distorted features there passed a look of ineffable joy, a profound and quivering tenderness. Like lightning she stretched up her arms and cried out with an immediate suddenness, swift as a blow, so that one felt there was not a second's space between what she heard and what she answered, with an expression of absolute submission and a boundless and fervid devotion. "Here I am!" And parted. They were all amazed. What was it? Who had called her? To whose summons had she responded thus instantly? Someone drew back the curtains and put out the candles, and Dr. Grabo gently closed the eyes of the dead. They all shivered in the autumn dawn that filled the room with its sallow light. Sister Leandra covered the mirror of the toilet table with a cloth. End of section 82.